Muted. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. We've got something special today. We did end up with enough players for the Eternal PORO Cup Tournament. So I'm very excited to announce that that is what we're doing this morning. Tournament is set to begin in just a few minutes. And it looks like we have some very interesting decks and lineups prepared. This tournament is double elimination, best of 3 eternal format, of course, and shall hopefully get off to a rollicking start here. I did take a peek at the deck codes to make sure that they were fitting our deck building conditions, and there's some fucking spicy shit in there. For those of you who are popping in, or for those of you who may not know what those conditions were, we had a condition of you must build an all ephemeral deck. You're allowed to have permanent units, but you have to cast Encroaching Shadows or some other card on them to make them ephemeral when they come out of your hand. No spells that summon permanent units like Succession and Vile Feast are permitted. So it's literally just, who needs a board? Our second condition was all landmarks. A little bit similar to the concept of ephemerals of who needs that board? Nobody needs a board. Or at least that board is not going to look like a traditional one in Runeterra. So a couple of Damien Unbounds. People I know are running things like University of Piltover to try and sneak out some exciting stuff. I was betting on the ARAMs, the Howling Abyss. I was not betting so much on the University of Piltover seeing much play, but here we are. And then finally, we did have an alternate WinCon deck building condition. This was based on anything that says either you win the game or can win the game through other slightly indirect or off or non-traditional means. The non-traditional means include puff caps and mill. So getting rid of your opponent's deck, going for puff caps. I think most people went for what is the easiest or easier things to build, which are, of course, Star Spring, healing, there's Bandle Tree, multi-region units, and puff caps, which, of course, you know, puff caps are an archetype. So there were many Teemos in the deck lists, and as the Shroom Queen, I am pleased. Thank you for all for building Teemo decks that are probably going to get banned. Speaking of, because we are an Eternal tournament, we are actually doing manual bans, which is going to be a little bit interesting. Shout out to the moderator team of Kitten and also Glass for helping me out on this and being the engine that makes this run in the background so that people are not just playing willy-nilly. This is going to be an interesting tournament for sure. We're testing out a lot of new things here. First of all, we're testing out Eternal, and second of all, we're testing out some more experimental deck building conditions. I'm hearing now that the brackets have been set, so the tournament is off to a start. Anyway, yes, the deck building conditions are a little bit reliant on play and how you want to play the game, which is, or how you are indeed playing the game in general. For example, the Encroaching Shadows condition requires that you do not cast a permanent unit. So I expect some of this coverage to be me sitting here going, are they going to draw Encroaching Shadows on time? And also shake my desk as I do that every single time, of course. Considering that you have to get that baby cast in order to play the rest of your deck. Brackets have been announced. We have 18 players, I believe, which is a pretty solid number of players. Brackets are getting set up, and it looks like our competitors are gonna be heading into some games here. Very excited, looking forward to that. And we do, of course, hopefully have the opponent hand for some of these matches if we can get that going. So everybody in the chat, hello. I think most of you are competitors, so good luck in the tournament, and thank you for bearing with us as we figure out some of the rulings and the bans and all of the stuff that comes with this being one of the first Eternal tournaments. I think we are for sure the first Eternal tournament with a prize pool, which is kind of an exciting marker for us. The PORO Cup series is going to continue to try to do some crazy ass shit moving forward. So if you've missed this one, look out for more PORO Cup series tournaments in the future as well. Let's see. The brackets, if anybody is interested, are in the Battlefy site here, and it looks like we're going to be having some interesting matchups for sure. Have to see who ends up in this double elation winner and losers brackets. Should be pretty exciting. If you are having issues finding an opponent or something similar like that, do be sure to contact the moderator team. Obviously, if your opponent is not responding, it's not going to be much of a match. I'm not sure if anybody is in the game yet, but we can definitely go spy on folks to see if they are. Looks like nobody has quite queued up yet. Yes, it is hopefully going to be a pretty rad tournament. Anderson versus Ace. Looks like this will be kicking off here. So I'm gonna stalk one of these people. I'm gonna stalk one of these people until they are in a match. I will also have the deck lists, of course, up for us to look at, as will all our opponents, of course, as with the usual. Ooh, I need to find the responses. As with the previous events, we will be having basically as public deck codes that are open to everyone to look at, and then that's how people are selecting their bands. PORO Cup responses. There we go. I found it in the end. I've got it. Don't worry. Your host is fine. Okay, we're still, I think, chilling. Yeah, this was an exciting tournament to get through or to plan. Also, I see we got a couple of new people in the chat. Hello, welcome. I am Tactical Dumpling. It's congrats on the plat, by the way. Climbing is always exciting. And also, yes, it is an EU time zone today. We are starting a little bit earlier. It's not the middle of the night. I do not have to feel guilty about absolutely fucking destroying somebody's sleep schedule. I got up at the ripe hour of 7 in the morning today in the East Coast, or not East Coast, on West Coast time in the US. And that was interesting. I do not naturally get up at 7 in the morning on the weekends. So that was... I'm going to choose the word fun. I'm going to choose the word fun because prepping for this tournament has actually been genuinely a lot of fun. All right. It looks like, I believe, Gone here might be in a match. Who is their opponent? Pero Seco, it looks like. So I think we can potentially hop into that just to get some coverage going. We'll have to see what decks have been brought here. Let's go into in-game and see what's currently happening. Might have caught it early enough that the client is actually... Yep, this is the ephemeral deck for sure at the moment. We're going to just take out that for a moment. I don't know if we have opponent hand yet. Yes, Gone versus Prosecco here. The ephemeral deck versus a mystery deck. Let's take a look at Gone's deck list here. So for this ephemeral, we are looking at... what was ephemeral? We have Callista Maokai, a couple of Opulent Forests, which is a bit of a repeat. It is ephemeral versus ephemeral here. 3 Shark Chariots, couple of three Sunlit Shadow Seers, 3 Stage Hands, 3 Darkwater Scourges, and Gone clearly demonstrating the ultimate Runeterra skill of drawing the Encroaching Shadows when you need it. So the Encroaching Shadows already prepped and available to cast turn 3, which is pretty lucky for them. I know people have been practicing drawing Encroaching Shadows, but it seems like Gone is already pretty crushing that condition right now. Gone also brought here, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that the alternate win con deck may have been banned. The landmark deck does include 3 ARAMs, a couple of Demian on bounds with Risen Altar, and some Orn Forges, Blighted Ravines, and a few Thralls in there. So an interesting Freljord Shurima deck code there for sure. There is another Shadow Fiend and another Ghastly Band coming out for Parasecco there. getting the hallowed value from all of these bans. The bans are truly ghastly. And Parasecco with also another stagehand. What does Parasecco's deck here have in terms of ephemerals in order to compare? We're looking at Three Opulent Foyers, Darkwater Scourge, Stagehand, Shadow Seer, Shark Chariot, and Evershade Stalker, which Gon's deck here does not include. There's also some spicy stuff like Deathmark. In that one, Gon included Harrowing and Dragon Ambush. I feel like it's notable that Parasecco has also included one Children of the Forest, which I am assuming is to deal with some recall or recall effects. There's another stagehand stun onto the 7/7 Darkwater Scourge, which is indeed a big loss there. Elusive getting the hallowed buff, the shark doing its job. Shout out to Kitten, who I'm sure is happy to see yet another shark pop up in a match here. The unfortunate Scourge. Parasecco finally finding that encroaching shadows cast there. Looks like it could be approaching lethal. Of course, your board is not super stable. And how much hallowed has been committed there? 2. So currently looking at a nice 8 damage. But a stagehand still remains, still doing its job, still committing the stuns despite it all. Let's see. Yeah, there it goes. Shark Chariot really doing work, really pulling it through there. Down to 4 on Gon's side, another shark. Fading Memory is also in hand of note, wondering when that might be swung out. Looks like it is probably something like another Darkwater Scourge to try and get some of that ephemeral to actually stick and heal. At this point, with the hallowed buffs, which are up to 2, it's gonna be a pretty chunky Scourge. That is a lot of damage right there, bringing Parasecco down to 2. Real beatdown scenario. Real beatdown scenario. 2 Opulent Foyers, though, going to be a pretty powerful open attack nonetheless. Another stagehand found for Gon, though. We have not exhausted the stagehand arsenal, though I think we are currently running up against the limit of them. I think a few have been cast thus far for both players. That is so many Scourge animations all in a row. One stagehand there, second stagehand coming out now. One came out from Parasecco as well. Getting a little bit of damage out. Not lethal yet. Not lethal yet. That Maokai kind of sitting, kind of chilling. 12 out of 25. Not really going to obliterate the opponent's deck yet, but Deathmark swinging out, making that Silent Shadow Seer permanent. We did allow spells pretty much in general, just to allow people to have some way of creatively finding solutions to what would otherwise be kind of a intimidating an impossible scenario board. We also, of course, see Gon just casting a Harrowing. 3 Scourges, 2 stagehands, and an extra shark just kind of hanging out, waiting, or perhaps sitting and being prepared to watch his brethren rise with the Scourges. Prosecco deciding that the Harrowing was the pretty deciding factor there. Indeed, moving on to the next game. Let's see what this next one is going to look like. Again, I am assuming that the landmark deck is the one that remains. We'll see if that's the one that remains. That looks like the landmark deck for sure. Freljord, Shurima, Emperor's Dais, Ancient Prep, and Risen Altar up and ready. Finding 2 Ancient Preps and the ARAM just in the top of hand. Opening hand there. pretty powerful. Looks like Parasecco is running it back with the Ephemeral deck. Let's see if that Silent Shadow Seer can't get a little bit more value this time. Really interested to see how the Rock Bears fare versus some of these Ephemerals, because the Scourge is still a 5/5. That is plenty of time to compete, or at least is enough of a stat line to potentially compete with whatever your opponent may be throwing down. At least from some of the Rock Bears. Obviously, Salt Spire granting buffs could potentially push something out of range. One Silent Shadow Seer hitting Nexus. Hitting that Nexus. Inner Sanctum found. About to make some lucky finds. Encroaching Shadows top deck for Parasecco. Once again, finding the card that, you know, I'm actually looking at a surprising number of successfully cast Encroaching Shadows. So far, in this matchup at least, people do not seem to be held back by the potential of just not finding it. Looks like people are indeed finding that encroaching. One more 5/3 coming back down. There are, of course, 2 units popping out for Gone on the next turn, and some lucky finds to make them bigger and better. Shark Chariot, first one onto the board with the elusive. Still just kind of beating face. No Hallowed, obviously, for that series of attacks. Curious if an Opulent Foyer shall emerge at some point. Focus speed priority, baby. Here we go. Onto the 5/5. There's a buff. There's Spell Shield. There are indeed buffs and options. It becomes a 6/6. That 2/2 is going, and we're looking at 3/3. With of course the Sandburb, the Sand Soldier, spawning as well. Down to 7 for Parasecco. A little bit of a danger zone. Lots of sharks incoming. One more Rock Bear in the bank. And there's our first Hallowed of this game. Silent Shadow Seer still waiting in the wings to shine at this point. The shadows, they do gather. One ARAM on the board. Time for that to potentially make some chaos. The whole theme of this tournament is a little bit of just chaos in general. So, in theme, fucking fantastic. I was playing a game last stream, I believe, and I had 2 ARAMs on the field, and then I got atrocity'd. There are potentially atrocities in this game. I don't know if anyone's actually running one, but we are, of course, in Eternal, and therefore it's possible. It is possible. We are going to a game 3. Ephemerals beating up Landmarks. Ephemerals beating up Ephemerals. Time to see if Ephemerals can beat up something else here. Landmarks can beat something else here. Let's see. You like this deck? It's the first time you have seen this? The Landmark decks are pretty unique. I know that for some people, Landmark decks are a little bit strange, but I actually was able to win a ranked game with a Landmark deck once when I was streaming, and I was like, this is actually an interesting way to try and play Runeterra. So we incorporated it as a deck building condition. Very straightforward. It's the easiest deck list for us to check to see if people were following the deck building conditions for sure, of just, oh, yep, all landmarks, you're ready to fucking go. There's a lot of utility in landmarks. We did, of course, ban Talia and Rise in this scenario, or you couldn't run champions at all, just because it would have been very powerful to have a Ziggs or a Talia or a Xerath or something in there. But we thought it would be entertaining to just have those landmarks. I believe somebody was telling me though that what was it? PNZ and Targon, I believe, is like 39 landmarks and not 40. So we're missing some regions because of the stringency of our of our deck building conditions, but people have found some interesting pathing. There's P and Z. I believe almost everyone is running Shurima, if not everyone. Would have to double check that, but there's some creativity for sure. There's an Obelisk, there's an Ancient Prep, there's an Orn's Forge. If you actually really like the touch of the Orn's Forge, I think this is a fun way to actually get buffs on a unit that the landmarks are generating for you. It also means that cards like Sandswept Tomb are seeing a little bit of daylight. I remember when I first saw that card, I was like, you know, that seems like a decent chunker. However, considering it is 5 mana to cast and only summons when you're attacking, it is a little bit awkward. Parasecco now with the same colors with a landmark deck as well. Let's see what that looks like. Building tall for Parasecco looks like very similar. 3 ARAMs, Blighted Ravines, Orn's Forges as well. 1 Altar of Blood, which is a kind of an interesting thing. So far, pretty much a perfect mirror match. Parasecco and Gon breaking that now as 2 different landmarks cast in this scenario. Is it a block with the 2/2s? It is indeed a block with the 2/2s. 2 Rock Bears for Parasecco, 2 Buried Armories ready pretty much to just pop out and buff a Rock Bear, I think. ARAM top decked here for Gon, finally finding that good old RNG stick. An Ancient Prep for Parasecco, predicting out. Let's see what we can find. We do see a bunch of Upside Down Samiras. Still hot, still appreciated. Orn's Forge down, not burning that mana for sure. Inner Sanctum cast. And 1 Rock Bear. Well, actually, so many landmark noises right there. So many landmark. It's like a pleasant rain of landmark sounds, you know? I'd listen to that rattling above my roof any day. 5 5s down and a 6/6 Clockling who went to the fucking gym. He decided to get swole, and he did. He's jealous of the augmented Clockling, and he was like, I need some advantages too. I may not have elusive, I may not discount and draw a card, but I can be the chunkiest Clockling the world has ever seen, and I think is prepared to take on Rek'Sai herself. Getting a lot of stuff onto the Rock Bear over there, though. Generating a 7/5 with quick attack off of the Inner Sanctum, and the Sandswept Tomb coming down for that extra bit of gas on the unit. Landmark decks for the win! This is definitely fun to watch. This is everything I've dreamed of. This is everything I dreamed of. Gon's attack, though, so despite it being having a quick attack effect, Gon's still dealing that 5 damage. Cannot recast the Armory product, Treasure of the Sands, of course. It is a 5/5 with that Time and Dedication Forge, however, which does make it pretty decently intimidating. Choosing to block the 2/2, keeping that around, surely to buff and to make it a little bit more stable. ARAM down. And another ARAM down. Truly a beautiful mirror. An absolutely fantastic mirror. Now it's up to the ARAMs. Now it's up to the ARAMs to see what they're going to do. We see Shyvana come out for Gon. Not sure what Parasecco has received. But Shyvana is a pretty good heavyweight champ to come out of Howling Abyss, I think. And an Ornn coming down. Oh man, the sick 6/6 Ornn looking pretty tasty versus a 4/5 Shyvana. Though she does get that buff on attack. So not all is lost. And there's of course time for or mana for the Strafing Strike as it pops out into the hand here. That Ornn, if it had been a little bit more buffed. I think both decks do have Orn's Forge, though, which is kind of funny. The Ornn felt the Forge calling, and he did his best to respond. He did his best to come out swinging as a result. Come on, Shyvana. Oof. Oof, the dragon! The dragon! Of course, there is still a turn here for Parasecco to come out with something absolutely crazy from Howling Abyss. Did use all of the mana to get that Ornn down onto the field. Gone offering what looks to be just a straight-up trade of Shyvana versus Ornn, so that there is probably no unit on the open attack there. 6'4 Rockbear, chillin', looking intimidating. More procs. Don't know what that is, of course. We are seeing on our side a Draven. Perhaps not necessarily as chunky of a unit as Shyvana, but man, does he have axes and chins. He's still the chin guy. 8 mana. Even if that landmark starts to pop something out like an Aurelion Soul, there's a chance that we're definitely approaching the point where all of the champions will be castable at the mana available. There's a Lulu. Interesting. A 4/4 Treasure of the Sands on Draven to make a 9/8 overwhelm. Did kind of low-key forget that the buffed Treasure of the Sands, the forged Treasure of the Sands, would be able to do that. 9/8 Draven with overwhelm and quick attack and 2 axes is a lot of Draven happening. And so I think a lot of Draven. Lulu threatening an attack, pulling it back in order to not lose her there. That's a 10/9 Draven. And an Obelisk of Power to buff him to a 12/9. That's looking like it's about to threaten some lethal damage, actually. And a leveled Viego coming out for Gone. Leveled Viego is certainly a lot of usefulness right now. Going for, out of these options, those are a bunch of good options. Going for the power buff, there's always a second here. Curious if it's a challenger or if it's just more buffs. It is indeed just more buffs. A 16/9 and a 6/4. And the Ornn's Forge focus spell remaining. 23 damage. Or negative 23 damage threatened, actually. Blocking with the Lulu. Just 2 extra damage to the Nexus as well. The 17/10 Draven from the ARAM and the Buried Armory taking the win for Gone. Yeah, no, that was actually a pretty exciting landmark deck, or landmark set a deck matchup to observe. Yeah, so far holding pretty true that it looks like the alternate win cons were the ones that were most consistently banned, which I think makes sense. We're now gonna see if we can't find another person to observe here. To spectate. Looks like Anderson and Fish may still be in a match here. Let's see if we can't maybe spy on Ace here. Received our second map. If you could do Anderson, I could do Fish. Oh, okay. Do you want me to go do Anderson? All right, we are currently stopping in on Ace here. Looks like we are catching up in the middle of something, and Soulcleave getting cast on a junk construct for a, I believe, be an ephemeral Nora Heimerdinger list, which presumably has had Encroaching Shadows cast upon it if a very buff junk construct has been just soul cleaved. Nora coming down as a 4/5 ephemeral. That looks like an encroaching. It indeed is an encroaching. We're also up against Fish Aces, Vandal City P&Z deck with some back alley barkeep shenanigans occurring as well. Let me check out these deck lists here to see what we're looking at. Ace at the moment, if I'm remembering correctly, let's see, that's not the deck list. Runeterra deck code. I believe this is actually the deck that was submitted for the all ephemeral deck, which Ace took the liberty of assuming meant if you don't have any if you don't have anything that summons permanent units in the deck, then who needs to run an ephemeral unit anyway? Clearly there are some things that have made units, such as Forge of Tomorrow, but we did allow landmarks, and Back Alley Bar and Forge of Tomorrow do fit those conditions. I am curious about the other units that have popped up, but I think this is off of a Portapalooza. This is from Hexbliterator somehow. And then the Back Alley Bar popping in there, of course. Anderson's deck at the moment, we are looking at the Ephemeral. This was a bit of a spicier Ephemeral when I was looking at the codes, I remember. Does of course run that Encroaching Shadows. It has 2 go hards, which I believe we saw 1 cast earlier there. 3 Stalking Shadows, 3 Soul Cleaves, a couple of Missed Calls, Darkwater, Shark Chariot, and some Oblivious Islanders as usual. There's another go hard going up to a couple procs out of what's required here. And then another Portapalooza cast, finding a high note. What round are we at right now, actually? Oh, round 9. Okay, everybody is reaching enlightenment here. Ace at 10. Anderson getting an Hunting Boar, which is kind of an entertaining proc there. Bone Scryer kind of on standby, ready to ping face a little bit. Bummer Twins finding a card that we have seen before in a different match now. Obelisk of Power. There that goes. Ace here representing Jerry, representing Flufferton, of course, with that Poro Guardian. And an Ephemeral Undying hitting the board once more. Expliterating, trying to get rid of one more regenerative unit. And another Undying happens as well. That will be many Undyings on the next attack. Ace in hand has, of course, Aftershock, High Note, Tellstones, Curse of the Tomb. All relatively rough against the increasing units over there. The portals, though, are really just generating away, providing some blockers here. Get shipwrecked indeed. Built Oven Castaway taking no prisoners here. High Note triggering here. No need to worry about ramp off of the boar anymore. The boar has happened. The boar has occurred. We are enlightened. No more ramp. We cannot break the mana gems. High Note being considered, Caustic Rift potentially being followed up with in order to deal with the damage coming out of Undying this turn at least. This is one of those times where I look at Aftershock and my brain still wants to go, oh, that can deal 3 Nexus damage. Not in this case. Not in this case. Not anymore. I can't undo the patches. I can bring us back to Eternal. We cannot undo the patches, so that would be a absolutely fucking hilarious tournament of all of the buffs and nerfs that have ever happened to a card have just been completely undone. That is another Hextech Transmog. Oh no! It is Hugger's Day. Magical Journey, finding a Teamaker and a Claws of the Dragon. Teamaker regenerating itself essentially, which is kind of fucking hilarious. Magical Journey happening once more. Going back into the deck. Missed Call, generating another Hunting Boar. The boar is determined. He will be useful. He will give you mana, even if you don't ask for it. That Obelisk poppin', making Undying a 6/3. Seeing the Nexus Flash Bomb plant man, the Sting Officer, who I forgot the name of for a hot minute, coming in hot. Nothing can block, honestly, and there's a Mystic Shot in hand, so A's absolutely turning this match around. I don't know which game this is, but going from a less winning position to just flipping it around because that missed call, looking for a blocker. I was just like, oh, it'll revive nope, looking for a blocker. It had to have been a blocker to prevent even a smidgen of that damage. But unfortunately, no such luck. That might have been game 2 or 3. I'll wait here for a second until we get some confirmation. Looks like we are indeed going for another game here. Excuse me as I accidentally click on scenes I don't mean to. But we're back so it's fine. Tatsiki, welcome back to the chat to watch some games while you're in between your matches. Hello, the client. It's a Sunday morning for us all. It's okay. It's Sunday morning for us. It is the middle of the night for somebody else. It's okay if the client it's 2 a.m. for the client somewhere. That's the excuse now. So for somewhere in the world, it's 2 a.m. for the client, and the client is currently in that time zone, trying to process what's happening. We could always also, of course, reboot on our end if we need to. Let's exit spectator there real quick and then try to hop back in. Yeah, Anderson and Ace still in a match. Let's hop into Anderson's perspective this time and see if we can't catch something. Swap the spectating view. Oh, unless it did complete and that was the end of the bracket there. Mystic Shot is a great card. Mystic Shot is one of those just solid damage cards that I feel like you just kind of always run. If you're in PNZ and you can run a Mystic Shot, it is a solid choice. Either you point that shit at face and you get your damage and you get your burn and you help out your get exciteds or your puff caps or whatever it is, or you just point it at a unit and then goodbye Nora, goodbye Timo, goodbye everything. Anderson here, opposite perspective with the very cute Gwen in the corner, of course. We are loaded into the first game, and it looks like we actually may be able to get an opponent's hand here for this one, which is very exciting. Let me see if we can't bring that up right now. I think we're about to get that going. All right, Anderson here with that Nora Heimerdinger ephemeral list that we mentioned before. Ace now with the landmark deck. So let me just navigate through the Discord here. Is that hand? We've got hand. We've got hand for Ace, and the Rock Bear coming down. Thank you, mods, for arranging all of this. We can see what's going on. All right, Forge of Tomorrow coming out. Opponent passing. Let's see. We're now at the point where we're waiting to see if that Encroaching Shadows can potentially happen here. Darkwater Scourge, of course, available. Finding Stalking Shadows, which may not be an Encroaching Shadows, but still manages to trigger that ephemeral effect. Glimpse Beyond coming out. Darkwater Scourge, still an expensive ephemeral to cast at this moment, but does provide usefulness for sure. Going with a Soul Cleave on the Darkwater Scourge to make a field of 5/5s, and also trigger that Nora with a couple of effects. Acolyte's Reliquary coming down here. Let's take another look at Ace's landmark deck. We saw, of course, the ephemeral spell-only version. This is Shurima PNZ, of course, and this has 3 Universities of Piltover in it, which I think is probably one of the more notable inclusions for that deck building attempt there. Let's see here. Fish Ace coming out with a lot of powerful units. That Encroaching just unfortunately not being found, and Stalking Shadows completely whiffing on anything at the top of the deck, which means, of course, that there might be a spell in there like Encroaching and such sitting in the top waiting to be the menace that it is. Fading Memories in hand instead. Miss Portal Palooza cast. Stalking Shadows is back and waiting to do its thing. Finding an Oblivious Islander, which does actually make that thing ephemeral, which is castable. Little Lifesteal Stellacorn, actually probably one of the more powerful cards all things considered, that might be able to be drawn there. Of course, it's only a 1/2, but it does have Spell Shield. It does have the lifesteal attached to it. It blocks a 5/5, and that is enough potentially to stay alive. Though, that Salt Spire is about to happen. That Salt Spire is about to happen. Using the Oblivious Islander to choose Undying there. Emperor's Dais coming down and also providing another tick of damage that might be all that Ace needs here to take out Anderson. Salt Spire again. 2 Sleeping Rock Bears waiting for their chance to shine. That's a 7/7. That's 8 and 3, 11 damage with the current open attack, but we do find an elusive and the Encroaching Shadows top decked from the Shadow Assassin. Unfortunate. There is, I think, technically a way for Anderson to survive here. And Ace, in this case, despite the P&Z, doesn't have the bird anymore, of course, because it's a landmark deck. So might be salvageable. It's definitely going to be tricky for Anderson here to climb out of this, though. Second Salt Spire coming, Dais coming. And in this deck list, there is no just straight up removal. No Ruinations, no Vengeances, though at this point it would have to be, I think, of just a straight up Ruination. Soul Cleave coming into hand. But unfortunately, I think that Encroaching Shadows was just a little too late to the draw. Find a portal, find a draw, find Encroaching. But unfortunately, it turns 7. Maybe a little too slow. Ephemeral Heimerdinger coming out as a 4/6. Does make turrets still. It still can generate turrets as units. So we'll see what can be done here. There is, of course, a Fading Memories. There's a Glimpse Beyond. Choosing to Fading Memories the 3/2, which is the only fearsome unit on the board currently right now. There's a Nora level at the moment. 6 of 6. Acolyte's Reliquary once again popping onto the field. Let's see what happens. This is a double elimination if you win the loser's bracket. Eventually, winner and loser's bracket for the final games will be synced up again. So you just have to keep fighting your way through loser's bracket until both brackets have aligned. Apex Turret permanent happening. Glimpse Beyonding the 0/1 Challenger, making a couple of tough turrets there in order to try and find something. Portapalooza getting obliterated. Junk Construct in hand. Encroaching Cast. Ephemeral. Yes, if you win your way through loser's bracket, you can. It is potential to actually win the tournament in general. Just gotta fight your way. Chakra redeemed spin to win. So I shall do that. As the 3/1 turret comes down, I shall spin. Thank you for the spin to win request. I don't know who I'm spinning to win. Usually it's myself, but this time I think I'm just doing a general spin to cheer on our competitors right now. This could also will be a little bit brighter. I keep forgetting I need to compensate the lights when it's actually daylight and not the middle of the night when I'm usually streaming. 30 damage coming out from the landmark deck there. Pretty powerful. I do like the Ephemeral Heimerdinger tactic, though. Seems actually quite fun to just have spells. Despite the fact your Heimerdinger dies, he still does his thing. I guess you could technically level him, though it would only give a +1/+1. It wouldn't actually make the rest of your deck necessarily any more stable. I am assuming that is game 3 at the moment. Thank you for more people to potentially spectate. Let's see if there are other games that we could hop into here. I believe Lunaya and Mega Man are in this tournament, as is Swiss and TKG Samsans. So let's see who we can pop in on. Let's see if we can pop in on Swiss here. See if we can't get some coverage on that. Ooh, it's Swiss versus Void. Void sitting pretty with a couple of Evershade Stalkers, a Darkwater Scourge coming down for Swiss here, who also went the PNZ Shadow Isles route, and was very, very light on the units as well. Catalog of Regrets coming down. With the attack token for Swiss, and the Evershades and the Silent Shadow Seer sitting for Void. There's Green Glade Duo. Are you allowed to play the turrets? Also your question. Oh, right, because they aren't triggered by the ephemeral condition. I wasn't even actually processing that. Yeah, so Heimerdinger is fine as an ephemeral. That is actually not, it's not an ephemeral unit when you cast it. Yeah, when they use when you play it, but you're winning, so you let it slide. That is definitely something to talk to the mods about. I was not thinking about that. I think also because yeah, the game, it wasn't really changing the outcome in that case. But there are instances for sure when that could change the outcome as well. So yes, actually do reach out to the mods so we can consider that for future matches. One of the gameplay things that did slip my mind when we was checking the deck codes. I think I caught most of the other things while I was at it. Ephemeral or fleeting. I'm going to use ephemeral for all of the wrong moments now. Fleeting Shock Blast in hand should come from portals. Portals or Miscall if it RNGs itself. Shouldn't Bar and Forge also be illegal? They summon non-ephemerals. So Back Alley, Bar, and Forge are permitted because you are casting a landmark. We're counting spells that directly say they summon a unit as a permanent unit as not applying to that condition of you must cast ephemerals. The landmarks were permitted just because we decided to allow landmarks. We thought about spells, but not landmarks. We did think about the spells. The landmark one, it's a different type of card. So it's consistent that you are allowed to use landmarks, but the landmark versus spell difference, probably, yeah, we could have, I think, clarified that more or just banned landmarks entirely.
Our purpose calls to us. We cannot turn away.
6-4 going. Void currently just trying to put on pressure here at the moment. Evershade Stalkers are going to cycle in hand, costing two. Haunted Relic, attempting to find some blockers here. Another 2-2. Coming out. Stalkers cycling. Swiss Volge is actually running a decent amount of removal here. Trying to find spell answers to all of the units and other effects that have been coming out from the landmark and the alt wincon deck conditions. Let's take a closer look at Swiss's deck actually here for ephemerals, since we did see that Darkwater Scourge cast before. There is a Forge of Tomorrow in here, and there's also that Catalog of Regrets. 3 Darkwater Scourges as the only regular units being run in this deck. 3 Go Hards, 3 Mystic Shots, Soul Harvest, Aftershock, Formula, Hex Obliterator, Piercing Darkness, and Vengeance to deal with the rest. Go Hard will, of course, be able to carry you actual Nexus damage as you stack them. So 2 catalogs just kind of sitting around and waiting to do their thing, potentially. Drawing a Forge of Tomorrow instead of a Go Hard or another spell there. Haunted Relic again, Time Trick again, Formula in hand, 2 formulas in hand actually, and a Dragon Ambush coming from Void. Nothing additional to the Dragon Ambush, but forcing at least one of the 3/3s to actually trade there. Finding 2 Mystic Shots for Swiss at the moment. Perhaps taking one to deal with the 6/1 and blocking with the 2/1 afterwards. Void at full HP, so not particularly worried about the healing. Just trying to put on some more aggressive pressure there. And then there are 2 shirtless guys trying to hit face. And there they go. So many pectorals. Heimer turrets are banned. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, mods, for managing that. I should have caught that before and did not. Pesky Spectre coming out. Do not know why my brain didn't just like put that together. But thank you everybody for hopefully understanding confusion on that one. This was definitely a challenging list of deck building rules for us to consistently come up with rulings for, and it seems something did fall through the cracks. Piercing Darkness coming out, trying to get rid of one of the Evershade Stalkers here, going up to 9. And a Shark Chariot 5/3 coming out. 2 Mystic Shots, of course, sitting in hand, and Swiss knowing what every card is in Void's hand at the moment. Probably feeling much more safe with the knowledge that Evershade Stalker is the only card right now that could be a potential unit threat, and it still requires that Nightfall. Of course, there will be a couple of top decks on into the next turn, taking one of the Evershade Stalkers to the face, potentially. And the rest, of course, get obliterated. You wish there were 2 shirtless guys hitting your face? I mean, don't we all? I second that. I second that. Good board, good dudes. We can always dream. There's a Darkwater Scourge coming out. Good 5/5 with Lifesteal. Finding Formula again, finding Piercing Darkness, double Catalog of Regrets, going kind of hard here. Void in a position where it is kind of problematic to cast a card unless you want to guarantee that, if you want to guarantee the Evershade Stalker. Finding Dragonlings once more, and there is some number of hallowed deaths. There are 4 hallowed deaths happening to that Dragonling. Lots of creatures. I don't think I've ever seen so many Evershade Stalkers cast at once. It's kind of great. Formula happening again. Trading with the 5/5 potentially here. Basically just earning back the HP that would have been lost. And Void top decking a really good card right now. It's going back to sit at a nice 20 HP. And no target for the additional Piercing Darkness to drain there. Dealing 3 more damage with a Naked Man, potentially. Yep. That has been 3 hits from a shirtless man. Fantastic. Forge of Tomorrow happening again, making another 3/3. Could have used that before, potentially, to get in a bit more damage. Looks like Swiss just opting to go for the known quantity of 1. Evershade Stalker triggering. And then another Evershade Stalker top decked with the Encroaching Shadows buff this time, which unfortunately is making the regular ones in hand. 1 Soul Harvest coming out to get rid of that. 1 Mystic Shot still in hand, so the 2/2's very vulnerable to it. But of course, this is It's going to cycle as long as there's mana for Void, which is one more cast. One more cast. They are the strangest looking creatures. Finding the shark as well from the proc from the previous death of a shark. Oh, we're getting rated as well. So shout out to Codeman Jack real quick. I don't know when this is going to show up with a delay, but thank you for the raid and welcome in everybody to the coverage of the Eternal PORO Cup Tournament, which as far as we know is the first Eternal PORO tournament with a cash prize and also one of the first Eternal tournaments in general. So very excited to have more people here. Thank you everybody for coming in. Really appreciate that. How many cards are left in decks right now? There are 10 cards in Swiss's deck, and there are 22 in Void's. Swiss hitting the end of the, or starting to hit the end of, or approaching the end of the deck, as all of the draws and stuff have been committed. There's another Go Hard in hand, draining from itself in order to start triggering that sequence. Maybe get a Pack Your Bags, maybe get that to work. Go hard, going. Making Pesky Spectres in Void's hand or deck. Well, making Pesky Spectres in the deck as well, just to bloat those top decks potentially a little bit. Time Trick and another Go Hard found. Free Time Tricks, in fact, since the drum solo has discounted. Draining once more from a Pesky Spectre. That will make many more cards by the end of this turn. In Void's deck. 26, up to 26 versus 11. Slowly the 3-1 commits the beatdown. Slowly but surely it does get value. 2 more Go Hards discovered. And we're also getting rated by Mega Mogwai with 852 people. Hi everybody, welcome to the PORO Cup Tournament. We are currently casting some earlier matches in the bracket, and appreciate everybody who's coming in. We're on a 1-minute delay, of course, since it is an official tournament. We are currently watching an all ephemeral deck try to beat up another all ephemeral deck. Swiss, the person we are spectating here, finding many Pack Your Bags off of 2 catalog of regrets. I'm having regrets for trying to say that, but 2 catalog of regrets on the field, and many Evershade Stalkers trying to actually close out this game. Unbeknownst to Void, many Pack Your Bags sitting in the wings, ready to trigger. Amen. Thank you for the spin to win request. We shall do that briefly. As the Evelyn goes, I shall spin. Thank you for that request. Yes. Board gone, but still 2 more to pop out here. You're here for a long time, not for a good time. Oh my God, Swiss. Truly beating up every Evershade Stalker known to have ever existed in Runeterra. Hi everybody! Yes, okay. More draining, more pain, more drain. There goes a Hallowed proc. We're still at +4, even if the client refuses to tell me how many are in there. Also, for everybody who is coming in now, I should probably explain what we're looking at and why we're looking at it. When we built the PORO Cup when we built the Eternal PORO Cup, we wanted to bring in some Mimi conditions for our first Eternal tournament. So those conditions were all ephemeral units, hence both of these decks. You could run landmarks, you could run spells, with some restrictions for the spells, and just everything that you cast has to be ephemeral. We've already run into some niche cases that we missed, but so far everyone has been actually really good about understanding what that meant. Just cast ephemerals, have ephemerals, play with the ephemerals. Who needs a board was the name of this condition, and it seems like people are having a good time with it. The other condition was all landmarks. We've already seen some absolutely fantastic all landmark decks. No spells, no champs, no nothing, just landmarks. Damien the Unbound has been showing up. University of Piltover has been showing up. There's a lot of interesting choices that people have made to build for that condition. And then finally, the condition that I think that we shall be seeing perhaps the least, but was something that might sneak through some bans, is alternate win cons. Starspring, Fiora, Bandletree. No Rises. We did ban Rise because I feel like we've seen enough Rise for a hot minute. And Puffcaps and Mill. I don't think anybody went for the Mill condition, but there were definitely some Puffcaps, some Fioras, and some Starspring decks submitted for that alternate win condition requirement. So Void here, going for the attack. It looks like Swiss's removal spells may have finally gotten drained out. Putting up a very good fight though, and having 40 bajillion go-hards. I think that's an accurate representation of how many go-hards were happening in that deck right then. Ephemerals, never heard of them, just play spells only. I do like that you just went for that tactic in general. Just spells. Who gives a shit about fucking units? We said not to run ephemeral units, and you didn't, or not to run permanent units, and you just. There's ephemerals and there's stuff that comes off of portals and other things, so it was indeed fantastic. Also, by the way, I do have notifications turned off because it's a broadcast, but thank you everybody who is following the stream. If this tournament seems like something that's up your alley, or you're excited to either play or maybe watch more events like this, do stay tuned. The PORO Cup series is a series. This is the third in our tournament set, and we're planning to do many more this year. So stay tuned if you'd like to throw your hat into the ring of crazy meme ideas in the future. Fioras look good though. I think it would chew up ephemeral lists. Potentially. We have yet to see a Fiora slip through the bans. If anybody in the tournament has seen a Fiora or has had a Fiora get through your opponent's ban, I am curious to know how that goes. Acolyte's Reliquary, of course, triggering for Void there. Let's take a look at these deck lists to see what's actually for sure happening. Swiss with the Building Tall deck, Bandle, Shurima. We are currently looking at yeah, obviously some pretty powerful landmarks. This one has 3 Bandletrees in it, which, you know, is a landmark. And then a lot of Dais, Rock Bear, other things that will help generate some stability, Acolyte's Reliquary, etc. Void at the moment, running Building Tall as well, clearly, trying to get those landmarks going. Freljord, Shurima, this is the one with Aram and Orn's Forge, Blighted Ravine, and Frozen Thrall, as you can see. Just getting a little bit of Freljord in there for the opportunity to run some crazy Aram stuff. We did have an Aram versus an Aram deck earlier in the tournament today, and what was it? I think it was a 19-7 Draven with Overwhelm, because he has that on level. We did win a game previously. It was a bit of an insane Draven. That's why you're banning it faster than one can say Laurent. Yeah, Laurent is perhaps not the friendliest keyword for, or word for this tournament in particular. Bandletree Evelyn. We didn't see Evelyn, in fact. Sounds like a deck you should submit to me to see me play. This tournament is not for this chat to give me ideas for things for me to lose in ranked with, but I guess if that's what it's doing, so be it. Every stream is a time for chat to come up with new things for me to lose with in ranked, to be honest. Going with the Acolyte there. 7/7 Rock Bear. Elegant Edge popping out of the Bandle Tree. Swiss really looking to get an alt win con, even if there's no alt win con deck available. Fuzzy Caretaker popping out here. Look at those landmarks. Oh, look at those landmarks. There's 3 Sandswept Tombs in hand. So Swiss is definitely also channeling a little bit of me of I just draw 3 ofs a lot. You're thinking of picking a landmark deck as you're watching. Absolutely fucking fantastic. Talia RNG'd off of an ARAM is kind of an incredible top deck. That is absolutely incredible. ARAM sensed from beyond that there was a potential for something. There's that. Getting some blocks in, not dying to anything yet here. But yeah, landmarks v landmarks. Landmarks v landmarks. Yeah, the Bandle Tree built conditions. There were so many ways that you could go about Bandle Tree. We did pick just have multi-region units in your deck. There are obviously other paths to do it. But we decided for the simplicity's sake, just have multi-region. Just have a certain number of multi-region things happening. More Acolytes being found, and a arena promoter discarding the paper tree. It's actually kind of a fun landmark that nobody plays at all. Yeah, Talia, when you're in the landmark deck, is just so on the nose, to be honest. Looking at some Mecha Yordle choices from there, getting the Geode Mecha Forger, and the 5/4s just staring at each other about across the board. Perhaps one more Acolyte for Swiss. The Bandle Tree currently sitting at a pretty 4 of 10. Callista coming out from that ARAM as well, destroying a landmark, buffing to some 6/5s. Yeah, that Talia got some message from beyond and was like, I'm here. This is where I must be. I sense the call. I sense the call. Yeah, 33 damage, being threatened, summoning another Acolyte, which of course does receive the buff, considering it is an everywhere keyword, an everywhere effect. Looking at just barely perhaps the survivable amount of damage. Yeah, looking like a turn to remember, but not quite lethal. The Talia, of course, just kind of sitting there for a while, though. Still alive. Still kicking. Getting the Callista effect, killing the other unit before the Callista can actually hit face and do some damage. In the desert! That's the voice I use when I get up in the morning. It's just, hey, Saturday, I have to go to work. I'm assuming that's just what Acolyte sounds like when they're talking about, you know, anything in life. My tea is too cold. It's just whenever any minor inconvenience occurs. Prowling Cutthroat also being found here. A Bilgewater proc for the landmark. Varus happening to the field. Not much targeting that you can do in a landmark deck. So he's a little bit of a fancy quick attack overwhelm unit that doesn't do a lot, but it is still a Varus, to let it be known. She has been called forth, yes. She has been summoned from beyond. Boom Crew rookie going up to 7 on the Bandle Tree. 3 away. 3 away from that being able to actually just trigger its condition. Obviously there's no Desert Naturalist or something like that in a landmark deck, so if you're landmark v landmark, your landmarks are actually pretty fucking safe. They are pretty safe. opting to go for the damage here. But there is, of course, another Acolyte and such in hand to generate another blocker.
Time to go.
Time to go into the sands. Into the sands. I think this is another instance where we're just seeing a lot of the same unit because of the nature of the deck building, which is just, it definitely is entertaining for me. Of just like lots of Evershade Stalkers, lots of Acolytes. I challenge you to find a scenario in which there have been more Evershade Stalkers or more Acolytes cast. Other than the times when I was trying these things myself on stream. One day we'll just have about security deck building condition of you can't summon anything except bout security. Bout security forever. Giving challenger to the Talia, which is likely going to go for something small. I do spy a 1/1, and the Lucky Find's actually targeting for the Varus here. Did forget about Inner Sanctum for a hot minute, and Void looking at going for 40 damage. Just about. Banditry and Aram. Truly some powerhouses pitted against each other here. Callista looking pretty scary. And also everything else looking just pretty scary. Jarvan! Also Jarvan! Also the Aram made a Jarvan. Aram gone. Oh, I didn't even notice it gotten overwritten at the end of the last turn. That Jarvan was from the previous turn then. That Jarvan was from the previous turn. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, the Radiant Guardian, I'm seeing the chat now because of the delay, but the Radiant Guardian was a pull, was kind of anticipating that just open attack. And then Jarvan happened. What a pull from the Aram for sure. One of the Acolytes just living anyway, but the King of Demacia himself coming down. Yeah, miss on the Howling Abyss just once. Yeah, Aram really carrying for really carrying for a little bit. Or a lot of it. A little bit to a lot of it. The first Talia pull, I think, was indicative of some tremor in the universe. I think though that is Void moving on, and let's see if we can find another match to spectate here. Let's see who is up next. How are those brackets doing, by the way? Let's go check out what's going on there. Looks like some people are indeed moving up to some of the it's narrowing down. We're narrowing down the field. Void taking that game. Looks like Ace and Cricket, Cephalopod might be in a game. Mega Man and Gon might be in a game. Sam's Tunnel Shark, Tatsigi and Moss. Oh, our viewers are up against each other. Our viewers are currently competing if we can find them potentially. We could also, I think, just quickly hop into maybe Sam's. Let's see how Sam's is doing right now in this moment in the tournament. Versus Tunnel Shark. Let's see, first of all, where we're stepping into, and then see what they may have in store. That looks like in all landmarks, and we are apparently popping in at the start of a game, which is fantastic. Not sure which game this is in the best of three. It is a Bandle Shurima landmark deck, of course, here. So let's see what Sam's is doing on that front. Yeah. Looks like we also have opponent's hand for this, so let me bring that back here. Mod, I need you to share your screen just in case. Okay, Looks like we have a hand for that, or what would be incoming. That is indeed the bracket. So for Samsan's deck, does include some spicier things like Eye of the Raharak Veiled Temple. Dragon Roost is here. We're going for a little bit of dragon energy, as well as Star-Tipped Peak and Rockfall Path. Some of the more interesting, or at least I think some of the more interesting Targon landmarks that just don't get used very often. You're still doing bans? Good to know. A perfect mirror happening right now. The 2-2 coming out. Tunnel Shark deck. Let's see what is going on there. Let's see. Tunnel. Need to find that. Landmarks as well. Lots of rock bears. Lots of rock bears being threatened at the moment. Let's see. Tunnel Shark running. Obviously the PNZ Shurima combination. We've got 3 back alley bars and 3 Universities of Piltover, which I think at this point has been somewhat of a theme of you Piltover and back alley bar are just good ways to get value when you are otherwise limited in things that will over time help you out a little bit. Also, Blast Run, yes, currently just add me in the LOR client, and that will enable us to spectate. One Rock Bear trading for another, hitting face with the Sandburb and Salt Spire coming down. Preservarium triggering for an Acolyte, and Violus Fox hovering at 1 countdown, ready to pop out and potentially make some fucking dragons. Just some fucking dragons. That is going to be a very big, grumpy rock bear, though. It is going to be astronomically annoyed by having to exist. And Violus Fox, a 5/6, so potentially able to block the 5/5 there. And a Salt Spire top deck for Samsans anyway. Only going with the 7/7, worried about the big dragon. Salt Spire also cast there instead of one of the lucky finds, but the unit probably prioritizing the unit a little bit over the buff, which may or may not even necessarily aid the Inviolus Vox. What about a third Bandle Tree deck? You know, that would have actually been kind of fucking hilarious. Risen Altar coming down. 2 rock bears about to spring to life. Obelisk of Power cast, but making that an 11/9. Buried Armor overriding a unit there. Inner Sanctum coming down. That Buried Armoring will be able to make Inviolus Fox or one of the rock bears a pretty big unit. I believe this was the landmark as well that buffed the Draven to absolutely insane stats on that previous game that we were looking at. Lucky find on the 11/9, giving it quick attack, definitely a threat on that one. Perhaps hunting for Overwhelm. Samsan's at 13. Let's see here. Oops, that's what's going on. There's, of course, Forge of Tomorrow and the back alley bar in Tunnel Shark's hand. So, potentially a lot of chaos to do with that. Rock triggering or available to get that Daybreak for the next 2 turns on Samsan's attack and, of course, on Tunnel Shark's attack as well. Back alley bar just hitting the field. It is made a Senna, which is definitely an interesting card for it to have generated. Ruinous Acolyte generating the Demian the Unbound. Not a Xerath follower we see too often, but he's here and he's ready to fucking party. You know, it's a solid goal. Makes sense to prioritize the bear over the Sanctum. They are pretty good. They are pretty good. There is a Damian for Tunnel Shark as well. Veiled Temple, the one of popping into hand. Tunnel Shark also with a Acolyte's Reliquary in hand, ready to be used. Going on to the 11/10 Overwhelm Spell Shield with the Sandbird accompanying. Hitting with that 11/9. No glaive or anything, since it was an equipment, not a landmark, but my brain immediately went, oh yes, glaive is glaive's an option. I've been staring at the Lucky Find products too long for me to think that glaive is happening. One more buried armory found. Ra Harak waiting in the wings. Runas Acolytes this time not super buffed, not the most buffed. Inner Sanctum overwriting to make some fancy keywords potentially. Veiled Temple actually getting some procs here, triggering some effects onto the 12-10 unit on the field. So Inner Sanctum also overriding once more. Samsan's just surrendering, not feeling the open attack with the Rock Bear and everything else on the field. Also, Vardori, thank you for asking. Currently, I am the commentator for my own tournaments, the PORO Cup series. I used to cast a little bit for the Mystic Shot tournaments. Right now, I've been focusing on my own streaming and the PORO Cup stuff, which has been really fun. We focus on meme conditions, as that's where my little heart lies, of just making people do some crazy shit. Just some crazy shit. Gotta make people do some crazy shit. That might be the end of that best of 3. I'm not sure where we ended up on that one exactly. Still a very good match. We're also see some other folks in games. I am going to, I think, perhaps hop in to see some of our consistent viewers of the stream and see how their games are going. Tatsigi and Moss. Let's see if we can't hop into their match at the moment. Would be quite curious to see what this is. Moss and Tatsiki built some spicy decks as well, so that's pretty exciting. Looks like we got hand for both players, and we are hitting the top of a match, which is absolutely fucking fantastic. Moss here with the Encroaching Shadows and the Ledros in hand, mulliganing that Ledros to find Aurelian Soul. This is an Encroaching Soul deck versus what looks to be a landmark deck in competition. So let's take a look at what we're staring at. Moss here, let's see, is right here. Ephemeral Aurelian Soul. I saw that deck and I was like, if you can get a fucking Ephemeral Aurelian Soul, holy shit. Shark Chariot coming down. There's some spicy cards in here. Chronicler of Ruin, Spectral Matron, and Ledros are all available. There's 3 Mikhail's Blessings to go with that Targon synergy and just remove negative keywords from a unit. Again, spells are allowed, so a good way of cleansing something that you do not want to die. 2 Aurelian Souls in hand is perhaps not necessarily what Moss had been looking for, but if anything, the soul just, at least in my experience, he really likes to show up sometimes. Let's see, we are looking also for Tatsigi's landmark deck with a Chamber of Renewal sitting there to potentially buff something that comes down. Summon a champion. There's of course ARAM in this deck. It's ARAM, it's Orn's Forge, it's some Blighted Ravines, it's actually 2 Chamber of Renewals, excuse me. So really banking on potentially getting some value out of an ARAM cast there, which is kind of fucking funny and exciting. Yeah, Encroaching Undying does very much work. Just very much work. It is. I think Unhinged is a decent description of what happens if you try to cast an Ephemeral Soul. But here we go. Here we go. Encroaching Shadows top decking a 5/5 Chronicler of Ruin. A couple of those now in the bank to slap on Undying or do some other shenanigans like that. Hitting for 5, of course, and Undying, for all of its wonderful things, cannot block there. Let's see. Need to stop accidentally hiding the Discord. We do see I believe, Assault Spire Blighted Ravine, Inner Sanctum, and Acolyte's Reliquary for Tatsugi. So certainly not without solutions or without answers to some of the units that are going to be putting pressure on to Tatsugi's face at the moment. A 7/7, a blocker for a 5/5 for sure. Though of course the HP is at 10. That is a threatened lethal attack. And Moss Boy sitting with Harrowing here, just in the wings for a potential knockout of a turn. Let's see. War Mother's call, but not FTR. War Mothers versus FTR. I think War Mothers, based on the other conditions that we've set, like Miss Call, because it's an RNG effect and there's no guarantee that the unit actually will or will not be ephemeral, I think would fall under a similar condition as Miss Call, of it is not a guaranteed permanent unit, so therefore would be legal. Plus, if you've cast Encroaching Shadows on your entire deck, War Mothers is just going to pull ephemeral units. So unfortunately, looks like Tatsugi actually just having the win here. The Soul, despite it being a 12/12 in hand, not necessarily being able to do much, but the Mikhail's on the Undying to save the turn. Both players at 5 HP right now. Good shit on Undying to trade with a Rock Bear in that case. Even an all ephemeral deck, Undying seems like a bit of a potato. It's because it can't block that it's a potato. That was a very effective use of Mikhail's. Splinter Soul is here. I'm wondering if it is, yep, just an rip that Harrowing button time, which is most likely enough to turn this around. That's 3 whole sharks. That's 3 whole sharks and a 3/3 Chronicler, which at this point doesn't really do particularly much. Nothing to slay. FTR would break ephemeral. FTR would break ephemeral. And yeah, no, it would just, I think, generally break ephemeral. It's under the Succession Vile Feast bucket. Healing with Blighted Ravine to desperately try to find something here, but still staring at an extra 5 damage. With only landmarks in hand, looks like a win for Moss by sheer force of shark. Sheer force of shark was that conclusion. Also, Aqua Phoenix. Yes, that is how we figured out, or the rules of you are welcome to have non-ephemerals in your deck, but you must cast Encroaching or have an Encroached Oblivious Islander or Stalking Shadows or something to make it a non-permanent guy. Non-permanent guy. I'm answering this a minute late, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm not sure what game that was, unless the first game was super fast, which it might have been. Nope, it looks like we're going into another match. Fucking fantastic. Now Moss here with a Freljord Shurima deck, and Tatsugi with Bandle P&Z. So for Moss's all landmark building tall scenario, we're looking at again, Aram, and then Scargrounds. None of the Blighted Ravine or other survival control cards that other players have brought with the Freljord. Just Scargrounds, Oranforge, Thrall, and Aram, and the rest is the usual, the Shurima that we've seen before, including Chamber of Renewal. For Tatsugi, and the, deck that they have brought. I'm going to wager on that. Our opponent, Tatsugi surrendering into that one. That looks like an alternate WinCon deck, which would have been Teemo Caitlyn with Yordles and other effects running in there. So, not sure if that was might have been a bad selection thing or something like that. We obviously, because because my guess is that the alternate was banned. Okay, alternate was banned. Looks like we're reloading in because the client doesn't allow you to do eternal best of threes in the goddamn client. We are we are doing it manually, so we're just in a regular 1v1 challenge. There. Okay. Looks like we're waiting for cards to be chosen here. Still got opponent's hand. Moss Boy finding Aram. Now we're looking at Tatsugi's deck again. This is the Building Tall, so not the alternate win con. We are back to Building Tall. This is going to be Aram v Aram. This is going to be who can draw Aram and who can do more with their Aram first. Which is always an interesting time. Sounds like I should have brought Turbo Ramp with Warmos for all ephemeral. Would have been funny. Turbo Ramp. I mean, you could have run something like an ephemeral boar, hunting boar. I know Soul Cleave is basically that, and forcing it to die. But yeah, it would have been an option. There's an Alkalites Reliquary. Yeah, I personally like a 1 minute delay, 2 to 5 minutes, assuming, you know, a minute in a card game is usually a long time, or at least I think generally it's enough time for the game state to have changed, from when I'm casting it to when people are actually playing things. So I'm personally comfortable with a 1 minute delay. If any of the players feel like longer is better, of course let me know, but we're gonna stick with 1 minute for now. Does allow for a little bit more interactivity so that my experience is a little bit closer to your experience of these games. Going with the 2/2 from Tatsugi, who has Preservarium, another rock bear, that Obelisk of Power, and a Frozen Thrall in hand, along with Chamber of Renewal. And of course, Moss, we do see a lot of cards that are going to be very powerful potentially coming out. Just going with that Acolyte to try and threaten the 5/2. There's Aram for Moss. Currently, Moss may be able to win the RNG game, depending on what it summons. Always a chance that it makes you something not less ideal, like a Kennen or something like that. Or it could pop out another Ornn, or a Talia, as we have seen it do thus far. This is another, he was the Aram champion, truly. Finding Inner Sanctum off of the Preservarium for Tatsugi there. Acolyte 4/3, chilling on the board. There's a Risen Altar, not quite there yet, and probably Aram is the priority on that one. 2 Chambers of Renewal. Preservarium coming down once more, finding Ornn's Forge. There. Preservarium finding Acolyte for Moss. No attacks committed. Worried about the 4/3 becoming a 4/2 off of the Obelisk of Power. Ornn's Forge found for Moss. 4/3 going at the 4/2. It's the 4v4. An Aram found for Tatsugi off of the top deck. Now it's the Aram v Aram, with a bonus rock bear for Tatsugi, of course. Drawing the Thrall, generating. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Finding Yasuo for Tatsugi and finding Jack for Moss. The Jack, of course. Going to be actually some interesting mana generation. The Yasuo just coming down. He's now a 7/6 with Spell Shield and Quick Attack. And the Jack here, a 7/7. Truly an argument for the ages. I was wondering if there was a shot of a second Aram happening from Moss, but I think it would have been incredibly silly to do that. It would have been incredibly silly, but it also would have been incredibly funny. Making an 11/11 with the Buried Armory product, which I keep forgetting the name of, the Treasure of the Sands. And one more generation. Vi for Moss. Which is obviously a powerhouse, and Sivir for Tatsugi. Tatsugi finding some great quick attack units that don't really care if your opponent's units, of course, have less HP than their power, but struggling a little bit against something like an 11-11 with Overwhelm. And Vi, of course, is kind of having currently the pick of targets to deal that 5 damage to face. Lucky find on the Yasuo, getting tough. And a second one coming down as well. To see what happens there. Getting a 9-6, which still does not quite trade with the Jack, but is just going to put down that Sivir. What a find! What a find! Still. Obelisk of Power, buffing the Yasuo so it now can at least trade with something like a Jack, but dying to the Vi, of course, in the process. Blocking the Jack. There are some coins. There are going to be some coins made from that shit. Which, at least we aren't in a karma situation. We did think about that. There is a reason in the alternate win con deck that karma is real and other such things that can duplicate your spells are banned. Realizing a little bit that none of those cards, none of those cards other than Rise say that they win you the game. But there's definitely a way that you can level a karma and then just shoot people down with 40 bajillion mystic shots. So avoiding that scenario. Orn's Forge happening. No mana to cast, but the landmark is down. Sivir now potentially trading with Jack as well. Generation from the ARAMs this time is a Maokai and a Gwen. There is no Hallowed, of course. But Gwen herself is still just a Gwen. There's another lucky find on the Sivir. Looking at Challenger, guaranteeing potentially that the Jack will die, and that the Gwen might be an avoidable problem. It might be an avoidable problem. That is a leveled Maokai, however. It is ARAM. There is a leveled Maokai. Gotta think about that in terms of deck permanence and stability. It is a pretty marvelous tourney day, I agree. And welcome back, thank you for asking. Yeah. Maokai's just sitting there. The tree is about to lay down the law of the land. Let's see here. There's an Acolyte coming down. Another Acolyte on the opponent's side as well. Acolyte's Reliquary popped with 4 still available. 4 still just sitting there, sitting pretty, super available. Just kind of chilling. Maokai goes. Maokai goes. Does not level up though. Does not level up. That I forgot about. I was like, it's fine. Nope, it doesn't. It actually needs to trigger the level up off of the buff. It doesn't. I was incorrect about that one. I forgot that it was an effect that has to see the thing trigger. Sivir is crazy though, but I was incorrect about Maokai. He does have to be in your deck at the time of level. MF is also crazy, and also just very good right now, considering that she has Overwhelm, and that's a 4-3, and a 9-4. The 3-5 is a little bit more intimidating, but perhaps not intimidating enough. There's also a Sandswept Tomb. Wondering if that potentially gets kept while the Dais gets removed for the Gwen in order to have that. I know I did. I'm gonna mess with the Maokai. Maokai's just happy tree guy who wants to teach your deck how to divide. It's genetics here. It's just in his tree genes to teach you that stuff. That is, of course, a dead Maokai, a trade on the Sivir, and looks like it will be death from ARAM. Death from the ARAM and a very, very aggressive MF. Misfortune, very good too. Misfortune, very good. How about good? I think we all kind of knew that though.
I did that. Me.
Yeah. Some exciting games there for sure. I love the ARAM v ARAM mashups. Hopefully it doesn't feel too bullshit if you are a player. But man, are they fun to fucking watch. Okay. I'm not misremembering, I believe that was 2 wins for Moss there. So moving on, let me bring up the bracket and see how we're moving along here. We've got a couple people in like semifinals heading towards actual grand finals. Losers brackets, looks like we are about in the same spot, closing in on some games. It's there's Ace versus Cephalopod, there's Void versus Mr. Mega Man to look at, Gone versus Tunnel Shark, looks like. Welcome back, Tatsigi. Let's see if we can spy on Ace or Void potentially, if their matches are still ongoing. Let's see. Anderson is in a game. Ace is in a game. Gon is in a game. Mr. Mega Man is in a game. Let's see if we can spy on Mr. Mega Man for a little bit. And get that going. Versus Void. Freljord Shurima versus Freljord Shurima. I can automatically tell you what this is. We're doing landmark v landmark. The client, of course, is having a good time and saying every landmark is at 0. So what round are we at? It is also hiding that from me. So we're going to experience what looks like to be relatively early into the game, considering there's only 3 damage on both sides committed. So I anticipate this to be a countdown. All right, perfect. We know now what they are. We've got 5, we've got 2, and we got 1. Sitting here. Acolyte's Reliquary coming down. Let's check out Mr. Mega Man's deck. I think people did certainly funnel a little bit into the Shurima Freljord, I mean, for kind of obvious reasons. But let's, of course, check to see if there's anything fancy here in that list. So for Mr. Mega Man, we do have ARAM, we do have Sandswept Tomb, we do have Blighted Ravine. There are 3 Scar Grounds and 3 Chambers of Renewal. So actually really banking on ARAM and some more expensive landmarks that I think other people may be running 1 and 2 of. So that's a bit of an interesting like waiting decision. For Void, we have also Building Tall for landmarks. We've got the similar colors, of course. This one has Orange Forge, has Blighted Ravines, of course, has ARAM. So about the same, but no Chamber of Renewals and no, also Chamber of Renewals, actually. No Scar Grounds. Orange Forge and Scar Grounds seems to be a little bit of a, people choose one or the other. A lot of the Orange Forges seem to be doing quite well, too. Let's see. Did not ban the Teemo Caitlyn deck. Nice. I admire you allowing the Shroom God through. The soul of the stream does live within you. It's true. Why I'm a poser? Oh no. You have the stream soul, so it's probably one of the most exciting matches of the tournament so far. The landmark decks going up against each other is always just like a fun time. 3-2 with a 5-5 trying to go in. Oh no, pulling it back. So looking at the 7-7 and realizing the power that it could potentially produce. Salt Spire and another Rock Bear triggering for Mr. Mega Man at the moment. No ARAM for Mr. Mega Man yet. So is missing out on that turn 6, and Void with it just kind of sitting around. So it's time for Void to potentially get some pulls, it looks like. Let's see. Going with a champion. It has made something. 2 5-5s and a 7-7. Blighted Ravine pulled. Everybody still at 17 HP. Both players playing a little more conservatively as the value stacks up. Void maybe with an edge though with a quick attack challenger Rock Bear. Tasigi, welcome back to the chat though. Thank you for participating in the tournament. our participants are highly treasured people, and thanks for helping make this a great event. Swain! Swain coming down from the skies of Noxus, demon hand and all, descending to potentially fuck some shit up, depending on how this goes. Mr. Mega Man judging choices to be made here. The problem with Acolyte is it does take 2 priorities to actually get the unit off of Acolyte. So not necessarily the safest into 3 things here. Including that Overwhelm Swaim, who can, of course, punch out a lot of Nexus damage, potentially. Let's see. Damien is in a turn. I mean, the Acolyte can destroy, or an Acolyte generated can destroy a non-Acolyte's reliquary landmark, so the Damien potentially could come out earlier. But again, it's needing to have the turn pass back to you for a couple of times that is kind of intimidating, at least in this scenario. Chamber of Renewal, unfortunately not finding its ARAM targets. Passing the turn for Void there. Letting that roll over. Obelisk of Power top deck for Mega Man, and something from ARAM made as well. Wondering what that last champion is. Preservarium just drawing a card. Just drawing that card. Seeing what's up. Again, I thought Preservarium was a good card before. Now, it really is part of the engine. Now it's really part of the engine. Gotta prioritize that draw. Acolyte's Reliquary coming down once more. That throw is actually only 2 turns away from popping. So if the next couple of turns are survivable, there's going to be an 8-8 as well, just kind of chilling. You have to carry the toll of the tournament and stream and win the entire tournament. No pressure, no pressure. You just gotta win the whole fucking thing, you know? Yeah, and somebody in the chat pointed out we do have some kind of incredible players competing today. Rumble popping out of the ARAM as well. Prepared to do impact damage, and also prepared to make more units for sure. That Rumble is definitely going to be quite valuable into a landmark deck for sure. 5-4 is also trading pretty handily with the Rock Bears now, and unfortunately just running over the 3-2 available to block here. Still have Blighted Ravine, though not this turn, for some kind of damage and maybe a removal. Empress Dias a little slow here. Acolyte's Reliquary still potentially making things. And so on. Obelisk of Power, not currently buffing anything, unfortunately. Unless that obelisk... Unless it wants to hit the Thrall, potentially. Damien, still, unfortunately, in his altar. Chilling there. Chamber of Renewal coming down, not burning any mana. A mana efficiency up in this bitch. Ancient Prep predicting for Void. At this point, honestly, the Rumble and the Acolytes might be enough to just carry the game. Mega Man sitting at 10 with Impact and Challenger and Fearsome. Kind of a challenging place to be. 8-8. Ancient Prep top deck for Mega Man. Something popping into the ether from that ARAM. Hunting here, maybe for their own ARAM. but having no such luck there. Overriding 4 Acolytes Reliquary. They're all 6/5s now. Soon to be 7 power. 7/6s now. Unfortunately, it's out of reach currently of the Blighted Ravine, that 1/7/3 that was injured previously. Ruinous Acolyte down, buffing everywhere. Dune Hopper mech is a 7/7. Very powerful. Not sure if there's a champion in there, but Dune Hopper mech honestly is kind of unto itself strong enough to basically be a champion in this kind of scenario. Plus it does have that buff from the Rumble. Buffs from the Rumble. The Everywhere buff reminded me of Legion Marauders, and the fact that Legion Marauders once got nerfed right before a tournament happened. So people had old Legion Marauder decks with the new Legion Marauder in them that didn't have Overwhelm from Everywhere effects, which was unfortunate, but also kind of funny. This looks like a winning attack for sure, considering that there is just also a lot of impact happening. Rumble has impact. The Dune Hoppers have impact. The Sand Soldier basically has impact at this point as well. Let's see. Don't think University of Piltover was the right play. Interesting. It is certainly an RNG focused situation. Yes, there will be more tournaments for sure. More opportunities to reclaim titles, to grab that title for yourself for the first time, and to win more of Flufferton's brothers and sisters and cousins and Poro family. At one point I thought about getting more Poros myself, but I'm sending so many out that my job is being done. It's being done. My Poro dissemination continues. I am standing in for Braum IRL, okay? Not sure what match that was, but looks like it might have been the last one there. So let's see who else we could potentially... I keep wanting to say raid into because that's what I'm normally used to saying when I'm like looking for other people, but looking for people to spectate here. Let's see. And all of these folks looks like they're in matches. So let's see how that bracket's doing and who's up against who at the moment. Let's see. Void moving up in the winner's bracket. I think Aces versus Cephalopod at the moment. Void 2-1. Megaster Mega Man almost pulling that one through, in fact. Looks like it's Swiss versus Moss, or we could go spy on Ace again. I think. I don't know if we've seen any of Cephalopod's decks. Let's see if we can take a look at those. You should make a deck class for the next one called Kill Yourself the Fastest. Oh, like if you're able to like Mystic Shot yourself in the face fast enough, you actually win the game. Losing fast enough. Oh, yes. So Cephalopod, Fish Fear Me here, brought a Rise deck for the ephemeral deck building condition because there's an encroaching shadows in there, so all you need is encroached Rise. And that rummage is dropping 2 encroachings, so I'm wondering if the Rise is already ephemeral. I'm wondering if that Rise is already fucking ephemeral. Caustic Riff and High Note coming down. Here we go. Show off the mascot. Your Flufferton needs to say hi to the chat. It does need to say hi to the chat, actually. Kitten got this for me a while back, and it's basically now the mascot of the stream and also the tournaments. It's very round. It's very fluffy. It's going to be traveling with us in May when we go abroad. So be on the lookout for more Flufferton in the future. Yeah, this is actually kind of hilarious. So Ace here has that also technically ephemeral deck with no permanent units other than the effects off of landmarks and off of spells. that don't directly summon permanent units. And yeah, that Rise deck, waiting to find a Rise. The level up condition is there, the win is there, except it's still waiting to resolve. Let's see. This deck, I don't think there's anything like super unusual about it in terms of it being a Rise deck, other than it has 3 encroaching shadows in it. It's Rise, and it's a bunch of stuff, and it's 3 shadows, and Ace here with that deck that we saw before with the back alley bars and such, just kind of punching quietly at face, just going, hey, I see that you're low on HP, and I'd like to take advantage of that. Yeah, encroaching Rise is kind of a Chad move, you know? It's just like, I'm so confident in my Rise deck that I will cast encroaching and find it and win the game. Gotta fucking respect that. It is actually, it's one of my favorite plushies now. I like soft things in general, so I have a bit of a collection, but this is top of the pack. This is top of the pack style Flufferton shit. Taking Flufferton Adventure soon too. Yes. He fits. I got a new backpack because I wanted something that could carry a camera with me, and he fits in the top of the backpack like perfectly. So he's coming. He was going to come anyway, but now he has a little spot where I can actually put him where he will not get super fucking squished. As I can't squish him too much. Transfusion! Going to buff the 5/5 from the into the aftershock. Fish going for the Mystic Shot as well to get rid of that annoying thing. There are also 2 aftershocks in hand for Ace, which could take out a Rise landmark. So not only do you have to deal with not potentially having a Rise, but also the Delves maybe not getting you another landmark, though it's probably a safe bet at this point that there's maybe 1 or 2 more Delves in hand waiting to be used for sure. I think the fastest kill yourself would be Sandseer, but it's close and inconsistent. It would be, but it is one of the guaranteed ways that you can mill yourself. I really like the idea of a suicide deck, so I'm going to write that down for the future, actually. That would be so entertaining. If you lose faster than your opponent, congratulations. You have won your bracket. Okay, so there's a forge on a 2/3. Portal did trigger there. Looking at a favorite artisan trying to hit face. Hex Obliterator may be happening to try and get rid of a threat in general. Obviously, if that's attacking, there's not a Rise yet. He may just be hiding in the bottom of the deck, it looks like. Let's see, there's a Delve into the Past, just drawing some cards. Delves drawing some more, using them to try and find our man. Sapling Toss, yeah, making an ephemeral on the top just to block and get some value down. There are, of course, options here for Ace. The Rhyme Tusk Shaman. What a powerful pull. Self-casting the Aftershock to get board space, I imagine. Throwing out a nice Heimerdinger emote as well. I think expressing what we were all thought there for a hot minute of, okay, landmark has gone away. Eclectic Collection triggering, Startled Stomper found, 1 portal triggering and finding a Wounded White Flame, which is kind of an entertaining one. Eclectic Collection at this point may actually be enough to threaten Puffcap lethal damage. The 2/1 can block the 5/3, and that is not quite lethal, but of course, there might be a Puffcap drawn. Checking hand for anything that would be able to deal with that, but not quite finding anything. Time Trick, maybe drawing to do, maybe drawing into what Fish is looking for. This is an exciting one. 2 puff caps to face, and a flash bomb to the 5-3 for an even for 10 damage. For 10 damage, because the block had not been committed. The block had not been committed. Instead, losing the 2-1. Losing the blocker to that 5-3. Getting hit with a couple of more puff caps to just, I think, end the game from here. And 2 more puff caps. It is a puff cap win from an ephemeral deck. Cask Printer. Cask Printer. Cask Printer was actually something I tried in a different format, because I was trying to do some kind of Hecker and Phantom Prankster Cask situation. Cask Printer would be risky, but you could also help your opponent win. You could very easily. That would be an interesting bomb effect of your. It's like advancing both 2 people's ramp at the same time. It's rare that you'll end up with a permanent unit. We did have a Heimerdinger incident earlier in this tournament, but yeah, you basically, if you have a unit in hand and it's not ephemeral, you should not be casting that. How genius was the self-destruct? Kind of great. Ace here with the all landmark deck that does have University of, or not, sorry, not, has the University of Piltover in it, versus Fish's Freljord Shurima, also landmark deck here. Let's take a look at these lists. The Fish's landmark deck is probably, yeah, it's also ARAM. Doesn't include, I think, anything that we haven't seen. Acolytes, Scargrounds, Orangeforge, Blighted Ravine, all of the things. For Ace, we are looking at, obviously, a University of Piltover. Some are reporting in that maybe that didn't help them necessarily. We'll see what Ace can do with it, of course. Yep, all landmarks. All landmarks versus all landmarks. Ace, this is not going to be, entertainingly enough, it's not going to be a ARAM matchup. For once, the landmark v landmark isn't an ARAM competition. So there that goes. Still waiting, still chilling, seeing what's happening. We have a Poro, and we have a real-life Poro. All is good in the world right now. Waiting for Fish's response to 1 Acolyte coming down. Landmark sitting at 1, drawing off of the Preservarium for Fish. Ace here finding Assault Spire. 2-2 going in for face. Looking for something. Getting that damage in. Slowly we trundle along. I think both players just waiting for the turn when their big potentially win con landmark is going to emerge. University of Piltover only 1 turn away now. Very shiny Orangeforge, by the way. Don't know if I've seen a prismatic one before, but that actually looks quite nice. Other than me getting distracted by graphics, though. Time of dedication going on to a 3-3, getting a fearsome blocker, offering a little bit more protection into the next turn. Emperor's Dais here. Orangeforge ticking away. Our favorite big Poro doing his job in the forge. Locking with the 3-3 onto the Acolyte there. No more Acolytes in hand for Ace at the moment. So for now, that shall be stalled. Rockbear getting an open attack, though. Only dealing 5. Only dealing a mere quarter of the HP total. Allow up to 3 to 6 spells with some more region options. Kind of force Rima to have enough landmarks. That is good feedback for sure. If people really like the landmark thing, we can definitely open up to have a little bit more flexibility, so that it's not just always the same thing. I do find I do, of course, find the ARAM hilarious, but I do understand that people want to not always be up against that scenario. Landmark regions, and also a suicide deck, potentially. We've got so many good ideas for future events! ARAM Bandlewood landmark deck underway. Wanted Targon failure, but they didn't have enough. Yeah, I think some regions are also just like 1 or 2 cards short. Because divided by 3, you get 39 or 36 or something like that, unfortunately. Let's see. University of Piltover generating Doombeast, Mageseeker, Persuader, and Frightened Ibex. Doombeast is a drain. Can deal damage just kind of ambiently existing, which is exciting. For Ace there. 7/7, of course, can either trade or block a bunch of damage here. Still looking at taking 7, though, with that extra 5/5 and the Clockling, who is still just kind of chilling around on the board. Ibex probably not going to be able to get too much value, unless another support card, of course, is generated off of the University of Piltover. Rek'Sai from the ARAM! Who will not be really doing much except being an overwhelm unit. Obviously, it will not be triggering Lurk, and also it is not making the level up happen in deck or in or on the board, so it's just kind of sitting there. It did not make the extra units. And Ace casting that 3/2 to drain the Nexus down to 6 HP. Targon Piltover. Oh, yeah, that one was like, what, 39, I think? There might be a lot of region builds. I think we definitely would have to ban such things as Sereth, Talia, and Ziggs. But otherwise, yeah, could definitely open, and Rise, of course. But you could definitely open up some more stuff if you wanted to play with landmarks. Akshan maybe too, unless we wanted to do like an Akshan, specifically wanted to do like Akshan Infinites or something like that. Pantheon also slamming onto the board with Elusive and Lifesteal. The Pantsless Pant Man doing his job once more, showing off those thighs and also providing a little bit of support. A little bit of support there. Hitting a 7/2. Taking that out from the attack. Ace looking pretty healthy, though, at 20 HP still. It's that Pantheon that may get a little bit crazy with the Oran's Forge, because that's going to be a +2/+2 every single turn with the Oran's Forge in hand or on board, making the time and dedications constantly. Rek'Sai, a little bit of a more muted void monster at the moment. Sorry, Rek'Sai. Sorry, apologies. We don't have the rest of your crew here, so you're just kind of a giant maw with Overwhelm. It is still a giant maw with Overwhelm, but the Earth is not as big of a sinkhole as normal. Debating the attack here, potentially looking at the time and dedication. Still has not been cast, and there is still, of course, a Fated proc on the Pantheon. Maybe debating the mana for something in hand as well. All 1-drops would be funny, or pants only, or spells only. I read the 2 chat messages at once. 1-drops would be funny, yeah. We were also thinking of doing some kind of very expensive deck building condition of like, everything must be 6 and above, period. Doesn't matter what you build, just has to be pricey. I think that would allow some really niche cards to come into play that you don't normally see at all. Like if somebody could bring an Otacon deck, I want to one day see somebody pilot an Otacon in a tournament that I'm running. I must see this eventually. Sealed in Steel, obliterating to make a weapon, potentially keeping something out of the range of the Blighted Ravine here. That's a +2/+2 corrupted form. Sealed in Steel, an interesting unit, to be honest. or card in general. Not very played very often, clearly. But I feel like there is some potentially untapped way of making it a little annoying. Maybe not absolutely astronomically good, but a little annoying at minimum. Blighted Ravine triggering, taking the Rek'Sai actually down pretty far. Wings of the Cryo Phoenix has been generated from the University of Piltover, which is actually removal for all the champions that are currently on the board over there, and it also heals. There's also Heart of the Fluffed, which is very Flufferton. It's I feel like a Flufferton appreciation card. I am not exactly sure how much it will actually do for this current board scenario. Pantsless Theon? Unlimited chance to get done in friend games and unlimited chance PORO Cup would be fantastic. Yeah, if they ever let us do sandboxy stuff in a friend challenge, oh, that would let us do so many things in a competition. Right, please! I want to do sandbox stuff and then do wild, crazy tournament bullshit. That's the plan. That's the plan. Or I hope that's the hope. I don't think it's the plan so much as it's just a straight up hope. Yeah, unfortunately, Heart of the Fluffed cannot eat anything on the board. It can't eat Flufferton through the screen. The Brutal Hunter, though, is available, as is the Wings. But the Pantheon, again, is just kind of... It's just kind of increasing in the scale of the problem that he represents. Wings of the Cryo Phoenix going, though. Getting rid of the 5-2. Heading the Pantheon for a little bit of damage. Brutal Hunter remains in hand to potentially be cast here, but still looking at maybe up to 8 damage to face from one champion alone. So we'll see how it goes. Ace debating choices here. We'll have to see what the Piltover also makes next turn. Spell Shield has gone from the Pantheon, so there is always a chance that it can be removed. 10 mana next turn. 10 mana and full enlightenment next turn. So the ARAM can pop out something very expensive and it will be affordable and castable. Brutal Hunter coming down. There is that 3-3 on the board just as a unit. There's a 2-2 and the 3-3 next turn on the open attack. But again, Elusive's a bitch. This is a bitch to deal with. Howling Abyss number 2 coming down for Fish. That's going to be 2 opportunities to do some crazy bullshit and find out what that's going to look like. What keywords would Flufferton have? I think it would have the soft keyword. And it would have ARAM getting obliterated, the third one. And perhaps the support keyword as well. Ephemeral! No, Flufferton is not ephemeral. Flufferton is permanent. I'm going to cast him as a permanent unit. He's not part of the ephemeral deck building condition. Neandroid, actually a pretty good card here for both the 3-2, or the Fizz, the 3-2. Fizz and the Pantheon. There's also a Shadow Apprentice here, so providing blockers for that actually pretty threatening board over there. Chief Knock Attack also emerging here, which is not going to transform. It's not going to see much transform. It's not going to really see stuff transform. But it is a Chief Knock Attack, and Knock Attack is doing his best as Chief. And I was also just really adorable. Ephemeral, I cannot die or take damage. Piltover University, best university. I would go to the University of Piltover. I would also probably die somehow in the world of Runeterra, regardless of what school I went to, because I am squishy. But it is a pretty cool school. Heimerdinger's on it. Like, how can you not go to the school with Heimerdinger on it? I would do that. Ace at 7 here versus a Fizz, a Pantheon, and a Yasuo, and 2 ARAMs. Okay, it made this turn. Bellows Breath, Augur of the Old Ones, and Reaver's Row. Top decking in Acolyte's Reliquary, a Chamber of Renewal getting obliterated for Fish over there. Schrodinger's Poro. Schrodinger's Poro would actually be pretty funny. Bellow's Breath hovering over the Neandroid. Hovering now over the Silent, or not Silent Shadow Seer. Shadow Apprentice, which I think makes sense because it will hit everything else on after the Forge. So perhaps keeping a couple of elusive units here. Unfortunately, that damage does ping off of the tough on the Pantheon. So still have to contend with that existing on the board. Let's see. There's a buff with that time and dedication. That's of course lethal. And a Garen to boot. Of course, doesn't trigger that rally now because he was cast and does not observe the round start. But also it's a Garen. But also it is a Garen, though almost enough lethal damage with the Brutal Hunter to actually just kind of ignore everything that's happening. Unfortunately, it's just short of being able to commit lethal. There is a 6 damage gap between the Acolytes, the augment buffs from the Neandroid, the 3-1, and the Challenger on the Brutal Hunter. Plus the heal off of the Pantheon. Just not enough. Still have blockers here for Ace, but the Pantheon also is overwhelmed. The Callista's here. The Garen is going to be rallying continuously. It is looking a little dangerous. Time Trick has been found. Roiling Sands has also been Unraveled Earth for the Roiling Sands has been found, but it's not. Don't think it's gonna be quite enough here. Let's see. Get the Hextech up, but like a hovering force field. I can protect myself that way. You know what? Fair point. Fair point. Time Trick hunting. Obelisk, Hexcore, and Ancient Prep being found. Going for finding an obelisk somehow. Rolling Sands, drawing cards. Back alley bar found. Unfortunately, just too late. And the champions just sweeping that game. Sweeping that game. The Pantheon with lifesteal is too good. It is very, very much too good. With the Forge as well. A university make vengeance 100%. I was waiting to see if it might pop out like a ruination or something, but unfortunately it never quite did the ruination. We are going into, I think, game 2, if I'm remembering or keeping track correctly. Oh no, the game 3, because Ace won versus the Rise, Fish won with the Landmark deck. We have Ace with the Landmark deck with the University versus the Rise deck with Encroaching Rise. So this is going to be a, shall we say, dynamic matchup for sure. Encroaching Rise. I'm still just like laughing in the background about that fucking move. It's perfectly valid. Follows all the rules we set. And is also funny as fuck. Counterfeit copies makes me afraid. I don't know what that hand is, but as somebody who has experienced the Rise players, that makes me afraid. I am worried. Ace here top decking all 3 back alley bars at the moment. Certainly there will be value if we can if we can hit a turn 7. Ace looking at options here. We do have another reliquary. We've got the Ruinous Acolyte. We have an Emperor's Dais as well. None of the 3-mana, none of the regular Grumpy Rock Bears, at least for the moment. Nothing, no delves being cast either. University of Piltover finally in hand, though now half competing with the back alley bars. Because back alley bar getting lost, or all 3 getting lost, is actually a pretty big, might be a pretty big tempo change there. Might want to hold on to the bars. We'll have to see what Ace chooses here. Is it all in University? Or is it wait for at least 1 bar to hit the field and then go? 4-3 for now, going for sure. Going for damage. Dear Edit, run for him at the Encroaching Rise comes for you regardless. He will find you in the darkness, and he will wake you from your sleep, and he shall cast a delve in front of your eyes. And then he'll shove a landmark up your ass or something. Let's see. Fish, waiting for something. My bet is that the counterfeits were maybe cast on a delve, to either generate more landmarks or to generate more draw. Or it's an encroaching shadows to give that effect, but I don't think that would work either. It's probably not encroaching. There is an encroaching been dropped from hand, though. 2 more remain, obviously. Offering to pass the turn straight up. Preservarium coming down, not the University of Piltover, so perhaps it is waiting, or Ace is waiting for those back alley bars. That is going to be a decent chunk of damage to face again with the Acolytes and the Sandburb, assuming there are no stuns, no Caustic Rifts, all of the usual P&Z removal that you can find. Well, no stuns, actually. Just damage. Just pure damage. Is that... Oh, it's an Aftershock going for the 4-3. Every single time hitting the first Acolyte that threatens to attack on that open swing. But Ace taking time to still build and still make 5-4s, and now they're getting to the point where they're starting to be out of range of a lot of the smaller P&Z pings, of course. That is a lot of Sandburbs, potentially. That could be many Sandburbs. Do you want to know how big those runes are in that scenario? Oh, of them getting shoved up your butt by Rise? No. I think Rise could make them as big as you want them to be. I don't have edge measurements for the runes that he has. Feral Prescience predicting for something. There is an extra mana off of that coin from the place your bets. And a 3 Sisters into an Obliterate. The Obliterate will resolve. It will obviously come back, though, in a turn or two. Just kind of using that time to slow down the amount of Nexus damage that is being taken on Fish's end. There's the first delve. The first delve for a landmark is being cast. Refilling that spell mana. Another Acolyte out, potentially. Going for the Acolyte instead of the back alley bar. Going for the more aggressive strategy in that one. Place your bets again being thrown out. Stacking to 4 coins. Going with the coins there. To go up to another landmark. Oh, and then second delve then, actually. Second delve. 6/5s are here. The Entomb shall end at the end of this. Delve number 3 with mana to cast that last one. There's Rune Prison. There's that stun. The stun is nigh. And at 2 6/5s, probably halved, considering that there's a Rune Prison around. Still going with our favorite Acolyte dude. 11 mana for the Rise player. 3 landmarks on the board. 1 encroaching discarded, but none cast. So both that encroaching and that Rise need to be found in order to get that win. So Rise and encroaching is hypothetically possible in one go on the next turn with all 5 landmarks on the board if that engine is in hand, if the combo is there. Place your bets has been thrown out a couple of times. So there have been cards drawn. There are 30 left, but plus the Delve creation, who knows? 31 over in Aces here. Both decks just making things to shove back in there real quick. 3/7/6 has maybe 14 damage. There's nothing that buffs in hand, so it's not going to be 16 to face. One more Acolyte would have actually done it, potentially, if they had become 8/7s. So 2 8-power units to face with one stunned off of the Rune Prison would have been lethal. Not quite there, though. Not quite there. Fish probably debating how to stop this oncoming storm. Oh, but there's also 2 Sand Soldiers. Apologies. There's 2 Sand Soldiers that will also be spawning, which is just a lot of tiny targets. Going for another Obliterate, coming out with the big Obliterate guns to just avoid having to deal with that. So it will be 7, plus the Sand Soldiers, of course, which are each 2. So that's what, 11 damage, plus maybe a Caustic Riff to get rid of the 1/1s. There we go. So only 7 here, tapping all the way down to preserve HP. Now it's, I think, impossible for the Encroaching and the Rise and all of the landmarks to be cast next turn. Unless the landmark refilling is... Well, no, that's spell mana. That would be spell mana. There need to be 2 landmarks, which I think is the bottleneck here, to be honest. Needs to be 2 plus Rise plus that ephemeral condition, which is just a lot. It's just a lot. Let's see. You're out after forgetting to hold up Aftershock when against ARAM. You think you have brainworms? I felt that way the last time I was in seasonals. I made one major horrible misplay against a Vigar, and I was like, yep, no, the brainworms. It's brainworms. I have brainworms. This is the only explanation for what I just did in that scenario. So we do have Encroaching Rise. We do not have the Rise win here, but we are certainly getting some Rise fucking value. It is a 6/8, of course, and Ace, I mean, threatening a whole bunch of 7/5s. The landmarks will trigger, they will give some value. There's refill, there's draw, and there's a stun. There is no heal. There is no heal. It has lost once so far. We are currently waiting to see what it does this game. It is a super cool concept, though. Yeah, the Acolytes are terrifying. There's going to be 4 of them, plus the Salt Spire pop next turn. But Ephemeral Rise it's a clever way around our deck building requirements. Not this game for sure, but has it won any games? I'm not actually sure if it has. Both Ace and Fish, I believe, are in winner's bracket, though. So it quite possibly has, actually. Play cards with mana cost that have been changed from the base. Oh yes, this is winner's bracket. Yeah, tried to clarify that, but Kitten, you might be faster than me at that one. Modified mana costs. That's a good idea too. Modified mana cost. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Like with augmented clockling or practical imperfectionist or something like that would be kind of neat. I personally would like some kind of like perfectionist Broodfather deck building condition, because Broodfather is so funny. It's so funny. Seeing who could get Broodfathers first would be, I think, hilarious. I think it would be hilarious. Well, more Acolytes are going. Quick math, 36, 41. I think that's 52 damage, currently looking at face. 52 is a lot, for sure. Acolyte board has become OP. Yeah, kind of wish we had stopped by some of the Rise games before to see how they were going. But yeah, winner's bracket, it definitely did do some damage. That is, yep, it is 52. Okay. Yeah, that's a sweep for the Acolytes. And I believe that is a 2-1 for Ace as well. So I'm going to move on from this and check out another matchup if we can. Let's also take a look at that bracket and see how that's going here. Brackets. Think we were closing in on some semifinals. I think that is continuing. Yeah, Void sitting at the end, sitting at the semifinals. Modify the clocklings cost, as you'd have to play the first ones that modify. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you could run Mobilize. You could run Mobilize to trigger your combo. You'd have to run Demacia, so that's a little limiting there. But that could work out, actually. Let's see. Gone moving up, and the losers bracket moving forward. Let's see if we can't find in our list. Maybe, let's see if Cricket and Lunai are potentially still in a game. They are not, I think. Let's see. Cricket is, but I think we are moving on with the bracket down that one, actually. There are very few cards that discount themselves without playing other cards, and the ones that do don't discount. Yeah. It might only be Mobilize. There's Spell Slinger for spells, of course. But actual cost reduction is rare. Cost reduction is rare. It'd be a very focused. It'd be like an intensely focused deck. Let's see. Oh, there is, of course, Font of Power off of Akshan that discounts cards cost in your hand, but then we would have to basically force allow Akshan or something like that. So that would be a difficult one. That would be challenging. Like maybe there are certain units that you could cast. There are cards that we'd have to allow to be cast with unmodified cost. But then we'd have to shortlist and make sure people are only casting those for sure. Yeah, you do have to change Mobilize. You do. Yeah, it would be incredibly difficult. It'd be incredibly difficult. Like, maybe you could do... There's not really much you could do, actually. We'd have to, I think, allow a couple of things to go through, basically without that modified condition. I think we are actually at a lull right now as we are in between winners bracket finalizing and losers bracket getting some more matchups. You can accept it raising it with Sony Suppressor, but you'd have to get the Sony Suppressor out. Raising it with Sony would also be an effective way of... I was thinking of discounting, but with that condition, you certainly could increase as well. Smooth Soloist is a card that would actually function that way as well. Smooth Soloist, Spell Slinger, Mobilize, Augmented Clockling, Perfectionist. There's Petrocite Pillar. There's Stony Suppressor. I think that's it. Pranks. I mean, I guess that would be kind of contributing to your opponent's win con. But modifying your opponent's cost could be a condition unto itself a little bit. We do have some soloists in the chat as well. So an absolutely excellent suggestion there. All right. Yeah, so shout out to everybody who has hung around for now and is both watching and participating. You guys are great. We are moving on to the matches before grand finals. And we are gonna see how that goes, I think. Maybe loosen the rules of cards to be discounted or discount other cards. Discounting other cards, or that like affect other cards. Like either they have to have a changed amount of mana, or the card that you cast must change, must be forced to change mana, the amount of mana that something else costs. Thought modified rather than discounted. Modified, I think, is a good catch-all for that, I think. Okay. Double checking on this. I think we might be able to go... is Cricket currently in a tournament match? Do we know? Would 0 cost need to be decreased? Discounts the card by 2. Prank it back. Yeah, no, you can't exactly do that. Cricket is good. All right, let's go spectate that and see what's up. 0 costs need to be decreased. You can't decrease it below 0. So that does open up the question of, could you run like Fuel Prescience or something like that? That might be something that we'd have to think about a little bit. Like, would free cards be a valid approach? Only things if they cost even amounts of mana. Even in odd amounts of mana were actually a condition that was suggested when we were planning conditions and talking to some folks about what are things that you've seen or done or would like to see. And even in odds, very like above a certain mana cost or below a certain mana cost were things that we got suggestions for. So look out for those in future tournaments as well. Sony Suppressor to make your 1 cost 2 costs. I mean, a valid approach. A fucking valid approach. Cricket here with Shurima Freljord as our most landmark deck so far. Let's actually see what that looks like here. I'm assuming quite similar, but there's always room for surprise. Let's see. ARAM, Inner Sanctum, Frozen Thralls, Preps, Armories, about the same. Lunaya is here with the Ephemeral deck, of course. So let's go check those. Let's go check those lists out. Encroaching has already been cast. Encroaching was cast last round. And we are looking... Yeah, Encroaching was cast previously. There is an interesting card in here. Zanea Steel Crescendo is in here. The 8-drop has made itself into this deck list, which is kind of amazing. There's also Elise, Zed, Black Flame, and Ghost, along with things like Attentive Accountant, and the box. So this is an interesting, I think, combination of just some interesting cards that I don't think that other people have quite dared to run for ephemerals. Looks like it is currently working out very much so with the elusives versus the landmark deck. Cricket at 3 HP. Currently at 3 HP. Not Chamber of Renewal. Sandswept Tomb coming down here. So there will be a 5/5 and a 5/2 second encroaching. Looks like it will be game ending, considering that is now a giant. It's a giant Shadow Seer, and any other elusives in hand will have +4 by this point. Silent Shadow Seer is also pretty smart. Some good shit. A lot of rock bears, but I don't think it will be enough. The heal from the Blighted Ravine, bringing them up to 5, but unfortunately that is a 5/3 at base. And there's 4 mana remaining. With small elusives and a Shadow Isles Ionia situation, there's always room for extra chaos. Yep, there's that 7/5. There's a 7/5 with the +4/+4 on it, plus an extra shark. Sharkies for the win. Not sure if that was the first game. I'm kind of hoping it was. We stepped in relatively early, so we might be able to catch more of a bracket here. So we'll see if there's another one. 17 damage by 5. Yeah. See, some people have really practiced drawing Encroaching Shadows, it would seem. We've got a Targon Shurima list versus Freljord Shurima from Cricket. Okay, we've got the same landmark deck, I believe, and then Targon Shurima. Let's take a look and see what that's actually doing here. This is, I believe, the second time we've seen Targon Shurima. So let's check it out. We've got this, and we have I have the Roharok, which we saw before. We've got 3 Dragon Roofs, we've got Spiral Stairs, we've got Startip Peak, Rockfall Path, and actually 3 of Mystic Vortex to plant some chimes. But I'm actually curious if anything will be planted. I don't think the chimes are going to do anything. I think they are... Well, if they hit an Acolyte, they will do something. But generally, I think it might just be there for a little bit of draw. I mean, draw is obviously pretty fucking good. Sharkeries are victorious. They are indeed. They are indeed. You have spent so much effort trying to make Shark Chariots a thing. They're super fun. Unfortunately, 1 HP currently with Caustic Rift and other cards running around is not the best stat line. And unless you have that Soul Shepherd, difficult to get them to stick sometimes. Nicely regenerates, though. It does nicely regenerate. It's just ephemeral, as you can see from this, and as I'm sure everybody has tried ephemerals at least a few times. They are kind of risky. Kind of risky. Sometimes you just don't have that board. Let's see. Lunaya here. Going for a Salt Spire. Another Acolyte coming down. We chill to the Star Guardian board. As ruination is just happening around us. Infrastructure is falling. But I am a Star Guardian. And Violet's Vox also being quite present here. Potentially quite present. That is maybe 10 damage to face, depending on. There's also a Frostguard Thrall in hand. I don't know if anyone has successfully cast Frostguard Thrall on one. Probably someone has, but I feel like we tend to be seeing it on like now. Like turn 5 is just kind of there. It showed up eventually. It's still got countdown 8. It takes up a board spot. It's kind of an awkward card. It does help you fill the condition though, which is a challenge for, I think generally, to hit that 40 landmark condition. All right, Vox going. Not getting any kills here, but is a 7/8, and will take at least a few reliquary interactions to even be able to be killed by the reliquary. Of course, that Treasure of the Sands is around, but Aram hitting the board hot. Hitting the board hot. Reliquary on the opponent side as well. Baby little 2/1 Acolytes. Not quite as cycled yet, but approaching it, and certainly approaching the point where it can trade as well. Yeah, Kitten is our resident Sharky expert. Rockfall Path actually going to hit here. Tryndamere popping out of the ARAM. Here to be tall. Unfortunately, though, it looks like that Vox is trying to run away with the game just a tad bit. One more Acolyte here to block. There's also an Oran's Forge and Preservarium that are options to cast here. Going with the 6/5 now. Yeah, Treasure of the Sands makes it a 10/9, which is pretty chunky. There are no more obelisks or salt spires, so that won't be getting any bigger in the near term. A 10/9 is lethal, of course, though. A 10/9 is still lethal. Someone needs to ARAM Zerath. Oh god. Somebody already ARAM'd Talia. I don't know if we needed Zerath as well. Turn passing over. Another Violus Vox, or Inviolus Vox. Scion and Tryndamere. By the way, 2 champions we straight up banned from the ephemeral deck. Just hopping into Cricket's hand. Real chill, real casual. Just like, hello, I'm here. This, if it dies to Inviolus Vox, will rally as an overwhelm unit. Oh my god. Is that Cricket's play? Or did they go for something like the Tryndamere? Nope, they go for the last breath Scion Overwhelm. Fuck yeah. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that is a Scion. It is indeed a Scion. The dragons actually either unfavorably trained here, and or they just kill Scion straight up. The open attack might be able to not deal lethal damage on the first swing if the 7/8 blocks the 9/6, so that will only be 1 damage through. However, then there will also be a 9/4 remaining, and the 5/6 will die to the 10/6 on that swing. Damien the Unbound It's just proving to be more board presence. 13 HP is also not a lot of HP. If there's more units in hand for Lunaya, it could also just be an open attack for death. Well, not an open, just an attack for death in general. Damien looking pretty good though. Open attack here, assuming the 7 and the 5 are blocked and trading into the Scion. It might be 11. It's 11 damage to face, I believe. Emperor's Dais is that extra 2 damage. That's the extra 2 damage needed, I believe, because it will be 11 plus 2 off of the bird. Aram giveth, Aram taketh away. Truly a fickle god, Aram. I think that is actually a win for Lunaya. If my math is correct, the Emperor's Dais is just enough. Might be exactly lethal. Trendemir would not have helped here. It would have had to be a couple of more units, or 1 more unit onto the board for Cricket to survive this attack. Might just be taking the full 25. Is taking the full 25, sees, I think, the similar pathing. Oh, no! Blocking with the 7-6, or blocking the 7-6 instead of the 5-6. For some reason, I forgot that was going to happen. The Scion here with the Sands cast, going into that, which is 7 damage. Never mind, the Scion turning it around, potentially. Preservarium trying to draw something here, but I think it's a Scion for the win. Bashing into Inviolus Box for perfect damage on Cricket's end. I miscounted the Damien block, or for some reason just didn't process the Damien block. But that just turned it the fuck around. All right. Let's see. Exact lethal, and I was so busy doing math, trying to figure out what if it would have been exact lethal the other way. I believe this is game 3. Yeah, because it'll win from Lunaya's Ephemeral, a win from Cricket's Landmarks, and Scion, and now we have Cricket's Ephemerals versus Lunaya's Landmarks. Cricket here, let's see if there's anything super new in this list. Cricket has sent in here Opulent Foyer, Shark Chariot, Stagehand, and Darkwater Scourge as the only units, but has loaded up on Dragon Ambushes. Also has the box, Strike the Stalking Shadows, Strike Up the Band, and Death Marks. So again, a lot of spell utility into whatever that board is. Also Passage Unearned, which is kind of spicy. I outmathed myself. I did outmath myself. I failed at math. It's okay. It's okay. Math is for the people. Math is for blockers and for the people playing the actual matches. I'm just here to be excited about those matches. That is actually such that's such a cool little star thingy. Anyway, I'll stop getting distracted by graphics. A lot of ephemerals just hit face. There was that Ghastly Band cast, and Violus Vox once again waiting to pop out of his home and just be one of the prettiest cards in the fucking game, I gotta say. Still one of my absolute favorite card arts in this entire game. Another Dragon Roost popping out. Opulent Foyer. Another option would have been to just straight up go with the Dragon Ambush. But considering Haunted Relic and Dragon Ambush are available next turn, that's looking kind of spicy. It's looking a little spicy. First, going with the 2-1 in order to trigger all of the ephemerals. Going down to 8. Dragon Ambush will force a trade with the Grumpy Rock Bear, I believe. And the Haunted Relic is just, well, yeah, Haunted Relic into, no, just ambush, because I'm thinking it rallies and it does not. Forgive me, it's a Sunday. Forgive me, it is a Sunday. Box, not quite doing anything here. Passage Unearned, however, will be able to hit Dragon Roost. I actually think this is a very funny tech. It is very specific. Passage Unearned is like an insanely specific card, but I have been burned by it. There are many scenarios in which it's actually just so powerful. Thralls, for instance, is a great example of that. There are other cases like Harrowing where that is actually going to fucking destroy somebody. Dealing a lot of damage with these ephemeral units, but facing at least the Vox next turn, unless it does get removed. I mean, it's a three modded remove of 5/6, which is not terrible. Passages are actually disgusting. You have to time it right. It's the timing that I think is what you have to be concerned about with this card. But yeah, with the landmark consideration, it is definitely strong. That's 5 damage unless this is committed. Going for that because it is a per round effect. Out of curiosity, how many were there in that deck? Because I'd like, there are 3 passages unearned. So obviously they only saw 1, but there is potential for 2 more. Also, Spood, hello! Latam, go! Spiders! I wish spiders upon you. In the friendliest way possible. I don't like spiders, but I know you are a fan of the spiders. Eye of the Raw Harok. Going to pin that, that ghastly band to the board. No free attacks for that. And Vine Vilas Vox sitting there, tall, proud, still hanging out. Atrocity is actually enough here. Atrocity is enough once the 4 Hallowed resolve. Once those 4 Hallowed resolve, Atrocity will fucking do it. That is also a classic Eternal staple right there, getting shown off. The box is cool. You think it's underrated. It's actually quite powerful. 3 damage to the board is pretty decent. Yeah. 3 HP versus Atrocity in hand. Oh no, for Lunaya, I think. Dropping down to 2 here. Is it a commit on the Atrocity, I think is the question now. Is Cricket confident that there is nothing else to be done? I think it's a pretty safe bet in this scenario. You're up against an all landmark deck. What can they really do? Going with the shark. Going with the 3 damage Atrocity win for Cricket. Unfortunately, we've seen Vilas Vox struggle a few times. I think because it's a little... The Acolytes get very big. The Rock Bears get very big. It's just a lot of things that are actually able to compete or contest with its stat line. I think moving on with our games, though, let's refresh this bracket real quick and see who we can go into next. Oh, I think it was Ace and Void. If they are still in a match, maybe we can catch the tail end of that. That is the game to see who proceeds into grand finals from the winners bracket. So we'll see who we can get. Ace with the ephemeral, or the landmark, sorry, the landmark University of Piltover. We march into a 9/9 Overwhelm Quick Attack Challenger Spell Shield Rock Bear from Void with a Sandstone Charger, Orn's Forge, and some indeterminate Thrall countdown. A Tentacle has smacked some Spell Shield off of that. We are watching things go very fast. Vane's Condemn, or Condemn in general, has been cast from the University of Piltover. Risen Altar is going. The client is doing its best to catch us up in real time to what's happening. Fortune of Tomorrow has been tossed. Finding Darkin, finding Balkux. Blade's Edge and Desert Duel. Balkux is a card that can be cast, and it can smack. And it can actually smack the 10-7, except that it's getting bigger. Except that the 10-7 has become large. Acolyte's Reliquary coming down. I don't think, unfortunately, that there is any spell mana getting refilled in this scenario, but that Desert Duel might come in extremely clutch versus that 12-9. 2 countdown on the Frozen Thrall, so it will not be regenerating on Void's open attack, nor will the Damien unless the Acolyte destroys it, which seems at this point quite possible, considering that the Sandswept Tomb will also just be doing a lot of damage potentially. Killing the Balcucks, rip the Balcucks. 5 damage to face. Void down to 7. Acolyte destroying the Acolyte's Reliquary, letting the Damien and the Frozen Thrall just kind of bake in the background. They're almost ready to be taken out. Killing the 10-2, buffing the Buru Sentinel, going with that Blade's Edge to face. University of Piltover looks like it is paying off a little bit more this game than it has in previous ones, or at least that one turn was actually a great example of that. The University of Piltover definitely, when it RNG's right, it can definitely do things. Winter's Touch is actually a 1 mana draw spell now. Sparkleologist doesn't behold anything, and Claws of the Dragon, unfortunately, is just kind of there to be around. Finding Emperor's Dais. Preservarium also permanent in hand, so can find a card that way. But by sheer force of unit, I think Void may have the win here. Finding Back Alley Bar, however. Aaron coming down for Void. So a lot of chilly landmarks to be afraid of on that side of the field. University triggering once more, giving Sinister Portal, Yordle Captain, and Zersereth the Under Titan. Once again, a lurk card that is not getting too many lurk procs. Also, 1,000 things happened over there. There's a 7-1, a 10-10, a 7-6, and a 5-5, and an ARAM. We don't know what that has made for sure. Back Alley Bars making Jettison and Legionary Charge. Forge on the 7-6. Dragon Shyvana has been found off of an ARAM. I think this is the second time that the first ARAM proc has been a Shyvana, at least from what we've seen, which is a hell of a coincidence. But we've also seen, I think, almost all of the, we've seen like half the champions that were banned, either from the Ephemeral list and the ARAM. So here we go. We're gonna actually see a Thrall. We are seeing Thrall. We are seeing the 10-10 Thrall happen right now before our very eyes. Legionary Char is getting discarded to find 3-doubled Valor, and Tomb and Primal Strength are actually very useful cards on an attack if you would like to avoid some overwhelmed damage. That might be able to save if the 10-10 gets obliterated. Obviously, it's still a deeply unfavorable trade in this scenario, but Entomb is actually what you would have needed other than a Frostbite to get rid of that. I mean, Entomb, Vengeance, Frostbite, etc. Something to counter the power that's about to hit you in the face is going to keep Ace in the game for potentially a little bit longer. Primal Strength could also be committed here to somehow argue with a unit. Looks like it was a momentary consideration as to whether or not it was safe enough to go down to 2 damage potentially. Strafing Strike is hitting that. Let's see, with the Primal Strength, it goes up to a 6 power unit and it's hitting a 2-2. Unfortunately, the strafing will just heal her. It is not a single combat. Yeah, because otherwise 5, even then 5 would not have been enough. Down to 2, ripping that blocker away from the Damien anyway. One more Sandstone or Sandswept Tome. Tomb to Tome. Kaisa coming out of ARAM as well. The second skins are going to be a little bit mean in this scenario. There's a lot of keywords over there like Overwhelm and Spell Shield and Fury and Kaisa bread and butter right there. And Scarground's actually popping up. Some people are regularly running this, but we just see a Scargrounds, Obelisk of Power, and Ribbon Dancer and Vanguard First Blade just kind of sitting. and chilling. What is the tournament? This is going to be late, but the tournament is a meme deck building conditioned eternal tournament. Yes, what Kitten said a minute late, a minute before I did. Yeah, that looks like a pretty intimidating attack. Do they bother to cast the second skin is my real question here. Is it just, hello, I have won the game because I have another 10-10 roll? Is it something else? Zenith Blade, Lounging Lizard, and Lamb's Respite can't take damage or die. That is a 39 damage going to face, however. Does not bother with the second skin, does not bother with anything else. It is just a W there. All right. I don't know what match that was. They are kind of duking it out here for winner's bracket, so we'll see. How many children did some people sacrifice to RNGesus? I would say at least 5 children. At least 5 children. Maybe their own children, maybe somebody else's. I don't know. I feel like 5 is a nice round number to assume, though. If this doesn't continue, we might have hit the end of that. We might have hit the end of that bracket. Let's see how loser's bracket is going as well at the moment. Let's see. Standings. We can also just check that. Nope, never mind. I'm gonna just look at it visually. That's way easier. All right. So we've got I believe Asen gone in there, so I think that was actually the end of that bracket. Mega Man and Cricket are going, and then Void has proceeded to grand finals. So congratulations to Void on that one. Let's see if we can't see anybody catch up on the losers bracket to determine who is moving on there. Just Lamb's Respite the Nexus. Yes, so actually, let's see, in the bottom here, we've got, let's see, we've got Gone, we've got Mega Man and Cricket. Let me see if we can spectate Mr. Mega Man again, see how that goes, see how these games are proceeding. Ooh, we're getting to the last final rounds. We're getting there. 3 hours in, we may have a winner probably, I would say, in like an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. We shall see. Oh, I accidentally clicked on stuff. Thank God I have no remote control. It's such an instinct though, just like, okay, I'm gonna click the thingies. I may be spectating, but I want to click the thingies. Mr. Mega Man here running with Sharima Freljord. Landmarks, Cricket running with Sharima Freljord landmarks. I think this is just gonna be an ARAM v ARAM scenario once more. Let's see who comes out on top. Once again, the boards are getting set up, and RNGesus is being prayed to, and a ball of dead people is being thrown at our opponent, Cricket's opponent there. The art for this is still just really fucking disturbing, by the way. I keep looking at that occasionally and going, ha! Weird, disturbing. This is almost a mirror, except for the Buried Armory versus the Clockleg. And also, I lied, there was a Preservarium instead of an Acolyte. I fully expected Acolyte. Was dead wrong. Scargrounds is here. I'm wondering if there is time to cast Scargrounds. I mean, there's 2, actually. It'd be interesting to see this work. But I think, yeah, it's probably just a filler card. This is probably a filler card to hit the condition. Bladed Ravine, we'll get rid of that one, and the 2/2, depending on whether or not one of the reliquaries was found in hand. Going with the 3 damage. Just hitting face. Mega Man, no ARAM in hand yet. No ARAM in hand quite yet. Emperor's Dais coming down. And chilling for a minute. Second Ruinous Acolyte also popping up. And the desert. Aaron, please. Aaron, I fucking beg you, please give me a good unit off of my ARAM. Second Dias here. Running or kind of out, just out, straight out, just out of draw in general. No draw to be found. Okay. I mean, Blighted Ravine, again, only kills the units on Master Mega Man's board here. Chamber of Renewal could happen, just to have, to not burn mana. Emperor's Dais does basically the same thing at this point. I wish there was a champion that had origins like the Explorer, where you may put any number of landmark cards in from any region while deck building. I feel like that would have actually potentially fit someone like, Zera to Talia, but it also makes sense that they just kind of stayed in Shurima, like some kind of architect person. It's just like, I'm going to take all the landmarks that I've ever seen and I'm going to have access to them. Treasure of the Sands, an 8/7 Acolyte now as a result. Very big, fearsome, truly a fearsome scenario. Going with the open attack. Unfavorably trading into the 4/3 into the 8/7, dealing 4 damage on the way out, however, but looking at taking at least 12 on the swing back, because there are no units that can be instantly summoned from hand, at least currently. Let's see. We became bigger. We have become bigger. We are hosting some pretty exciting events, and seems like we've got some attention. Hope you all are enjoying the broadcast, by the way. I'm having a lot of fun just kind of looking at what people are doing. And lore, that would have to be Ezreal. Oh god, no. Ezreal has enough stuff to do. Ezreal is already enough of a little shithead. We can give landmarks to somebody fancier. Is Prodigy Explorer? Yeah, but he's also a little bit of a dickhead. He's like a small dick, so we can ignore him. Acolytes Reliquary again, just loading up on those Acolytes, just being like, hey, unless you have a counter for this, I have lethal. Risen Altar. Just casting what mana's available. Ezreal is your favorite champion besides Teemo? Okay, I mean, here's the thing. I shit upon Ezreal, but I also love Teemo, so I'm not really one to talk about quality of character. It's just personal preference. Yeah, the Acolytes really just kind of taking that one for sure. Yeah, not sure why the attack decision was made there. I think it might have been just a miscalculation that the Clockling was a 2/2 instead of a 3-power unit, so it would not be able to trade with the 3 HP Acolyte on the opposite side of the board. But yeah, it was an odd one, but I mean, I see the logic of trying to get the Sand Soldiers out, so maybe it was just a miscalculation on the 2/2. Who knows? We are seeing the Shurima Freljord deck again versus Cricket's Ephemeral. I need to double check. I forget if there was anything super spicy with this one other than just having a lot of different spells. Yeah, this is the Atrocity one. Okay. That's the one that won previously with a 3 damage Atrocity to face, which is pretty good, all things considered. For the love of God, if you play Seth again, you'll flip. Oh no. Oh no. You might end up doing it. Not the deserved Ezreal slander. Look, I'll slander every single champion if somehow prompted or in the mood. Every single one of them. Even Teemo. He's broken more items than any other character in the game. Your CC, you never renamed? Oh, nice! Welcome back. Thank you for clarifying the rename. I figured you were here before, but I wasn't entirely certain who you were. Ezreal is not the favorite of everyone, and I know Teemo is not the favorite of anyone either. I have a friend who played against Teemo in League and fucking hates him now. So whenever I mention Teemo or the possibility of playing Teemo in a League match, he's just like, no, never do it. A PTSD. Yeah. Mr. Mega Man setting up with a pretty decent landmark board. Cricket hunting for encroaching shadows. Hunting for encroaching shadows. Teemo is the jungle main for you. Do they run 4 mana, make everything ephemeral? Yes. Here's the thing. You don't have to do that. There are people who took very interesting routes to not have to cast units at all, which is attack somebody tried to do. But yes, if you put non-ephemerals in, then you can just cast encroaching, and then boom, your encroaching will qualify them for being able to be played from hand. They're playing encroaching shadows, except Seth and you. I mean, Seth has encroaching, it's just encroaching rise. Fish Fear Me does have just encroaching fucking rise. Also, first time taking part in the tournament, it is a blast. Love it. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Again, apologies if there were confusion about the rules, and apologies about the Heimerdinger thing. But really appreciate everyone who has signed up, and I hope you guys are just, yeah, having a good fucking time. These have been some of the most unique games that I think I have ever seen. And I'm actually quite pleased by the ones that we ended up choosing. We have some fancy ideas. We have a lot of ideas in the bank for future tournaments. And they're all going to be like this. They're all going to be non-standard deck building conditions and probably Eternal as well. Yeah. Also, I mean, yeah. Congratulations on how you're doing in the tournament. There's a 4-2 and a 2-2 and an ARAM. Mr. Mega Man finding the 6 cost of destiny. Whose destiny will be is to be determined, but it's gonna be somebody's. And Dragon Ambush in retaliation with a couple of Hallowed procs and a field of sharks. There are going to have to be a lot of blocks here just to survive. But then the Opulent Foyer does come back on the swing around, and it might be enough. Though, let's see, 2 sharks is 6 damage. Yeah, plus the Hallowed, so Blighted Ravine is also not going to be enough here. Obviously not a fast speed spell, otherwise it would have been able to deal with the board there, but Blighted Ravine, not quite enough. There is a Rock Bear being summoned, so up to 5 with the Rock Bear, I think is still lethal. I believe is still lethal. Many effects just happened. Scarground occurred. Oh, one of the landmarks did actually obliterate because that was cast before. I forgot about one of them. That is unfortunately 13 damage into one single 7/5 blocker. Yes, if you guys want to join the next one, please do. The conditions may be slightly changed, but we, like last time, will probably just ask for feedback on the conditions, so you guys have a little bit of a heads up of what we might be planning. Yeah. All right. Looks like I think Cricket is moving forward in that case. So we shall see how Bracket do. There is, of course, Void sitting up there waiting for an opponent. And it looks like Cricket and Seth will be duking it out in losers brackets now. So let's go check that out and wait. Let's see. Best place for announcements for future tournaments would be the Discord. Yes! Use the chat command Discord to find out where you can join the Discord. Most obvious chat command ever in life. Also, Green Cookie Gamer, welcome to the chat and the stream. Yes, Demacia is pretty straightforward. It's just mostly units and then 1 or 2 big spells to blow out your opponent's access. Okay, I think We are waiting. Yeah, I think we are currently waiting for the next losers bracket match. So I'm just gonna hover cricket here, and wait for that to begin. Let's see. Yeah, just gonna chill here. Okay. Yes, if you want to join the next one, you are more than welcome. Just joining the Discord is the easiest place for announcements, but I do also make them on Twitter. Username on Twitter is the same, ELLZAWN. Graphics and announcements go there and in the Discord, and sometimes in the Runeterra server, and also Kitten has been helping out with posting stuff on Reddit. So the next one should be floating around the Runeterra sphere if you don't want to get pinged by me every week about my go lives. The Void, the final boss for any losing bracket underdog, makes sense given the lore. We gotta have a lore accurate tournament. Fuck yeah. All right. Yeah, this has been great so far. Standouts have definitely been Encroaching Rise. I like the Targon attempts within Viola's Vox, even if the Vox has not been, I think, perhaps the strongest contender, potentially. Keyword soup. Oh, just like have as many keywords as possible. We'd have to get can only play units with multiple keywords. Oh, interesting. That one would be difficult. I guess you could run Hothead, but then you'd again have to run, I think you'd run into the situation similarly to, situations similar to the discounting effect of how would you be able to get keywords on something that, because a lot of things don't have multiple keywords. So that would be potentially a little awkward. Would be the Discord brainstorming channel, that otherwise we might forget. I am writing the interesting ones down, but yes, Discord is also an excellent place to go shove that. Mech Yordles would be huge. Oh, Rumble. Yeah, because Rumble does grant himself extra keywords as well. I feel like Rumble Kaisa would dominate unless we banned those somehow, but I feel like banning Rumble in a multiple keyword scenario would also just be kind of mean. That would also just be like a mean thing to do to Rumble. Poor Rumble. He deserves the world, honestly. Remember when Rumble Vein was a thing? I was like, I tried that a few times, and Rumble Vein was an interesting thing to do. We are, yeah, I think still just chilling, waiting for bans to come through. Again, shout out to the mod team for managing the bans and managing the bracket and managing all of the questions and updating the deck list when people had corrections to make. You guys are great, and they have been a huge support for the stream. Mech Yordle, Targon has a bunch with 2 of them. Ooh, Targon does have things. I mean, there's Telecorn, for instance, which has a spell shield and lifesteal attached to it. Yeah. You could also do things like Brutal Hunter, right? Because that gets quick attack and challenger when you summon it initially. Or things like the 2/2 Vanguard, the wolf guy. 2/2 Scout Barrier Wolf guy from Demacia. That one would be also qualify for the conditioned. Tactical Dumpling. Thank you for joining the Discord for updates on the next tournament whenever that happens. We don't have a set date in mind. Currently our cadence seems to be every, let's see, the last one was in February, mid-February for Valentine's Day. About every 2 months or so. Piltover University can generate champs. Never saw it doing it, but don't think so. But you're not sure. Let me see. We can Google that we can Google it. We can look it up really quick while we're waiting for the next losers bracket match. Create 3 random cards in hand and grant them fleeting. It does say 3 random cards. It does not say create 3 random follower units or create 3 random non-champion cards. It does just say 3 random cards. I think it, based on the direct wording of that unit, it should be possible to do that. I'm not sure if it can. That would be a good, question for a rioter. Does University of Piltover make champions ever? Is it allowed to do so? Would be, I think, an interesting question to answer as well. Would be an interesting question. Your name is Hamburger. Hamburger! Man, I want a hamburger. Maybe after this tournament is over, I'll just fucking order a hamburger. Most of the Evolve suite. Oh yeah, Overwhelm, Spell Shield. A lot of those do have combined. I mean, you could make the argument for something too for the what is it, Exalted Poro, the one that gets keywords as as you level something else. That could also work. Like level your Rumble, cast Exalted Poro. I think it's Exalted, right? I might be misremembering the name on that one. But that could be quite fun. Yeah, no, I actually kind of like the multi-keyword idea. Somebody is going to try to ramp up to Arsenal, probably. But Keyword Soup, I mean, if we're running Keyword Soup, Arsenal, or Void Abomination, might be forgivable depending on how much top end you can find in other scenarios or other types of decks as well. I guess, I mean, also Soul would count, something like that. The Spell Shield and the Fury, I mean, those are two separate keywords as well, so you could also do things like Soul. Let's see. Also, Sleepy Lazy Bear, hello. Welcome to the chat and the stream. Thank you for the sweet message. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Pretty sure champions are excluded from the random pool outside of specifically ARAM. That would make sense. It would make sense if that was true, but reading University of Piltover at base does not necessarily, like, imply that. Limit either to a one of. I think one of would be all right. You can never go wrong with a hamburger. This is true. This is true. Woof. I think, wait, how many games do we have in Losers Bracket before it's confirmed? We have two more. We have two more, and Ace may once again be up again the Cephalopod, aka Fish Fear Me, depending on how this goes. A nice steamed ham. You do Hallowed Void Gate? All right. That would actually be kind of fucking hilarious. Unless specified, Wording and Riot are well. Okay, all right. That would actually make sense. Why are we talking about steamed hams? Go get yourself a steamed ham as you're watching the Eternal Poro Cup Tournament broadcast. I promise from the mods themselves that it will fill your stomach and be tasty. Not necessarily the meat I would choose for a tournament broadcast. I think a hamburger is a nice base thing to eat, but you do you. Okay. Yeah. Hope everyone's having like a pretty good week, by the way. It's currently we're currently just planning the trip next week, but or we leave for next week, but this has been fun. It's a beautiful day outside, so I'm excited to finish up this tournament and then probably just like go for a walk and breathe and touch grass. I'm gonna go touch grass later today, guys. Imagine grass touching. Building around Origins? Origins would be complicated because it would allow you to run things like Aatrox, and then we'd have to do some very specific bans and a lot of bans potentially overall, which could get, I think, a little bit hairy. It could get a little hairy on that one. Glass has submitted a react request, which we shall do, I suppose, at the end of the tournament. And then just, I think confirming that we're still waiting for that losers bracket match. Okay. I think, as is probably, to be expected by this point, the players have been playing for a while now. It's been going on for over 3 hours, so understandable if people would like a break. As I say that, though, Cricket has jumped into a game, so I'm going to immediately follow them as such. Syntax, thank you for the video request as well. We shall do that in addition. Okay, I think this is probably the ban phase has already been done because the bans are done outside of the client. Just picking the decks, jumping straight on in. Jumping straight on in, we've got Cricket and we've got Cephalopod with the same regions. Once again, Landmark v Landmark. We've seen Cricket's deck before. Refreshing on whether or not Cephalopod here has anything super dramatic in their Landmark deck. I believe no, it is just a lot of ARAM stuff. It's just a lot of ARAM stuff. Yep, that's ARAM stuff. That confirmed is a bunch of stuff happening in ARAM. Let's see, there is an ARAM in Cricket's opening hand here, so that has already been set up and ready. Kitten, thank you. Yes, I think we have it. Did you miss something? And Morales, we are currently hosting a tournament today, so that's why we've got all these folks, and we're looking at somebody else play the game right now. An educated farmer with a biology degree, approve of grass touching. Side note, fuck yeah on the biology degree. I was a biology music double major basically in undergrad. Fuck yeah, science, bitch. So as the Rock Bears, some Clocklings, we have the mirror going right now. And the emotes to match. Any ranchers in the chat? Yeah. Any ranchers, any other farmers? Anybody else in the agriculture industry? I work in food, which is like, or at least now I work in food science-ish. It's an interesting intersection. That is not relevant to the gameplay though, and as I am casting this tournament, I will veer off of the personal discussion for at least a little bit. In the regular stream, sure, but here we see the Salt Spire, Inner Sanctum coming down. So Rock Bear for Rock Bear, Sanctum and Buried Armory though for Fish Fear Me, which is a little bit more buff potentially. Not actually sure why it hides the Treasure of the Sands once it's main. I keep expecting that card to be visible, but it's not. The Ramus Ranch Rangers. We are together the Ramus Ranch Rangers though. Let's see. Buffing the 5/5 to get some challenger, buffing it again to see what else can be found there. Everybody's at 5 mana, so 1 turn away from absolute insanity time. Quick attack on the bear once more, getting a quick attack challenger Rock Bear. Truly astonishing. As a 9/9. This is definitely reminiscent of a previous game. For sure. For sure. Cricket here debating the choice now. Not destroying or making an Acolyte. Just holding and waiting for the 9/9 to do something. Countdown on the Inner Sanctum. All tapped out from Fish Fear Me. Also, just a note, some of you may have seen Fish Fear Me referred to as Ceph or Cephalopod. They are the same person. It is just 2 different usernames in different places. So if you hear me refer to one, I do mean the other as well. Let's see. 9/9 going in. I'm excited for this YouTube video once the tournament resolves. Going in with that 9/9 taking out the 5/5. There's a Salt Spire. Gonna be buffing as the Rock Bears wake up in the snow. Is this an ARAM scenario? Everybody's at 20 HP. No Nexus damage has actually been successfully resolved. I hope it's an ARAM v ARAM. Obviously, now at least probably 1 is going to hit the board, though it is a risk. It is a risk into that, into the just very large boys on the other side of the board. This looks over. How do they deal with that bear? I don't know. I do not know. I think the answer might be something just really, really big, like a Trendemir later, but I think it is going to just slowly but surely wipe out every single card that comes into play, especially if it's now a 9/11 card as well. Oh, now it's just an 11/11, and it is the double ARAM. It is the double ARAM. Oh boy. Not capable, unlike University of Piltover, for producing ruinations and stuff like that, but probably Cricket wishes it could. At this moment, Kindred is a mini unit ruination? Question mark? That could be construed that way potentially. I mean, if something gets slayed, it will work. Unfortunately, nothing may get slain this turn other than the 5/5. And it also is extremely vulnerable to Challenger. So even if it's cast, it's probably not going to do very much. Excited to get some breakfast when the tournament is over. Kitten, thank you for hanging around. I know that it is... That's actually not the worst time for Europe right now. It's what, 9 o'clock? At 11 p.m.? Yeah. We do have potentially an hour or two more to go as we head into the finals. The 11-11 taking the 9-9. Is it a block with the 5-5 or is it something else? Nope, it's a trade into the 5-5. Kind of makes sense there. Kindred coming down, potentially. There is another Inner Sanctum, again, just to make that one bear an absolute monster. Also, yes, elzon.com is where you can find all of the info there. Thank you for asking. I've mentioned the rules a couple of times, but I am not constantly spitting out the rules because some people are very, very, very familiar with them. Basically, all ephemeral deck, all landmark deck, all alt win cons. I think most of the alt win con decks have been banned outright. Definitely kind of meme video. Chamber of Renewal Kindred, though, it does make it a 7/5. With these two Inner Sanctum procs for Cricket here, makes her a potential threat. It's gonna be interesting to see the lucky find argument. Fish Fury actually going with the first one and committing it. Committing both, confident that the Kindred will not be able to find anything to trade with an 11-11. 11-25 for the farmer. Tristana coming down as well. 2-4 with impact. Not getting, hypothetically, too many buffs from multi-region units, unless ARAM decides otherwise, of course. More ARAMs of Destiny. There is a +2/+0, which could push it to a 9 power unit versus a 13-11. 2 of those is enough to kill. Though it would also not get Challenger in that instance. Going for Overwhelm. It already has Spell Shield. It's already got Overwhelm. Looks like it's probably just a tough cast here, most likely. Yeah, there goes that tough. 2-2 going in, looking for something here potentially. Hitting Tristana. There is a Heimerdonger in as well, who will potentially be able to generate something. Though, I mean, the problem is no spells. No spells are quite happening, so Heimerdinger is just a 3/5. Potentially start with a 2/4 Tristana, depending. You are on the landmark side? You want the landmarks to work? You know, that's very fair. The Kindred is a little bit of a potential landmine. It is a landmine-like scenario. Because it's leveled. Getting a lot of the Kindred dialogue right here. Challenger on the Kindred. From the lucky finds before. Not finding, I think, quite what they were looking for, though. Only getting the buff, only getting the tough, and being offered 2 out of the 3 keywords that you needed before. Just not helping. Not helping. Blighted Ravine, getting rid of the Tristana at least. But that's about it. It's about all it's doing. Emperor's Dais also coming down. I mean, Cricket is at 20 HP. There is a chance that ARAM could turn this around. Though, looking at a 15-13 seems relatively unlikely. It did! One of the ARAMs did finally generate an Aurelian Soul. That will be a kill on the Kindred. Well, the mark is on it, which is honestly really unfortunate for the Kindred. This is an 11-11, but that's unfortunately still a 15-11. So even if it trades, or even if the soul comes down, it's still going to be an unfortunate trade. Damien the Unbound coming out. Yeah, it's just that quick attack. It's just that quick attack. Revin, yeah. Acolyte, just kind of hovering in hand. Orange Forge finally down, finally ready to buff even more. Damien triggered, but 15 to 5 HP Nexus. It's going to be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. 16-12 now. The soul is not even big enough to deal with that. It's not even big enough to deal with that. 11-11 Aurelian Soul. None of those are removal, unfortunately. And none of those, yeah, I think it would have had to have been something like a falling comet or a straight up obliterate. Unfortunately, there was no obliterate found. Just still barely hanging on. There were 2 souls. There were 2 Aurelian souls. Oh my god. Oh my god. This really sucks for Cricket, but also is absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And a forge from the Orange Forge. Oh my god. 2 champion coming. Rock Bear. Rock Bears need a champion. They need a leader. They need a whatever the Bol El Nuke was for that deck. A soul and a great beyond into another soul and a charger. What a turn. What a turn. Cricket surrendering there, going next in the face of a really dominant mirror. Mirror is the word I wanted there. Yeah, we hit the wrong obliterate. Small units just weren't going to apply in that scenario. Needed the big ones. I'm seeing the delayed reactions from chat to that second soul now. It's hilarious. It's so funny. Okay, we're looking at Cricket's landmark deck again, and we're looking at, of course, the Encroaching Shadows Rise deck. He saw number 2. How honestly unreasonable Aram was there. It sensed that enlightenment had happened. It sensed that its cousin Aram had produced something along the lines of the creator of the galaxies, and was like, hey, I can do that too. Hey, my sibling isn't better than me. I got this also. Okay, well, let's see if Cricket can beat the Encroaching Rise. So Fish Fear Me was knocked out of winner's bracket with this Rise deck. So they have been winning with it. So we'll see if Cricket can do the same, or if it's Fish advancing to the next loser's bracket round and Ace's worst nightmare coming true of having to face them again. Rise P and Z going. Feel Prescient's trying to find a card. Size does matter. That is a place your bets. Looking for those conditions. Let's go. A frog is the closest that you have to a dragon. I am not going to challenge that with an evolutionary tree. I'm just going to accept it. I'm just going to accept that. Yeah, I actually am kind of in awe of the Encroaching Rise. Definitely one of the top decks of the tournament, just in terms of just like sheer ballsy creativity, I'm gonna say. You beat both of them and you need to face one of them next. God damn! Ace, I don't know if you're in luck or in hell. Maybe both. You get a chance to show off again, or you get to face decks that maybe you don't want to play against again. So there is a 5-5 going. Next turn. Reservarium going for some draw. Finding a Frozen Thrall. Not finding the ARAM yet. Buried Armory in hand now. 2 Buried Armories could lead to, or 3 Buried Armories, apologies. Could lead to another Rock Bear Terror scenario, which it currently is very much doing. Currently very much leading to a Rock Bear Terror. Encroaching Targon Sadoaz with the one that makes buff permanence in Taric could be a banger. It makes buffs permanent. Words. Out of the way. Out of the way would be an interesting one for sure. Always forgets the Allen Pass. Folks, don't forget your Allen Passes when you sign up for a PORO Cup Series tournament. Make sure you bring your Allen Passes packed and ready to go. So there's 2 more Buried Armories that are about to happen. This is the ARAM turn, and Cricket stuck without it, and stuck instead with an 8-8 Frostguard Thrall on the way. It is of note that the Frozen Tomb did just capture the Rock Bear. It didn't do anything else with the Rock Bear, so the Rock Bear will be back, as will 2 Treasure of the Sands return as well. There's a chance to cast an Acolyte and Preservarium here. Get some more draw going. Get some more beefy boys on the field. Again, no damage yet. And a bunch of spells in that Rise deck to potentially, like the 3 Sisters, resolve some damage. Prevent some damage. Resolve some damage, prevent some damage. Stop Cricket from just doing a big smork. Doing a big smork. Fish Fear Me, indeed, thinking about some choices here. The coin is now at 4, so there is potentially just 5 mana sitting around. And by speaking of 5 mana, I do mean that they are casting it now. They've got 5 mana in gems. Let's see if they use a couple banks of spell mana or just rip a unit here, or something else. There's, of course, could be another place your bets or something like that. Out of the way, Lamb's Respite and Divine Intervention. Oh, or Divine Judgment for buffs. Yeah, you can do that. Aftershock on the Rock Bear to shut that shit down. Not gonna be having to face that with a 2 Treasure of the Sands next turn. Or just play Rise Ephemeral. Look, if you want to do something that's perfectly legal and go around the concept of the rules, it's technically legal. Technically legal. Based Rise. Even with the Rise ban, even thinking, okay, we're gonna get the Rise out of the Landmarks, we're gonna get the Rise out of the Alt-Win cons, a Rise deck still clung to dear life and made it through. It clung desperately. LOR with the Allen Pass and tutorials, honestly, not a terrible idea. Let's educate these new people as to what it means to just pass the turn. Last breath count as a keyword? I think so as well, yes, because you can grant last breath to a unit as well, like with Blades of the Fallen, which I believe somebody was running in their ephemeral deck as well. Summon Acathian Mirages. Preservarium is a great card. It's actually just really fucking useful. 2 mana draw and then draw later also. It's pretty good value, I think. I had a thought and then I lost the thought. That is an ephemeral Rise. That encroaching did happen, so it is going to make a delve or 2 and is also going to just tank an 8/7. It's also just going to tank an 8/7 to the face. To the Rise face. Not to Fish's face. Or not. Oh, it's just going to be a pass there. Holding on to the Acolyte. Keeping it safe for a better turn to attack. Yep, my thought has escaped me. I think it was something to do with the deck building conditions and Rise itself. But there it goes. Delve here. So there's a Rock Bear, an 8/7, and a draw next turn. Rune Prison coming out. Makes sense. One more Acolyte to counter the Rune Prison. Biding time until ARAM, though at this point, there might not be an ARAM needed. Looks pretty strong anyway, moving forward like this. Making yet another reliquary. Curious if the predict is cast here in order to shuffle the deck to find ARAM, or if it's just relying on the reliquaries. It looks like it's relying on the reliquaries, which I think makes sense at this point. Why gamble with your deck when you also just have 18 damage kind of hovering on the board? Have to 9 with the Rune Prison, of course, but it's still 18 damage. Still a good amount of lethal on the way. One deck, by the way, that did make it through some people's lists here that I don't think people have left unbanned. A couple people built Vayne Aatrox Fiora, because the Fiora alt-win condition deck building rules were you had to run buffs, which included weapons because they do directly interact with the Fiora stat line, and strike spells, and other things that would trigger a potential strike from a Fiora, like Cataclysm. So Vayne Aatrox Fiora actually made a surprising number of appearances. We're not seeing them here, I think, because people sensed that that would be quite powerful, as were most of the alt-win things in general. But that was kind of funny to see. Shame that Chamber of Renewal doesn't work on followers. It is very limiting. It is very limiting. Here is the ARAM, however, which may just overwrite one of the 2/2s or even the Frostguard Thrall at this point, potentially. Can we do a point bet on who wins Grand Finals? Yeah, sure. I think we could probably do a predict channel point thing. I'm getting confirmation from the mods, so yeah. We can totally do that. Throw your channel points into the ring and see how many you can earn there. We're still in loser's bracket, but we are going to have this match and then one more against Ace, and then we'll have our grand final competitors confirmed, heading up to that conclusion. Rummage trying to find some stuff. That is a leveled rise on the board, and by the way, 9 mana available. I think at this point a landmark delve being cast will win the game, because the Shard of Reverence Shabugadunity is here on the board. And it will refill the mana. Shard of Hope doing a heal. Is there one more in hand? That is the question. Is Fish Fear Me going to take it? Is Fish Fear Me going to take this bracket right now? Or is there no more delve? There's a Feral Prescience! That's not a delve at the moment, unless there is some way to commit a draw here. Rummage just dumping everything to try and find it. 4 mana remaining. Perfect spell mana. There's the delve! There's the delve. Oh no. Well, I mean... oh no, in some regards, but also a fucking Rise win. Holy shit, the ephemeral encroaching shadows Rise has won the game. And also the set. And also has won the set. Man's going for the win. For sure. I believe that means that Ace and Cephalopod are up against each other for the next for the next losers bracket round. 1 Rise and a Dream. 2 of Rises, actually. The first one cast, got some landmark, got some delves cast. Second Rise, victory. Second Rise to victory. So I think now we just wait. I think we're just here for the next one now. Not sure if this is the game versus Not sure if this is yet the game versus this is Ace versus this is Ace versus Fish. I don't know if they were fast enough to already be in the queue together, but we shall wait and see. You don't want to play versus the Rise again? Ace, I am sorry to traumatize you, but once again, it does face you. It does face you in the loser's bracket. But hey, it's the match. It's the matches for grand final. Let's go. That did take a very quick turn. A perfect mana too. Absolutely tapped out. But still just had enough gas to find it. Those rummages really coming in quite clutch and being quite successful at it. All right, once that says it's in a friend match again, we are spectating on either the second to last set or the third to last set, depending on how the grand finals matches end up going. There's always a possibility that Ace can actually reset the bracket here. Ace can reset the bracket here for the losers bracket. Cephalopod can also reset the losers bracket and go to grand finals. And whoever is from the losers bracket can then reset the grand finals bracket for a third game, depending. Sorry, I'm trying to shuffle people around in my brain, and sometimes it just doesn't work. If the gap is long before the next round, your video redeem is very short. I'm not sure how long it's gonna be. I think I will save it to the end though, of the tournament. Just to keep it a little bit focused on the matches for now. It also sounds like people are pretty aware of, you know, their matchups next. So I think it's going to be going pretty quickly. I think Fish is also, or Ace is already in a match, so I'm assuming that is the one that we should be spectating. So here we fucking go. All right. So yes, Ace is running the landmark deck with University of Piltover, and then Cricket is, and the other deck that doesn't have the ephemeral deck that doesn't have really any units in it, other than the ones that spawn from landmarks, and then of course we know Cephalopod's lineup. It's Rise. And then it's Freljord Shurima. We're almost there. I am ready to crown the recipient of the next Poro. Good, it'll be good stuff. It'll be good stuff. I'm realizing that Flufferton is getting like some dust in his fur. Flufferton needs a combing, apparently. Don't usually comb too many of my inanimate objects, but this one does need a combing. He deserves a combing. I'm failing my I'm failing my fucking Poro duties by not grooming him. I'm sure Braum would be grooming his Poros. I'm a failure. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. I always wondered sometimes why they picked the Freljord art for the Waiting for Spectate. Like, they're from the same region. I know it's because of the different factions within Freljord are mad at each other, but that's kind of funny. It's like, it's not Aurelia versus Swain. It's just some people from Freljord duking it out. Yeah. We've definitely... I think that Soul Game currently still also takes the kind of takes the cake for one of the more exciting ARAM experiences. The Ephemeralist with the tech for not playing units is clever. Yeah, it is. Again, it's just another creative way around the ruling. If you wanna do all spells, you can. I shall give Flufferton a pet for you. I've been kind of low-key holding him like this whole stream, you know, just down here where you can't see him. I've sent out now 2 other Poros. Tunnel Shark was the winner of the last one, and then Symphy was the winner of the first Poro Cup. we have the third one. We have the third winner. Of course, in the brackets now, somewhere, somebody shall get another Poro. If you see Ace talking about a Poro, we did send Ace a Poro as well after the first Poro Cup, because Ace stayed up until like I think it was like what 5 in the morning or something. Came really close to that, and it was the first Poro Cup. So you're like, thank you for staying up and being awesome. And we also offered Ace a Poro. Generally, what we've been doing as well is if you get second, we will offer you a Poro. We're offer Poro or prize money. First place always gets Poro and prize money though. So technically they lied. Technically there are 3 Poros that have already been sent out. Ace has one, Symphy has one, and Tunnel Shark has one. This will be the 4th. And then of course this one here is the 5th total. Then how workable it is on the war, but there's the classic deck in MTG. Ladies looking left. Define that condition because it sounds incredible, but I actually don't know that one. I know other formats in Magic the Gathering. Like I've played Commander and I've played Magic for a few years. I don't recognize that deck building condition though, which is kind of interesting. Is this working? I think it's, hopefully it's not just bugged. I'm assuming they're just kind of waiting in the client potentially. Ladies Looking Left is such a good name though. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we'd like to have be feasible in Runeterra, but just may not be feasible, period. Again, unless they introduce some kind of sandbox, which would be absolutely beautiful. Absolutely wonderful if they did that. I could do so many shenanigans! I could do so many shenanigans! Alright, no, I'm not challenging Ace here. I don't need to walk into the match. Yeah. Once again, we may be at a lull point of players do need breaks. Players do need breaks. The art on every card has a lady looking left. We have thought about doing animal-themed tournaments. So we were discussing at one point doing Elnuks and Poros and Yetis or something like that, of just like picking art with certain archetypes. However, the problem with that is those archetypes are either actually like kind of stronger than others, such as Poros, to ones that are just kind of very, very weak, like Elnuks right now. I know they used to be a little bit more meta, but certainly not anymore so much. MTG has wrapped the card game archetypes from the 5 colors. MTG is such a really interesting system. I won't talk too much about MTG in a Runeterra tournament, but there's definitely a lot that I learned from Magic that helped me a shitload when I was learning Runeterra myself. It was very useful, very useful. Because a lot of the keywords are actually just literally the same: trample, overwhelm, quick attack, first strike, all of those things. Elusive is kind of flying, sort of. Kinda, somewhat. Flying broke my brain when I first started playing Magic for some reason. I just forgot my units could go overhead. I don't know why. Blue counter, white aggro, green ramp, go tall, and black discard. There are elements certainly in other games that pull or that feels somewhat similar. Like there is somewhat taxes in this game. Like there is Sony Suppressor, but none of it is amped up and none of it forms its own little circle the same way that Magic does. Every card must be blue or every person in each card must look left. Those would be kind of insane. Those would be kind of insane. One thing that I think is important to note is I think we will have to be doing all of that kind of stuff in Eternal. The advantage of some other card games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And like Magic is the card pool is giant, so you have a lot of options and it's not as funneled into like 1 or 2 winning decks. Here, if we tried that stuff in Standard, I think it would be too limiting. I even think some conditions like that in Eternal are going to be too limiting. But I think with Eternal and more cards being introduced, it's gonna get a lot easier to do some crazy shit. Ace here, I believe running the ephemeral deck, and then Cephalopod bringing the Friendly Stream a landmark. So let me just once again bring up what Ace is doing here, because I actually need to remember if there's anything else that I quite haven't actually like talked about in full yet. I don't think there is. It's Forge of Tomorrow and Back Alley Bar, and then just spells, removal, some portals, formula, and 1 eclectic collection, which I believe we did see cast on that previous game with the cast on the previous game with that flash bomb trigger on the ephemeral 2-1. On that ephemeral 2-1. Don't fix what ain't broken. Also, yeah, I played Hearthstone Battlegrounds. I've never played Hearthstone proper, but Battlegrounds, yes, I like that one actually. Anyway, though, Buried Armory coming down from Cephalopod and Ace, with the Back Alley Bar and the Forge of Tomorrow in hand. Rock Bear coming down. We're not getting full audio effects, but that's okay. Sometimes the client does do a small blurb in that regard. Yeah, Rock Bear coming in. Wallop here as well for a stun, a little bit of control. Expliterator, Axe for Shock, and the Pie Toss just available to use. 20k card pool. So if you include the alternate card cards, so welp. Yep, that's just a lot. It's just a lot of things to do. Karma could be played in looking left, but only after leveling up. I feel like, here's the thing, Karma bans are very safe, so we may just continue doing that in the future, in general. Turn flipping back over to Ace here, portal triggering as well, with getting Undying and Flash Bomb Peddler, and Flash Bomb Peddler with an all spells deck is actually very mean. The Flash Bomb Peddler there really coming out for some blood there. We are apparently getting the Acolyte voice lines and nothing else. Are the Eternal Dancer ladies looking left? I think one of them is looking left, right? Because they're like face to face. That's an interesting one. Buried Armory on the 7-6. Curious how many flash bombs are actually about to get cast here, because there's a great potential for a lot of them over time if the 1-3 survives. The 3-3 obviously blocking the fearsome, so maybe the 5-5 does kind of just get left there. Looking at a 2 5-5s and a 7-6, that was a little bit of a different story. Undying obviously cannot block. Aftershock could come down and destroy the Sandswept Tomb in order to basically avoid that 5 damage coming this turn and on future turns. Yeah. I think you'd consider it. We'd have to, I think, that would be one thing that we'd have to, like, figure out if, like, if one thing is looking left, is that acceptable? Like, for instance, is that rock bear looking to the left, or is it just being a rock? You know? I think it's kind of looking left. it'd be a funny thing to include, though, based on that condition. Yeah, the high roll is nuts. The high roll is also nuts. Yeah, Magic has been around for a very, 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 very long time. Waiting here, I think, to see if a flash bomb will do it, and it does. A flash bomb does actually hit the rock bear, taking it the fuck out. Time trick triggering here, finding Forge, drum solo, and Aftershock from the deck. Picking from these options Aftershock and just slamming that open attack. Flash Bomb Peddler has gone 3 now in a single turn. Again, we know for sure that deck is capable of pulling out some very big targets, but right now the HPs are kind of even, and Ace has Aftershock in hand for ARAM again and again and again. ARAM is the win con, and there it just got blown the fuck up. For sure. Another portal getting the Daring Demolisher, which doesn't trigger anything, of course, when it just pops onto the board. So it's just a 3-1 kind of sitting there. The whole neck is turned. It has to be at least a 90-degree angle. He's looking directly at the camera. Pokestick going to face. Just deciding that the face is the place for damage. Do we have any more portals remaining? I think we've used all of them. Yeah, we have used all of the portals, at least for Ace's side of the field. 5 flash bombs just chilling on Cephalopod's deck there, waiting in the wings for whenever a Clockling or a Rock Bear or I would have said a champion, but ARAM Dagot obviously is no more. So right now, also, Ace looking at 6 damage to face with the units in hand alone. Wallop in the back for additional support. Back alley bar affordable this turn, which will also just be another 3/3 for damage, which would bump that up to 9. Yeah, 9 damage, leaving them at 4. And we know that Ace does have just kind of damage to face in general, because of the way that deck has been built. Mystic Shots, Get Excited, Get Excited, not a full playset, even though you can run it, of course, in Eternal. It's playing off so hard. Yeah, paying off so hard. It is, actually. Orin's Forge just kind of coming down, probably not to burn mana. Back alley bar resolving. Is that a chump of wumps? It is a clump of wumps. The RNG has thus far offered Flashbomb Peddler and Clump of Wumps, which, not only being a body, also makes a spell which synergizes both with the trap concept and the Flashbomb Peddler concept right now. This is also just a 4 damage remaining, 4 life remaining for Cephalopod after this open attack here. For sure. Pytos or Perilous Pastry from the Pytos, of course, can go to anywhere. And unfortunately for Cephalopod, there is that second Aftershock just sitting in Ace's hand. It could be a second back alley bar. It looks like it is just the Clump of Wumps. 5 Poison Puffcast is also just ambient lethal damage if cards are drawn in the wrong order. Yeah, what sacrifices RNGs is received? Someone else had that question before, as in unities of children, or units of children. I think we decided, or I personally decided, that it was at least 5 children were sacrificed for good RNGs from the random effects that we are seeing here today. Look for full art and reading up to the descriptions. Credit to the art team at Riot. You know, that's actually a really fun idea. I think forcing people to go through the full art text or something like that, of just like finding things that are related or finding a certain condition, would be just kind of a banger. It would make people look at their collections in a new way potentially as well, which would be kind of exciting. Yeah, Ace just kind of destroying ARAMs left and right. Guns blazing for anybody who dare try play a high value landmark. The Guardians just reloaded in for some reason. I'm not sure why that happened. A flavor text description or restriction, yeah, that would be amazing. Actually, no qualifications, just amazing. Must have 3 lines of flavor text. That might actually rule out a weird number of cards. A weird number of cards. Ooh, time and dedication on a 2/2, trying to pull something out here. 1 ARAM remains. 1 ARAM does remain, but it does not in hand, clearly. 4 HP right now, looking like it will be death for Cephalopod in this first matchup. Perilous Pastry going. To face. So that's also just 2 damage from Pokestick and Perilous alone. Drum Solo is finding a time trick and another Drum Solo. No flow has been triggered, at least on the previous turn, but we will, of course, be getting it next turn from Ace's perspective. You call Poros for the art format and Braum? We actually already did a Braum tournament condition, or a Poro tournament condition, where I believe, if I'm remembering you correctly, you could run Braum. So we kind of already did Poros. That was the inaugural, one of the inaugural Poro Cup conditions. That is actually removing everything and killing Undying. So it will still be 5, or it will still be, sorry, it will be 4 damage to face because the Undying is not permanent. Ace here also top decking Pokestick after Pokestick, and still holding that 1 Mushroom Cloud in hand. Blighted Ravine, not enough healing to be able to deal with that, I think, next open attack. Curious if that Mushroom Cloud does get cast here. I mean, Time Strike is going to be able to find a Mystic Shot most likely. They know each other and needs the full-on set. All of Samir's cactus is legals because they're wordy as hell. Maybe a Silas thematic before he gets released? Oh, fucking Silas would be... I mean, we need Silas. Mage Seeker is incredible. I played it on stream earlier last week, and it was kind of amazing. Oh no! The 1-1 hitting face and the Mystic Shot in hand. 4 Flash Bombs triggered, if only that was a Caitlyn scenario. But instead, it is just a Flash Bomb boy going to town. The audio has returned, thank God. But yeah, Silas would be cool. I'm really curious to see what they actually do with Silas in the Runeterra. He's got a lot of cool effects. Yeah, we initially called it the Poro Cup because one of the first things that I immediately thought of, super easy, low-hanging fruit, was, of course, just have a Poro deck requirement. The burn damage poke is real in this game. Absolutely, yes. We are now looking at Ace's Landmark deck, which also has PNZ, but is a University of Piltover Landmark-only scenario. It looks like... Looks like Cephalopod has indeed brought the Landmark deck and not the Rise deck again. So this is either a win. This is either a win for Cephalopod, or the Rise, or the Encroaching Rise is out of the tournament. Ancient Preparations in hand, looking for a card here, finding Piltover. Which right now there is actually an available curve for. An available curve for that. Rock Bear is a pretty solid choice here. Acolytes could also start coming down. Looks like it is the Acolyte choice into a Rock Bear. See, I was right either way. I was correct regardless of what had been happened. Silas can steal a level 2 ability from an enemy champ. He should definitely take something, I think. Like, maybe it'd be cool if he, like, during an attack, he could steal one of your opponent's, like, attack or skill effects from the stack. That would kind of be a neat concept. It would be situational for sure. Maybe he could make a little focus spell every turn, or not focus, a little fast speed spell every turn. That's like, if something lands on the stack from your opponent that does a damage or other effect, you can just take it from them and, like, basically mirror it back at them. Talking over a little bit of gameplay here, but it's just an Orange Forge kind of ticking down. Acolyte, Clockling, we've seen all of this many times. Still a turn away from Piltover and 2 turns away from ARAM, so kind of just chilling. Battle of the Fish teams! Yeah, I keep almost saying Fish Ace, and then referring to the opponent as Fish, both of which would be very confusing, so that's why I'm using Cephalopod and Ace to distinguish a little bit better. Finding a 5/5 Rock Bear for Fish, for Cephalopod. Let's see, Sandswept Tomb once again offering a big ephemeral threat. Of course, outside the ephemeral deck. Silas just bounce spells back at the opponent. Something like that. Just basically a reflection. Like, if you try to cast this, I do the opposite thing to you instead. This will be a really nice game. It's definitely a powerful game. I know you were rooting for the landmark decks before. Which landmark deck are you following this time? Okay, so there's the Salt Spire making a 7/7. If not for the Orange Forge, would be starting to be able to trade. It might be an open attack. No, it is an Acolyte instead, which will now start to be able to counter Rock Bears, of course. Looks like there's 6 mana. If the Orange Forge is cast, we know that there isn't an ARAM, but if there is an ARAM cast, this is a pretty quiet, a relatively quiet turn in which to cast it, considering that there are blockers for things right now. 4/3 and a 4/3, hitting Ace's board. I'm gonna sneak some of my snacks while I'm watching this part of the match. Buffing that to a 7/5. Acolyte happening. Both players at the same HP, and both looking at currently actually relatively similar unit stats. It has leveled out slightly, considering that the university hasn't been cast and ARAM apparently has not been found. Or, Cephalopod decided that that was just not the turn in which it was safe or optimal to play it. Emperor's Dais coming down. Does make an extra little sand dude. The open attack here is not atrocious. It's either a 3/2 into a 7/7 or a 4/3 into a 7/5, which would be about a similar number of units lost, though there is that 5/5 coming out from Ace as well. You said you don't see the Black Flame from Ionia. Somebody did send in a list with 1 Black Flame in it. There were some casts of that. My assumption there is that it may have been a scenario where people were concerned that the Black Flame wouldn't actually give them too much like repeatable value, if that makes sense. Let's see. Get it more powerful cards, but it's such a fun card. Yeah, I think that's the balance of it. Is a very fun card, but there were other things that just might have felt stronger. Not sharing grapes with Flufferton. Where are the Poro snacks? Do not worry. I am hardly starving Flufferton. He does receive snacks. He is a snack machine. 7/7 versus a 7/1 and a 5/5. A Sandswept Tomb trying to push a little bit more pressure. That is 2 Sandswept Tombs. And a lot of dudes. Just a lot of dudes. Cephalopod has to be a little bit careful here, though. If this is not a win, this might just be a straight up loss, considering that they're at 1 HP and there is a Sandswept Tomb and an Emperor's Dais for Ace as well. The open attack does look pretty good with 3 5-power units, a 7/1 and the Sand Soldier, so it's still pushing a lot, but it might not be enough. Or it might be enough for Ace to cling to life here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 2 5/2s blocking there. Just enough to cling to life with a 7/7 on the field. 1 HP difference. May, I think, be able to close it out on the open attack, and there's still mana for that final Acolyte. Ace on an absolute warpath. It looks like prepared to 2-0 this loser's bracket match. Yeah, just the open attack with a Sandstone and a Sand Soldier. And I believe that that is Ace. Moving up to winner's bracket. Fish Fear Me, aka Cephalopod, coming super close there. Just not being able to find quite enough footing with the Howling Abyss deck. All right. We are moving on then, it looks like, to grand fucking finals. Let's go. Brackets are here, and I don't think there's going to be anything that we don't know on them. Yeah, Void, thank you for waiting here. And indeed, Void versus Ace to compete for first place in the PORO Cup, in the Eternal PORO Cup tournament. Shout out again to everybody who joined and has been competing today, and also for everybody who's watching the coverage. Really appreciate it, and I hope you've been enjoying these games a lot. It's been very fun. It's been very fun. We learn with each iteration of each tournament. So hopefully they will continue getting better and better and better. Ace just aced the set. Really aced. Really just fucking 100% speedrunning the losers bracket, getting the fuck out of there apparently. Yeah, Void, you know who your opponent is, you know what their deal is. Good luck to you and Ace in the finals, and it looks like we're here on the finals. Indeed, looks like it's time to face Tavern Keeper again. Yes, the back alley bar is back. Yeah, grand final time. Exciting shit. Exciting shit. Whew. Alright, I'm gonna once again stalk the folks that I know that I can spectate here. Let's see, Void, I'm gonna try and spectate you, and then we might be able to pull up I think Ace on a different screen. So we will have both players' hands for this next spectate, hopefully. Yeah, good luck to everybody. And again, thanks to everyone who has and is competing now. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. This has been the best stream. It's super fun. I am glad you're enjoying it so much. I've been having a fucking blast. This is how our tournament coverage usually goes, by the way. It's me, it's hanging out with the chat, talking about some crazy plays, and just kind of chilling out with the competitors here. Kind of fantastic. Next time we gotta come up with some banger conditions. Probably will be another vote. I think last time the system of voting on conditions worked out okay. So we'll probably just put it to another, in the Discord, another vote of, we have these ideas for 2 separate tournaments, vote for the one that you would most like to participate in. And thank you again for all of the chat ideas for future deck building conditions, by the way. We have landmark, expanding the landmark conditions, who can who can kill themselves the fastest by doing nexus damage to themselves, modified mana costs, multiple keywords, playing with the flavor text, good shit. Also Sleepy Lazy Bear, thank you. And also, once again, while we're here and saying all of these nice things, I gotta say some nice things about the mods. Glass, who also lives with me incidentally, is fantastic, and I'll go say a nice thing to him later instead of being mean. And Kitten is amazing, and just generally a great person to have supporting the event in general. You guys are fantastic. Yeah, don't forget to follow. You can sub if you'd like to. I mean, supporting the stream in general really helps us put on more events like these. But also don't forget to follow if you're just interested in being notified when I go live and stream, or when more tournaments are happening, etc., etc. But I know we got a bunch of new people watching the stream today, so the vibe for my personal streams is relatively similar. We do a lot of viewer decks. Occasionally we do actually some hard grinding and ranked, but mostly it's just I sit in Diamond and I play some viewer decks that I get. A lot of random shit. I have been sent Sanseer Mill, so that's as crazy as it gets. Send mandarins from the farm? Yo, mandarins do sound kind of fucking amazing. One time at my last job, somebody's plum tree fell over, or like it broke, or the wind knocked it down or something. So this guy just walks in with a cart into each floor where their office is, pushing a giant cart of plums around, and he's like, "You want plums? I'm trying to get rid of them." I took so many plums that day. So much food. Love fresh fruit. It's fantastic. Okay, no, we're still waiting on Void. We're still waiting on Ace. But I see both of them. Should be in just a second. What?
Bans are done.
Bans are done. So I'm hearing that we are heading into the first grand finals match. Just to reiterate, if Ace does... Oh, I can't spectate Void at the moment. So we may just have Ace for this one. If Ace resets this wins and resets this bracket, we do get 2 grand finals matches. If the oops, I didn't if Ace resets this bracket, there are 2 grand finals matches in front of us. Since Loser Bracket has the ability to basically reset everything to 0. If Void just takes this one, then it is of course a win for Void. So hopefully we'll be able to see both hands and see how this all shakes out. Okay, now we can spectate. Great. Excellent. Yusufai, just like this can be summoned into 2 words. Wonderful chaos. Yeah. Wonderful chaos is what we're aiming for. Sometimes we're also horny on main, but you know, been less horny on main today, mostly because I've been so enthused by the hope of seeing an Aurelian Soul, and then I got 2 Aurelian Souls to watch in the same match. Mind blown. But yeah, Void versus Ace for first place in the PORO Cup tournament. Let's go. I believe that is Cephalopod confirmed for 3rd. So we'll be receiving a prize from the tournament. Now we just gotta see how 1st and 2nd shake out. Yeah, no, lurkers are fucking fantastic. If you lurk, you are just incredible. Thank you for lurking. I know some people are like, is it gonna get the lurkers to talk? No, if they're lurking, they're lurking. They're just gonna fucking lurk. Retrace the crowd of Shroom Tower. Tatsigi, thank you. More guards is always fantastic. If the Void wins, then we all fall to the Void. We all must hail the Void for sure. All right. Looks like we might be out again. Okay, oops. No, I didn't. I don't know what I clicked there, but it was the wrong goddamn fucking button. It was the wrong button. We're gonna try and spectate Void here. Glass should have the other channel up, I believe, once ready. We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay, here we go. Looks like we are jumping in. Let me reveal opponent's hand here. Yup, it's working. We got opponent's hand. Awesome. And we are spectating from Void's perspective. We have the Encroaching Shadows deck, or Ephemeral deck, and, well, we have Encroaching Shadows in opening hand. Void already kind of looking pretty strong with this Ephemeral. Ace with the Bandle P and Z, so the ephemeral, non-ephemeral deck, as in there's no units in there. We are gonna have to see how this shakes out. Silent Shadow Seer also in hand for Void, which is, we have seen before, a very, very, very powerful card for this type of deck building. There's a Magical Journey being cast for Ace. We see also 2 Aftershocks, a Hexpliterator, a High Note, and a Back Alley Bar in Ace's hand already. So 2 Aftershocks ready for maybe something like an Opulent Foyer to come down. Hallowed already being triggered though, of course, so the Hallowed will be able to take off here. It sells herself, Lark, isn't just a black screen. Do I lurk on my own stream? Incredible. I mean, I could definitely have my own stream open, but I don't know if I can so much lurk while I'm talking. There isn't like a mini me in my brain watching like in a window in my head. Not quite that. How do we get the double hand managed? Because that's awesome. So basically what we have is 2 people spectating right now. Sleep streams. Once I do a subathon, oh man, I'm gonna be sleeping on stream. Sleeping on stream for sure. All right, so there is a Arena Kingpin coming down. There's 2 Opulent Foyers and one of those Aftershocks coming out. But to fully answer your question, basically we just have two people spectating, and then I am capturing the screen from the person who is spectating the opposing hand. That is a great Jinx emote for two opulent foyer removals from Aftershock. The double draw on Aftershock for Ace here has been just like one of the most incredibly powerful things. Curious here if Void goes for that Encroaching Shadows, goes instead for the Shark Chariot, maybe just to push a little bit more damage. Arena Kingpin doing a big chillin'. We may once again be in a state of seeing 40 bajillion fucking Evershade Stalkers, depending on how it goes. That is a 7-1, 10 damage threatened. Mystic Shot coming out though. There's also still a Wallop in hand, as well as a Shadow Isles Tellstones, depending. Wallop may be coming out here just to prevent that from occurring. Definitely shutting down what would otherwise be a terrifying 9-2, but forced to spend resources just to prevent that turn from being horrible. No, do not. No, I need my sleep. I demand regular amounts of sleep. Two encroachings in hand now for Void here. Only hitting with the 4-2, considering that Ace doesn't really have much else to cast at the moment other than that Pokey Stick. The Hextech Transmodulator not doing a ton at the moment, and the Pogger Stage is not affordable. I mean, it could be another Aftershock, but there's no units, or there's no units and no landmarks to target at the moment. More than five. Sacrifice a lot, actually, in order to deal with that turn. Committing a Pokey Stick just straight to face. Face is the place for Ace. I'll stop. We have the Evershade and the Silent Shadow Seer. We actually have two Silent Shadow Seers and a final Encroaching Shadows, or second Encroaching Shadows cast. That is a lot of elusive damage that I do not think... Well, Ace has a Hexbliterator. It's going to have to be an Hexbliterator on one of the units, and then has to face the second as well. Which has +4 to Hallowed, which makes it 11-5 just off the bat. Off the bat, an 11-5. Forgive me, I cannot speak anymore. The Sharks are manageable with that last Pokey Stick, down to, 2 HP at the moment. And Void playing once again with a relatively empty hand and not really giving a fuck. Not really giving a fuck about it. Stagehand is an 8-6. Back alley bar. To be fair, Ace putting up a pretty good fight. 2 and 11 is definitely a lot of damage on both sides. Coming out to hit. The 3-3 chilling. It did make a squeaker. And there's a free pie toss in hand. Going with the time trick there to see what can be found. Or, yeah, time trick there to see what can be found. Drawing, indeed, a Portal Palooza for 4. Unfortunately, not quite enough to do that, to pull that off this turn. There is a chance that some draw could trigger a portal if it is found in time. This is a deck with the Black Flame in it, though. There is a Black Flame in there. Actually holding the stagehand, holding the Silent Shadow Seers for after the stagehand has been cast. Let's kind of be like, hey, I have this, and then hiding the Evershade as well. Silent Shadow Seer is a known quantity, but it will also just kill on elusive strike. Going with the Piltovan Tellstones. Taking Hextech Transmodulator, probably to try, and make an elusive unit for the Shadow Seer, in which case this 8-6 may just resolve, though again, that's also still lethal damage. It is still lethal, unless Squeaker can block the 8-6, to be fair. holding the Hextech Transmogulator for the Seer, presumably.
Embrace your
That play does give
because I
time
have
for a Squeaker to
mine.
come down and potentially discard something. And so we are looking at Hextech Transmogulator on the 8/6 and the 3/3, presumably to stun the 8/6. Though still with the knowledge that the 3/1 is around. Evershade Stalker is a 6/6, is a very chunky boy. Ace with 6 mana down to 4. I do like the duplication into an exact stunned copy, though. That is actually quite clever. Just a lot of threats as well. 3/3 happening. Many emotes happening. The Evershade Stalkers alone would be enough to push lethal here. We are looking at everything just thrown at one poor Evershade Stalker. All the pies to that one creepy face. The other creepy faces, now they're staying. But that one creepy face, fucking out for the count. Absolutely out for the count. Sharks happening as well. Ah, yes, also the sharks. Also the sharks. Void taking game 1. Relatively handily. Still down to 8 HP. And on to the landmark deck, I assume. The landmark deck. Void is currently 1 win away from the from winning the tournament. Literally just 1 win away from the tournament, winning the tournament. Ace would have to go win 2 in a row and also win the next set to take the crown. So we'll see how this next one shakes out. Oh, did we want to start a poll potentially for the result of this match while we still can? Okay. We can do this. Start a prediction. We're gonna have Void, and we're going to have Ace, and then we're going to grand final winner. Let's do this submission for 2 minutes. I think that sounds fair. We'll start that prediction and go. If you wish to vote, you can gamble your points if you'd like to. We're currently waiting for just game 2 on this first match. Belveth has found her champion. Belveth has found her champion. Yeah. Currently equal votes for both. Stacking a little bit in Void's favor now. We shall see. I'm just gonna reset this if needed. Looks like they have left the friend challenge. That would explain. Yeah, 1 more match and then we are good to go. I think that is correct. Yeah, I think that is correct. Taking a quick break here. That sounds pretty. Yeah, 8,000 now in Void's favor. Still waiting for the match coverage. Yeah, it's so interesting. It's so interesting to see how people have actually worked with the ephemeral condition. There were a lot of things to figure out there, for sure. It's going to be able to pull the RNGs his way to be blessed. Better than the Watchers. Better than the Watchers. You know, I think that might be a fair statement. Ace is winning this one for sure. Ooh. All right. Oh, syntax. We don't have a bracket command, but I can just actually put this link into the chat. So if you'd like to see how people have done, you can go in here. Or Kitten's already got it. Never mind. Kitten has already achieved what I meant to do there. I need to bring back up the people here. I need to bring back the people! Alright. Looks like we're just chilling for a bit. Yeah, I definitely need food after this. I'm excited for food. Now, I of course have the brain food of absolutely incredible plays from the Runeterra community. But also snacks. I ran out to the store very quickly to get some snacks at least, so I'm not fucking starving and also eating my shoes. That would definitely, I think, it would definitely make it a pretty exciting exciting stream. Caster eats shoes out of excitement. But that I'm unfortunately just not that person yet. Not that person yet. Maybe if I ever do Is It Cake on stream. Waiting for Ace to reconnect just in case. Oh, is it a DC issue? Is it a DHC issue? Thank you for coming back here and letting us know what actually is happening. Hopefully Ace, yeah. Hopefully Ace shall return. Thank you for chilling, Void, in the meantime. Appreciate it. Lysandra Trundle set vouchers for AltWinCon would be so strong. So here's the thing. I realized when I said mill that you could technically make the argument that... Oh, Ace is back online. Fantastic. You could technically make the argument that Trundle, or Lysandra, sorry, does actually trigger a mill effect because of the way the Watcher obliterates the enemy deck. However, it would be very difficult to argue a lot of mill cards fall under Freljord. Most of them are like Shadow Isles stuff, or indeed are whatchamacallit, P&Z and Shadow Isles. Yeah. Nobody went for mill though, so we didn't actually run into that problem. People are back and reconnected, so game 2, let's go. Let's do this shit. We of course have Void's deck here, the not ephemeral landmark version, and Ace is once again going with the ephemeral deck, which is just incorrect. Feels so incorrect to say, but it's technically an ephemeral deck for the ephemeral deck building condition rules, or at least per the rules anyway. Finding for Void at that Ancient Prep and the Acolyte there. We do have the hand now for opponent as well. So we can see Ace has Thermo, Pytos, Time Trick, Forge of Tomorrow, and Mysterious Portal. So setting up for a pretty decent set of interactions with landmark effects, should he need to defend himself against some of the incoming storm of landmark stuff. No ARM yet for Void. So we'll see how this one actually shakes out. Magical Journey. Sorry, not Mysterious Portal. Magical Journey going. Yeah, there were no Maokais. There were no Maokais in the tournament. Well, except for that one Maokai that I incorrectly thought would actually obliterate the deck because he didn't level in the deck or level while he was there. It didn't matter. Void just casually top decking ARAM here. And prepared to use it. That is technically a second one as well. My guess is that pick may have been a Buried Armory or something like that instead for buffs, though. Unless it was the Turbo Chad of just picking 2 ARAMs, in which case, you know what? Fuck yeah. Forge of Tomorrow making a little 3-3. Dear God, you see the Going Tall combo? Going Tall versus combo. You do a little bit see the Going Tall versus combo. Yes, the prediction has closed, by the way. I will select the answer once we know the outcome, either after this game or after the next set. Yeah, Ace versus Void. We've got some, we're kind of going hard with the finalists here. Going hard with the finalists. Portal Palooza getting cast. Yeah, Void currently 1-up. We see Eclectic Collection found for our opponent, as well as a casual elusive unit, sneaking in a little extra 2 damage there. Turn 2 Acolyte. Yeah. Finding another portal as well. That is indeed one of the new Plunder cards. Dame the Despoiler. Not Plunder, of course, but also just a fucking beautiful card. In general. I kind of like her hair. I like her hair a lot. I kind of want her hair. Pokestick going on the 2/2. Hair assigned. Another portal triggering and getting the Kinku student, the one that activates on barrier effects. Just setting up a little bit of a board there. Just chilling, being like, hey, landmarks, portals, they both make stuff. Fuck you. Perilous Pastry generated off of that. 7/7 Rock Bear with 2 lucky finds, though. I feel like I may be smelling the good old Quick Attack Challenger Overwhelm Rock Bear that we now, by this point, know very, very well. And depending on who you're rooting for, may even love, in fact. We do see, off of those lucky finds, the Spell Shield on the 7/7. And Overwhelm Tough and Fearsome. No Quick Attack this time, unfortunately, for Void. Also, of course, holding up mana for the Howling Abyss right now, if needed. He's looking at some good responses, though. Still got that Aftershock. Still got that Aftershock around and waiting. Formula is going to get some resources. Thermogenic Beam going to be able to do some stuff too, and particularly dangerous things if needed. Time Trick also just good at hunting stuff the fuck down. Triggers off of Play Not Summon, yes. I have fucked that up in the past. And I will not fuck it up again because I had to learn by force. You try to make a Plunder Black Flame list to no avail. Yeah, it's a subtle thing, but Plunder does say play like in the subtext of it, which can be confusing if you don't read it and like realize that it does specifically mean play only. Void actually going for the reliquary plays and not the ARAM plopping down an Emperor's Dais. Has a 7/7 with Overwhelm, so that's still pretty good. Ace just sitting so pretty with that Aftershock in hand. 7/7 just going to town with the small Sand Soldier. Blocking the most HP possible, blocking with the elusive that's unlikely to die. Eclectic Collection triggering on 3 units. Just to get some just get a little power in there. A little extra juice. Void now looking at 9 Puffcasts and 3 Flash Bombs. That is what has won Ace games previously in this tournament, so we'll see if it pays out. Aftershock, mana up, and Aftershock committed immediately to the ARAM. And there it goes. There are, of course, 2 more in Void's deck, and no more Aftershocks in Ace's hand, though Formula can fix that in an instant, as could a potential Pokestick if lucky. Somehow Ace high-rolling elusives left and right, and getting Young Witch to boot, among other things. Getting some portals, summoning Eye of the Dragon and Xenotype Researchers, both of which trigger, and Eye of the Dragon is looking at getting a little lifesteal 2/1 on the next turn. Orange Jesus called Ace and was like, hey, do you need help, apparently? Do you need assistance with your gaming? Yeah, a quick attack on the 4/3 makes it a much less favorable trade for Void at the moment. Having to take some elusive damage and also not trade the best, down to 9 HP. Acolyte coming out again. Is it noteworthy that there is only 1 fearsome blocker on that side of the board in general? Pytas coming out onto the 7/3, hitting that bear real good. And trying to avoid it, being able to do things. Void not drawing another copy of ARAM just yet. Cycling the Acolytes for value, for buffs. currently will actually be able to trade positively into the Xenotype researchers because it's only a 3/3 once the Young Witch effect wears off. Another Acolyte's Reliquary and Puff Cap from the Eclectic Collection that was cast. We now see in Ace's hand as well a Get Excited, a Pokey Stick, a Pie Toss, and a Mystic Shot, which, if I'm doing math correctly, is, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. That is currently 7 damage plus elusives on the next turn. If Ace can survive, which it currently looks like Ace can just survive. Fucking Avarosan Trapper also making a 5/5 Yeti in the top 3 cards of the deck. Forge of Tomorrow at 1 mana, giving a 3/3. Another blocker here. Let's see. Eye of the Dragon is so good here. I know. That is a lot of soul sacrificed for sure. I hear, child, you need the cold touch. Yes, many children were sacrificed by Ace in order to win this, or get this much value going. Hex Obliterator for 4 mana, also just wiping out the 11/6 off the bat. Obliterating Treasure of the Sands as well. Once again, I think I can do math, and I think it's lethal. I think it's just lethal with pure P and Z energy. Yeah, that's 4 damage alone. The Acolyte, the Xenotype does trade with the Acolyte there just to prevent Void's HP from going down too low. Risen Altar coming out, and I think it's just a time to dump hand. Oh, yep, it's time to dump hand. Also has the Pie, that's 8, yeah. So much damage. Not even all of it had to be cast, but it was there, and it was banked. Overkill by 3. Ace resetting at least this this grand final set right now. Has the chance to bring it back on the next game, and potentially go to the next set if he can pull out a win. So it's Void to take the crown or be forced into another best of 3. This, as somebody said in the chat, this is quite tense actually. Most of our grand finals, if I'm remembering, the first one was also a reset. I forget if the second one was. I forget if Tunnel Shark had to reset the bracket, or if Tunnel Shark just swept. I think Tunnel Shark might have just swept, if I'm remembering. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, the first one was also a bracket reset. Ace is the official spouse of RNGesus. Ace just like, hey babe, hey RNGesus, I could use a little bit of help here. Just a little bit of assistance. The rest I've got. Yeah, really pushing Void to the limit here. I was wondering maybe if I could conclude the Predict That game, but no, we are going into game 3, certainly, at least. Yeah, sometimes the client does do a little bit of a fucky-wucky while it's doing a friend challenge. So hopefully Ace and Void are able to just seamlessly transition to the next one. It looks like they can. Fantastic. We still have second hand here. Void with the ARAM deck, and Ace forced to use his landmark deck here. We shall see if University of Piltover out RNG's Howling Abyss at the moment. Belveth crying in the corner. It's truly just the Void is losing. How can this be? Or the Void not even losing, the Void just lost a game. How can this be? Those are more ancient preps, so should be able to at least find maybe something like an ARAM from the second or third that get cast. This is more RNGesus versus Belveth. You know, true enough, actually. Who is stronger? I'm not actually sure. Belveth just attacks so many times. It's so many attacks at once. Oh god. Drawing a card, finding Sandswept Tomb for Void. Ace, we do see in hand, has Acolyte, has a Sandswept Tomb, has Lucky Find, has Buried Armory, has a second Acolyte now. Finding a lot of draw, finding lots of ancient preps. Looking at a 3/2 that may grow bigger, depending on how fast they can respond to it. Draw will be happening off of the Preservarium, though, of course. So certainly not without hope of just top decking what you need here. Patron deities. So much charisma! Acolyte's Reliquary again from Ace to buff that dude. Orange Forge coming out. Just having a good time with time and dedication. Lots of 4/3s occurring. Buffing a +1/+1 on the clock link so it can block some fearsome and not take damage, or trade fairly with the 4/3 units over there. Get Windsor gets consumed by the very thing they represent. Finding ARAM on time with that last clockling there. Preservarium drawing an Acolyte for Ace there. Has, of course, the Treasure of the Sands. Casting a Lucky Find. Has Emperor's Dais just kind of chilling along with Obelisk of Power. Acolytes are kind of doing their job now. Curious if Void will attack and put some pressure on those now, because they can. Those are favorable trades, except into the 2/2, but they can't block anyway. So Ace taking 3 here. So passing the turn there, and let's see, Ace top decking a University of Piltover the same time that ARAM is top decked, and ARAM now safe from all of the multiple aftershocks that have been cast previously in this tournament. Potentially 5 damage coming to face from Ace. No mana left for the Forge, so just a couple of 3-power units left. Lucky Finds going for Ace here. Into a +2/+0, extra punch of damage there. And the second one, which I can see, I missed it, never mind. Quick attack. Also quick attack. East Coaster. Oh yeah, East Coast right now is almost 6 o'clock, huh? At least it's lighter outside by this point. Lighter outside. Moon nap, way better. Yeah, sleep is just taking a moon nap. All right, time to see what the ARAM dare present this time. It is a pike. It is a pike. Oh man, it produced a Rek'Sai and now it's made a pike in this tournament. All hail pike. Perhaps not the biggest key to winning versus 40 bajillion acolytes, but it's a pike. No longer castable, but it was a pike, I guess I should say. Yeah, Ace in a pretty good position here. He's doing a lot of fearsome damage in a hot minute. Blocked by 2 things. Still got those forges doing their job, essentially. But otherwise, a little terrifying. The second clockling there just kind of just forced to sit. Kind of forced to sit and watch. We got to reset the finals, though. Sun makes you tan, moonlight makes you pale. Fiora has been summoned out of the ARAM, perhaps in memory of all of the Fiora decks that just weren't allowed through from bans. Acolyte. There are 3 unblocked acolytes right now, which is currently 14 damage. Only 1 more ping required. Ace does not quite have another ping because we're looking at landmarks now. Does have the University of Piltover chilling in hand, though, perhaps waiting for an opportune time to say, fuck it, my opponent's HP is low enough and it's now time to just kind of do my thing. 6 acolytes on board, most likely. We can for sure see some RNGesus favoring right now, as a lot of damage is presented. Treasure of the Sands also just coming down for kicks, generating a 12/8. So that's 32 damage from all of the 8 powers, plus that, which is 44, plus that, which is 54. Yep, I did the math right. 54 damage from acolytes. We have reset the bracket. We have reset the bracket. We are going all the way. This last set will determine our PORO Cup winner. Oh yeah, Lanaya, that Scion was a little bullshit, I gotta say. There were some things that it just pooped out, and we were all just kind of like, hey now, hey now, hey, wait, hold up. I do apologize for that Scion. Pike actually goes so hard if he can get reforges to kill a single acolyte. He'll nuke the board. That is a good point, but I think it was just way too late. You're getting the PTSD from the acolyte meta. The acolyte meta, you know, never again will I think we see an acolyte meta quite like this. So I think it depends on whether or not the bans are the same. If their bans are the same, it might just proceed next. If not, we will have to redo that. Looks like they're still in challenges though. So unless it rotates, I think we're just gonna keep it the spectating. Yeah, Ace fighting hard for that Poro and for that first place crown. Did come in second on the first Poro Cup, so understandable that he wants to try and get first. Void here absolutely killing the first Poro Cup experience though. I believe this is the first time Void has tried a Poro Cup tournament and fucking knocked it out of the park. So here we go. Also, I gotta say, I do enjoy the sheer number of Kaisa icons that I have in my list. It's just a lot of pink faces. It's fucking amazing. One day you'll get this Poro plush. I fucking believe in you. There will be many more tournaments, of course, so many more opportunities. He's out here collecting his second plushie. Yeah. I feel like it is also worth noting that if you do place second, we have offered second places in the past the opportunity to get a Poro plush instead of the second place cash prize. So whichever, if you do come into play in a tournament and you do end up second, you may be able to also get a plushie as well. We don't super mention that a lot, but it's an option. It's just easier to say that you know, you get a plushie if you win first guaranteed in the rule settings. So okay, we have Void here with the ephemeral deck, and we have Ace also with the so-called ephemeral deck, and it is the final showdown. Actually final showdown this time. That choose prediction outcome is just like sitting there daring me to click on it. I'm like, I can't click on it yet. So in Void's hand, we see a relatively strong start. Shark Chariot, Evershade, and Silent Shadow Seer, which has won so many games by this point. Stage hand, Dragon Ambush, another Shark. In Ace's hand, Aftershock is back. The Forge Worker Generator Landmark, the Pytos, Magical Journey, and Back Alley Bar. Already already on standby, already waiting. Pytos taking out a Shark before it can even think about attacking, before it can even breathe in the direction of Ace's face. Fading Memories top deck for Void there, and Pokestick found for Ace. Good removal for honestly just more fucking Sharks, probably. As that will be 2 on the next ephemeral attack. Curious if it's going to be something like a stagehand, probably, because the currently the Dragon Ambush will overheal, since it'll be 2/2/1s off of that card. Shark Chariot 1 going there. That's a lot of Sharks that are about to happen. Perilous Pastry knocking out that first Shark for a slow speed spell effect. Worth noting that Pokestick is still available for potential removal. Going for the hideout on the 2/2 off the bat, though, to prevent any attacks from actually resolving. Going in fucking hard to just shut down that ephemeral before it can happen. Curious how long that removal gas is going to remain for, though. With Pokestick, Time Trick, and Aftershock, it could last for a hot minute, to be honest. Ace is going to make a room that looks like a Feliordian Poro cave. A little bit. Dragon Ambush now going for 2 and 3 Shark. It's a 2+3 Shark problem, taking 9 damage, Void healing to full, and presumably taking Ace, or Sace, presumably taking him down to 14 here. But that still means that there may be space here for some ephemeral units to actually sneak through with elusives for the win here. That is an Iron Ballista, which is actually extremely sturdy card. A 4/3 with Overwhelm right now is pretty damn good, I would venture to say. Time tricking out here with 6 mana remaining. Try and find some kind of response. Can see the Stalker in hand, but not the Shadow Seer. So not sure if Ace is planning or thinking around any elusives coming down. Finding a Mystic Shot, which will take care of either. So is it a Seer or is it is it the Stalker here? It is the Stalker first, which I think kind of makes sense. Hoard that elusives until your opponent has maybe drained more resources down. No Hallowed on any of these units, so the Shadow Seer is still just kind of be chilling. There will be a lot of sharks. There will be a lot of sharks. And the 3/1 can block that. That is actually lethal damage, except for the Pokey Stick that is currently in Ace's hand, along with the Mystic Shot that can also still be committed. And once again, it looks like we're looking at a pig and a Mark of the Isles and a Mystic Shot to counter that damage. I think this is the second time that exact sequence of events has occurred in this tournament. Going in fucking hard. Going in fucking pretty hard, actually. Ace with 7 damage on board currently. Potentially could cast a back alley bar for an additional 3. Shadow Fiend is a blocker, so it may prevent, or it may just stop that attack, and it may be a Silent Shadow Seer for the win next turn. Void passing it back. No real things to cast here except maybe a unit. Opting to not do that. Just take the 7, go down to 6, and bank on the following turn. Caustic Rift is here, so can deal with the sharks. And I believe also the Shadow Seer, since there are no encroaching shadows cast. Down to 2 HP on Ace and 6 HP on Void. This is an incredibly close game, in fact. There's a drum solo for Ace. One of the Aftershocks is coming down just to get rid of that shit immediately. Also, I think should point out that the Caustic Rift is 2 mana. That is going to be discounted from some of the other cards in the deck. So the amount of mana that Void has to be worried about from Ace may be slightly off. Because obviously can't necessarily know that Caustic Rift is going to be cheaper. To be fair though, Void has a kind of a decision of just play stuff and swing. Because this is kind of the penultimate turn, and the Caustic Rift is still available at 2. Finding an Elnook and finding a Senna. Once again, the RNGesus gods have responded. 0 mana Magical Journey coming out. Has Ace drawn a bad portal? So far, no. I don't think any of the portals so far that I've seen in this tournament either have been ephemeral. I think they've all been permanent. Of course, when I cast a portal, occasionally I do actually end up with the Shadow Fiend there. Finding that Mark of the Isles, though, and that is not enough for the Caustic Rift to handle. But that was actually almost, literally 1 combat turn away from Ace's victory. So Void just barely snatching that one, and we are on to game 2. 1 up for Void, and this, again, if Void wins now, this is a guaranteed first place in the tournament once more. All right, quick responses. Our competitors are out for blood, and they're doing it fast. Please do not leave me stuck on the connecting screen. Thank you. I can't see what regions people are playing. Hopefully this is not gonna be too dramatic. I can see the little win animation in the corner. Hello? Client! This is the final match! Have some decorum, client! We can always exit spectator and rejoin spectator if it's going to be a little bit of a poopy butthead. Void! Spectate. Stop being a poopy butthead, client. I know they're in a match. I know they're in a game. I can actually see the hand from Glass's screen, but I'm not sure. Oh, I think it was a DC. I think, I think...
Restart.
Oh, they're gonna restart? Okay. I think that might have been just a, an accidental... Something accidental happened there. We've seen this before. Oh, now we're back in. Okay. Okay, we have Ace on the Bandle P&Z Ephemeral deck again, and we have Void here running the Landmark deck, of course, now that Ephemerals have been knocked out. We do have opponent's hand again, so here we go. Vamos, Void! Good luck to Void here, and also to Ace. I am... can't have the preference here while I'm casting. But thank you for voting, everybody who did. Yeah, Ace with the turnaround for sure, at least forcing this game out. Ace with a time trick, a magical journey formula, pie toss, pokey stick, and puzzling signpost in hand. And then Void here, no ARAM yet. Reliquaries, though, are starting to actually tick away and become large boys. Rita Client, the best as always. Name a more iconic Riot trait. Oh my god. Punching that Acolyte kind of hard, just being like, no, you don't belong in my space. Get the fuck out of here. No portals drawn off of the pokey stick, but there are, of course, there's one hovering in there waiting to be released onto the world. So moving forward, finding that portal, finding a 1/4. What is his name? Vanguard Lookout, the most basic elite to ever exist. The 1/4. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Happy accidents, buggy clients, it's all the same essentially. Let's see, that is a Salt Spire coming in, and our Orange Forge found for Void. Looking at Hideout and a mysterious portal for Ace over there, which might be able to generate enough blockers and enough value to turn this around somehow. No threat from the Salt Spire yet, but definite threat from the 1/4. Aftershock pulled it, like, once again, like, the perfect time, either to destroy the Salt Spire, which would get rid of just the bigger looming threat, or the 4/3, opting to go for neither and instead let the 4/3 hit face. Letting the Salt Spire resolve as well and get that 7/7 onto the board. 2 portals triggering here. We are looking at a Caustic Cask! Oh no! Oh my god, but Eclectic Collection on that Caustic Cask is actually kind of brutal. 5 times every proc in that deck. There are now 5 portals and 15 chimes for Ace, as well as 15 puff caps and 5 flash bobs for Void. Actually kind of a powerhouse turn, and there is no aftershock remaining mana-wise for Ace to destroy that ARAM. The Caustic Cast also taking him down to 12 for Ace, and Aurelian Soul popping out of the ARAM once more. 1 puff cap smacking Void to Nexus. A chime triggering for Ace somewhere in the deck. Vanguard, look, I can block elusives. Look, they could have just buffed him instead of introducing Badger Bear. Okay, see, Ace has Aftershock finally committed to the ARAM there. Has another magical journey and a pokey stick in hand. At this point, I think we're waiting to see if Void can survive to just cast Aurelion Soul. Caustic Cask. Not sure how much that 2 damage to Nexus really matters for Ace, but it is certainly a little bit nerve-wracking when your own card punches you in the face a little bit. 2 5/4s and a 7/7 coming in. Minion will regenerate, of course, but Minion's actually in an awkward spot because it's a permanent unit and cannot be recast if it fucking dies. Not that recasting it may even make much of a significant difference. But of note to that one. Hitting the 5/1, hitting the 7/6. Magical Journey happening again. That is up to 6 portals now. 6 portals now. Hitting 2 of them right there. There's a Blade Squire and a Squirrel. Not Swole, Fuzzy Caretaker. Runeweaver and Caretaker. I fucked up all of them. Lady Squire is the 3/1. Hideout and a Pokey Stick to get rid of more Acolytes. And no more Acolytes in Void's hand, to be fair. Hitting more portals, hitting a Blooming Cultist. No equipment, of course, in this deck. So just a base 3/2 at the moment. Preservarium top decking, a Hibernating Rock Bear, Ace with a Forge of Tomorrow and a Mystic Shot in hand to potentially push some damage. Puzzling Signpost, not super useful here unless the Aurelion Soul invokes something very powerful. It will just go back to hand, but depending on when it is cast and what is cast, might be able to turn something around there. Formula not affordable this turn, but also just could potentially generate some value. Trying to get 14 damage into face, into Void there, pulling it back. Fuzzy Caretaker buffing the 3/1, going with a Glinting Blade Fragment to distribute some damage around, and committing the attack, it looks like. Oop, no, pulling it back. Going instead for a Mystic Shot on the 2/2 to see if there's anything else blocking wise that could actually be a problem. Salty Spire coming, or Salt Spire coming down. That is down to 6 HP for Void. Ace, once again, putting just a lot of pressure on opponent there. Even a Aurelion Soul, if there's enough units around and buff caps that trigger, will not be able to save Void from this scenario. Blighted Ravine, however, absolutely will, potentially. Blighted Ravine is like the perfect amount of damage in that scenario. Back Alley Bar does make a 3 HP unit, which may be useful, but then there's the Salt Spire resolving, so that will just be a big boy. Opting to go for the damage straight to face, which I think makes sense to the scenario. Your opponent's at 6, they have big things. Maybe with P&Z you can just sneak it out that way. Acolyte's Reliquary found, 7/7 made. Ace's board almost completely wiped. One more Rock Bear on the way. 2 portals manifesting, including a lifesteal unit, including the Darkwater Scourge, which is absolutely fucking insane. And also there's a chime and 2 chimes, and I think we are out of portals if I'm no, there's one, actually there's one more portal in there somewhere. Hitting that portal, hitting a Mist Wraith, hitting 2 more chimes. We do see Caustic Rift, Magical Journey, another Back Alley Bar, a Nopify in Ace's hand there, literally just casting every single possible spell in order to just get some portal fucking value, and it looks like that's going to do it. Aurelion Soul was affordable, but who gives a shit when you have a Scourge popping off of your portal? I was proven wrong in the last game, by the way, or the second to last game. There was an ephemeral unit produced by a portal, which is partly why we also allowed them. Like, there's a chance that it just rolls. It's an RNG of what you're going to generate off of that portal. This is game 3. we have not only reset the bracket, but we're going to game 3 in the last game of the grand finals. What list? But dodging the restrictions using only portals. Dodging restrictions using only portals, and also just having removal in general, yeah. Our rules were you cannot summon units with spells or play units from hand that are permanent, but you can cast chimes and you can cast landmarks to get around those conditions. Just to give people a little bit more deck building flexibility in general. And see what craziness happened. We definitely got the craziness part. I'm gonna exit spectator real quick and see if that might be a reset moment. Once again, the client is doing a good. It's doing a try. That's game 6. Are we waiting? Looks like we might be waiting. Yeah, this is match 6 in our conditions here. Whew. Here you say that RNGesus has smiled upon them. I think very big smiles. Very big smiles. Ace may have to reset the client again, it looks like. But holy shit. 1 game left. All or nothing. All or nothing here. Shout out to our competitors once again for fighting their way here. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's do this. Okay, they're in a game. Give me spectate. I must see this. Okay. Don't need the overlay. We got this. Why Vile Feast ban? Because it's a spell that guarantees that you get a permanent unit. So Vile Feast and Succession are things that will guarantee a permanent unit. There was some confusion over like why are landmarks allowed, but spells that basically do the same thing are not. That's just a choice we made, to be honest. Yeah, spells that generate non-ephemeral units directly are banned, but miscall, portals, they technically get around the condition by the game sort of summoning something rather than you directly summoning something. So we decided that those would be permitted. All right, we are loading into Void's hand here. We see Ancient Prep, ARAM, Sandswept, and Acolyte's Reliquary in opening hand, already kind of prepped to go there. And then in Ace, just to let you guys know, we see Hibernating Rock Bear, Preservarium, Acolyte's Reliquary, and Sandswept Tomb. It is Landmark v Landmark for the final match of the Eternal Poro Cup. I could not honestly be more pleased. I'm actually quite pleased that the finals are versus our 2 Landmark decks ready to just fucking bash heads. They're resetting again? Oh no! What is happening? I think, wait, is it supposed to be both of those? I think it's, yeah, because Ace, Ace won, Void won with Ephemerals, Ace won with Landmarks, and then we need to see
It's Landmark v
Landmarks v Landmarks. It is an ultimate Landmarks v Landmarks. The winner has to play against the final boss, me. I am not a final boss. I am not the determiner of grand finals. Sorry for all the client issues. I think everybody is having problems. So thank you, Riot. These are the joys of having an Eternal format a situation where there's no best of 3 system. So good luck in the 1v1 challenge. Anyway, though, once again, Void top decking ARAM. Void does have kind of the nuts before and also kind of the nut now. We do see Ace, of course, with Acolyte, University of Piltover, the Back Alley Bar, Forge of Tomorrow, and 2 Universities of Piltover. Actually, there's 2 in there. This is about to be a lot of universitying, though I don't actually know if 2 helps you very much at all. So there is a turn 1 Frost God Thrall as well. That, considering how long these games have been going, actually may be just a very valuable thing to have in a moment. No! Forge of Tomorrow putting up a fearsome blocker for the 3-2. And Void passing in order to wait for those buffs to stack versus our favorite shirtless man, who we've been seeing a lot of in this tournament. 3-3 going to face. Once more, the shirtless dude's hitting face a little bit. It's a raid boss. Don't like that. Orn's Forge coming down. Treasure of the Sands in hand, obviously. Ace with Hex, with the Hex Tech, and also the other Acolyte that we're seeing pop out now. A day will have a good client in one of the Riot's games? No. Unfortunately, no. We can dream. We can dream. At least it has a separate client, unlike TFT, which got a little shafted. However, Ace fucking roaring out of the gate with just more damage. The 7/7s arguing with each other. No time for Void to cast anything like the Treasure of the Sands. Just going face. There is ARAM, and there is no landmark removal, and there's University of Piltover. Piltover v ARAM, let's go! All right, 7/7, and the ARAM made a Callista. Not a bad unit, to be honest. University of Piltover shuffling all those cards, making it that stairs, which is unfortunately just not enough mana to be cast. However, there is an Unyielding Spirit, and Unyielding Spirit is a permanent fucking effect. So a little curious of Unyielding just comes down to be like, hey, fuck you, my shirtless man is invincible until the end of time. Which could be happening here. Let's see. Shirtless men are absolutely raid bosses. Oh, they for sure are raid bosses. There's also a little bit of mana refilling there from the one forge, at least. Unyielding Spirit cast on the 3/3. It is permanently there. It cannot take damage. It will not die. There are no kill effects in landmark decks, pretty much. So that is just kind of stuck. That thing is absolutely stuck to the board. That doesn't mean that Ace will not run out of blockers otherwise, but is still just a pretty powerful effect, to be honest. There is a PORO Stories 1/1 with impact, buffing the 4/3. Can Void get around the 3/3? University of Piltover triggering again. We'll see those results before we see the ARAM. Ribbon Dancer and Violus Vox and Armored Tusk Rider versus a Darius. Tusk Rider v Darius. Let's go. Let's go. ARAM versus University is everything I've ever dreamed of, and that's that. 6/5. Unfortunately, this is a 10/7, not his base 6/6 form. Also an 8/7 there. Not buffing the Darius, just going for the Acolyte. Noticing that there aren't really fearsome blockers right now, except for 2. Blocking with Callista seems pretty safe, but that 10/7. That 10/7. Let's see, we couldn't ask for a better final. Absolutely not. Unyielding on a sexy man. What is this garbage? I feel like I have never felt that Jinx emote harder. Just like, how dare you? It is a good moment there. Goodbye and Violus Vox. I don't know if you ever won a match, but you definitely tried. Bard is here, and the Piltover triggers, and it makes fucking the Crocolith, the elk, and the thing that manifests more, makes buff things when things die. But I think, however, Void may just have this. It is 15 HP, so I might be speaking too soon, depending here. That is trading into the 5/5. Yeah, no, it's not lethal. The elephant also kills Callista straight up. So once again, that 3/3 man proving his usefulness. Taking 9 damage from the Darius, though, which is a lot of damage. That is a Darius that is about to take over the world at the moment. Let's go, boy. Darius, yeah. Oh, Great Horn, that thing, the moose, elk thingy, that, whatever you want to call that shit. A 5/5 with Scout is here. You can actually Scout attack first. It has stats to argue with everything except the Frostguard Thrall, which is popping out this turn. University of Piltover giving Yordle Newbie, Fallen Ruin Reckoner, and Hidden Pathways. Tryndamere once again showing up out of an ARAM. 9/9. ARAM heard the word overwhelm and it was like, yeah, I can do that, bitch. Bro, I can do that. I got the power to do that. 3/2, forcing the Callista to be unblockable. Immediately overwritten by a 9/9 with tough. Immediately overwritten. The only time Darius gets to shine? I know. The only time. 6 HP on Ace's side, and not an unintimidating board. It's just there's a 9/9 and an 8/8, and the shirtless man is doing his very fucking best. He's doing his very fucking best. I think, however, on the open swing from Void, that will be game. That will be game. Skies Descend incoming. Oh no. Let's see. It does have to be quick. That's the Blaze of the Fallen and the Snapjaw Swarm generator card, which is not really what is needed here. Yeah. It would then also need time to cast the Skies Descend. There's also, I don't think, mana for it because there's no Celestials and stuff, but it would be a fucking high roll. Rico Rex is a wet dream. Yeah, pretty much, actually. Pretty much. 43 damage. That was an absolutely insane match. Bloodbait. Yep, Bloodbait, 1 mana. Let's go. Let's do it. Strength of all else, I don't remember. I do not remember. But we are, of course, looking at the conclusion to the Eternal PORO Cup Grand Finals. Congratulations to Void on taking first place. Congratulations to Void. Ace really fighting the hardest possible, as much as possible, to sneak out that win. But Void just somehow getting a Darius and a Tryndamere and everything else to answer what was coming out of Ace's hand there. So yeah, congratulations to Void. Yeah. Woo! We have an Eternal PORO Cup winner! This is the greatest game of LOR you've seen in a long time. You know, it was pretty great. It was pretty great. I'm gonna switch over here for a brief second to wrap up the content. So that was the Eternal PORO Cup. This is one of the first Eternal tournaments, and I believe the first Eternal tournament with cash prizes or prizes in general. So pretty exciting. I'm super glad that we tried to hold this event. Thank you to everybody who rolled up to the tournament. It was kind of fantastic, and thank you all again for participating. We had a healthy 18 competitors. We are now 5.5 hours in, and we do have a winner. So humongous congratulations to Void. Huge congratulations to Ace for fucking getting the RNG of the century. Base, I'm so sorry. And also shout out to Cephalopod, aka Fish Fear Me, for placing third as well. I will be reaching out to all of you individually about prizing, etc. And thank you again to everybody who participated. You guys make these events possible. Very literally make these events possible. And I had a lot of great discussions with many of you about the rules and clarifying things, and just making sure that our rules made sense. There were definitely many things to clean up with this tournament, and we're hoping to learn from those to bring you an even better event in the future. And again, once again, humongous shout out to Glass, moderator here, and Kitten, moderator abroad, for hanging with the tournament and helping us organize this shit. We do have 2 video submissions. Yes, I will not remember. I will not forget. Sorry, I'll also not remember, but I'll also try not to forget. They're in my redeems. Yeah, you played most of them on the road in a car? Oh my god, that would explain some of the disconnection. Thank you for hanging in there in the car and fighting to stay in this tournament regardless of where you are. Super close matches. Super fucking close matches. So yeah, that will that will wrap up the stream, so at least the tournament coverage for us. So if you're interested in future PORO Cup Series tournaments, there will be more in the future, obviously. Current cadence is about every 1.5 to every 2 months. Please do join the Discord if you'd like updates on those. I basically use the announcements channel to shout out when I'm doing either stream events or tournaments. So you'll see them in there. Also follow me on Twitter. Username is Els on there as well if you'd like to just get that feed, if you get the tournament information there instead. Yeah, we have some great ideas from the chat today. We have some great ideas from the tournament brainstorming channels. If you have ideas for future tournaments, please feel free to pop them into the lore chat, the tournament brainstorm chat, the tourney questions chat if you want to, and just let us know what you'd like to see. Also, if you have any feedback for us as a participant from this tournament, please feel free to put those in the any of the channels as well, and let us know what you would like to see fixed or improved or done better, etc. Thank you all again. And also shout out to Mega Mogwai for the raid earlier today. That was pretty exciting to have a bunch of new people follow the stream and join the community and check out to see what we're doing with the PORO Cup Series tournaments in general. I am going to wind down the stream now. No more PORO Cup, but we did get a couple of video submissions. So if you're not used to how we do things normally on the stream here, there are deck submissions, there are 1v1 requests, there are video react requests or react requests in general that you can send in with the channel points if you hang out on the stream. Had a couple of viewers and one of our mods submit those today. So we're just gonna hop into just chatting and hang out with that for a little bit and decompress. Huge congratulations again to our winners and everyone, and a huge thank you to everyone who participated and helped backstage with the stream. So I am going to go now to where I am used to doing stuff, which is here. Some of the chat's in the wrong place. The chat is like so far just in the wrong place. Also, yeah, thank you to everybody who is new and hung around. You guys are amazing, and I had so much energy streaming today. Holy shit, it's fantastic. I'm actually just gonna do something real quick so that we don't have to deal with that. We're not going to be able to see chat on the stream for a little bit. That's probably fine. And let's do our video submissions. Once again, not part of the tournament, just we're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna hang out with the chat. Just chatting. Thank you all again. If you're heading out because the tournament's over, thank you for being here. You're incredible. Okay, I'm gonna close this shit now. I can say goodbye to Runeterra and all of its buggy client problems for a hot minute. However, though, we do have some stuff to look at. Glass sent me a video here about steamed hams. I guess to explain my steam ham confusion. I didn't need this to be clarified, but okay, here we go. Steam ham time. I'm gonna bask in the glory of the Tryndamere and the Darius and the number of Acolyte reliquaries that I've seen cast today. And then we're gonna open our eyes again and play whatever the fuck this stupid shit is. Okay. Steamed hams, but there's a different animator every 13 seconds. Why?
Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions.
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, welcome. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the tournament. And if you didn't, let us know what to improve. But if you did, thank you for being here, and I'm glad that it worked out. Fuck yeah.
But what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Skinner with his crazy explanations. The superintendent's gonna need his medication.
I have been casting for too long. I don't know what's happening anymore, and my brain is very confused.
Seymour! Superintendent, I was
Oh my god, whose line is it anyway?
my calves on the windowsill. I isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, Seymour?
Oh, that isn't smoke. It's steam. Steam from the steamed clams we're having. Steamed clams.
Ooh.
Steamed clams.
Superintendent, I hope you're ready for mouth-watering hamburgers.
I thought we were having steamed clams.
No,
Muted?
no,
Oh, I
said
don't
steamed
think so.
hams. That's what I call hamburgers.
It's a video that seemed
You call
red
hamburgers
to me.
steamed hams?
Yes, it's a regional.
It should be audible.
What region?
Upstate New York.
Really? Well, I'm from Utica, and I've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed hams.
Oh, not in Utah.
I feel that. Hold up. I'm from upstate New York, and that is literally what my brain is doing right now. I'm from upstate New York, and I don't fucking trust anything that's happening right now.
It's a little quiet.
It's a little quiet? Okay. I'll turn it up more.
Utica. No, it's an Albany expression.
I lived 2 hours away from Albany when I was a kid.
You know, these hamburgers are
2
quite
hours
similar to
away.
the ones they have at Krusty Burger.
Again, thank you for the music request as well.
Old family recipe.
For steamed hams.
Yes.
Yes, and you call them steamed hams despite the fact they are obviously grilled.
You know, one thing I should... Excuse me for 1 second.
Of course.
Oh, well, that was wonderful. Good time was had by all. I'm pooped.
Yes, I should be. Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis.
Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day,
Those are
in
the
this part of the country,
practical
it's
questions right
organized
there.
Entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
Seymour, the house is on fire!
No, Mother, it's just the Northern Lights.
Well, Seymour, you are an odd fellow, but I must say, you steam a good ham.
Help! Help!
He's just like, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Oh my god. The exact trippy shit I needed to see after casting a tournament. Fantastic. Thank you for sending that in. We now have a video from Syntax and a video from Kitten. So let's check those out. This is a minute long. This seems a little bit louder. I love the kind of woman that will actually just kill me. Same. I agree. I think I agree.
I love the kind of woman that will actually just kill me. You know, when I left the house today, I was thinking, damn, I really hope some hot chick paints my brains all over some fucking hallway. And here we are. I mean, really, just absolutely destroy me. I'm talking full-on watermelon in the thighs level carnage. And I want it to scare the shit out of me. I mean, I hope I piss myself. I hope I piss myself and you call me your little pee-pee piss boy. I want you to fuck me up. I mean, I want you to make me your bitch. Your little pee-pee piss myself bitch.
I correct my earlier statement.
I want it to get embarrassed.
I should have played this mid-tournament.
Unsanitary.
Absolutely should have played this
We should
mid-tournament.
be entirely different people by the end of the first 8 hours. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? I mean, I'm a real freak. I'm not normal.
The muffled part is the best.
Please, you have to crush me.
Absolutely beautiful again. All right, last piece of submissions, and then I will leave. If you send me anything else, I will consider it done tomorrow when I'm streaming again. We have a Sabaton song, so we'll just finish up with some metal. We'll just finish up with some fucking metal. I think that's great. Finishing up with metal sounds amazing.
16 years old when I went to the war to fight for a land fit for heroes. God on my side and a gun in my hand, chasing
Good shit, Sabaton.
down to zero. And I marched and I fought and I bled and I died and I never did get any older. But I knew time that a year in the line was a long enough life for a soldier.
It is a requirement that you listen to the song before you join any of our tournaments in the future. I mean, you don't have to do that, but... Oh, it's their newest song? Oh yeah, 9 fucking days ago. This is super fresh. All of his failed attempts. Beautiful. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Good purple beard, sir. I'm just gonna jam out to this. We've also been talking for almost 6 hours straight now. Then did the voice of Gabriel for Ultra Kill? Oh! Ultra Kill! Oh, and Maxor's video? Fuck yeah! That's also a really good video. I've seen Maxor's stuff on Ultra Kill. Would highly recommend Maxor in general. The way that they're doing the images behind the text is actually really cool, by the way. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. The official video, which is 7 minutes long in Birmingham. Nice. Well, I am going to leave the stream on that note. Thank you all again for everybody who has come by today. I cannot say thank you enough, honestly. Like, I can't. So you are all amazing, and I really appreciate you coming by. And I am going to go find somebody in the category to go send some more folks over to. So here we go. Not usually streaming at this time, but we'll find somebody. Let's see, who do we want to raid here? I guess we could do the terror category. Let's see. Do we just go into Kuvi or something? And then looks like they're viewing viewer decks, which of course we also do, so that could be kind of fun. Yeah, I'll just do right into Kuvi, and I wish you all a great rest of your stream and a happy rest of your weekend if it's still your weekend, and I hope to see you again in a future tournament or a future stream. You guys know the drill. Thank you all again for coming by. I'll be back live for my own personal stream at 8 p.m. Pacific tomorrow evening, and then back on probably Thursday for some Mage Seeker, actually, which I was kind enough to give me a free copy to play, and I'm excited to continue working on that. So yeah, thank you all again, and hope to see you in the future. Good night, internet, or good afternoon. I'm so used to saying good night. Good afternoon.